increases in the premium contributions shall be adjusted to the years following the lifting of the suspension. This is in order to support its IP, including the increase in PhilHealth benefits to be provided to all Filipinos. For the consideration of the Honorable Committee. Thank you, and I request Ms. Nerissa Santiago to make the presentation. Thank you po. Good morning again.
Salamat, President Giran. May we hear the position? Meron pa, Present. Go ahead with your presentation, please.
This is Nerissa Santiago of PhilHealth. We're representing the can you hear me clearly po? Can you hear me clearly po? Hello?
Go ahead, Ma'am Nerissa Santiago. Go ahead. Go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, I'll just make sure that they hear me. Okay, I will be presenting the PHIC projections on the premium deferment and slide. Just to refresh your on the UHC Act aspirations on the UHC view, wherein this is our mandate for PhilHealth. So the three dimensions of the UHC view includes the coverage of around 100% of the population, and the benefit coverage would be the second dimension, wherein all the benefits are all medical illnesses will be covered. And for the third dimension, we want to cover as much as possible the medical expenses of the patient. So the support value is very important for PhilHealth to be able to increase the support value and lower the out-of-pocket cost for the patients. Next slide. To operationalize this, PhilHealth for the coverage of the 100% population, the immediate eligibility provision as stated in the law is being implemented right now by PhilHealth. So anybody who goes into the hospital and gets confined will be covered by PhilHealth regardless if they have paid their premiums. So the immediate eligibility is already enforced right now. For the expansion of the benefit coverage, access to a doctor whenever needed. This can be addressed by implementing the primary care benefit, which is right now we are calling consulta. And as stated in the law, we need to put in within the 2 years of implementation of the UHC Act, a comprehensive outpatient benefit. On the third dimension, which wherein we need to increase the support value of PhilHealth, we want to reduce the out-of-pocket by increasing the support value, implementation of the fixed co-payment, as well as complementation with the HMO coverage. So these are the operationalization plans of PhilHealth to achieve the UHC Act aspirations. Next slide. Keeping these aspirations in mind, we want to look into the projected impact of the premium deferment of the premium hike as stated in the law, especially for the direct contributors. For 2021, the total impact of the COVID or the pandemic as well as the premium hike deferment would be about 20.2 billion. This is due to the decrease in the number of payers as well as the premium deferment. So basically, before the COVID, we were expecting a collection from the direct contributors of about 103 billion. Because of the decrease in the number of payers, this decreased to about 96 billion. And if we will be deferring the premium increase for 1 year, this will further decrease to 83 billion, with a total decrease due to the number of payers and premium deferment of 20.2 billion. If we expect the pandemic to still be, it will still impact the 2022 numbers. This will, and of course, the premium deferment will be in effect instead of 2020 effectivity of the increase in premium, it will be in 2022. The decrease will be greater at 44.4 billion, coming from a 136 billion before the COVID, and then because of the lower number of payers, this is projected to decrease to 105.6 billion. And because of the 1 year premium deferment, this will lower further by to 91.7 billion, with a total of 44.4 billion in decrease in the collections, projected collections. Next slide. As a result of this premium deferment, we expect to collect in 2021 about 154.6 billion. This includes the subsidy of the government for the indirect of 71.4 billion, plus the collections from the direct contributors, and giving a benefit of a consulta for a pilot site of about covering about 25% of the population. The benefit expenses is expected to be at around 172 billion. This will still include COVID inpatient as well as COVID tests that are being covered currently by PhilHealth. And net income or loss, net loss for 2021 would be about 17 billion as a result of the lower collections and higher benefit expense. This will lower the reserve fund to about 143.5 billion, coming from 160.6 billion from 2020. Take note that these are tentative figures for 2020 since we are now finalizing the December 2020 financial statement. For 2022, we expect the income to be 176.9 billion, both from the direct and indirect contributors, with an investment income of 5.5 billion and the expenses at 230.4 billion. The 230.4 billion includes further expansion of the consulta to a bigger chunk of the population, to about 75%, 50 to 75% of the population by 2020. So this will result to a net loss of about 60 billion from higher benefit expense compared to the collection in 2020. This will, because of the deficit or the net loss, this will further decrease the reserve fund to about 83.7 billion. I think this is my last slide. Thank you, Your Honors.
Salamat, Ma'am Nerissa. Question to Ma'am Nerissa or to President Giran. Hanggang kailan po yung capacity ng PhilHealth to shoulder expenses na ng magkaka side effects po sa COVID-19 vaccine? Magkano naman po ang coverage na to kung sakasakaling magkakaroon ng side effect po due to COVID-19 vaccine?
Sir, Senator Bongo, we have the impression, of course, that government will fund something like 500 millions intended for the adverse effect of COVID inoculation. So that amount will be additionally provided by the government through the Congress, the Senate, and it will be a buffer to answer for any adverse effect that wag naman that the inoculation would bring.
Thank you, President Kiran. Another question, no? Kumusta po yung inyong collection at expenses for 2020? May income ba kayo nung nakaraang taon? Kailan ho ba kayo assume as a president? I think last quarter of 2020 ho ba yun?
Senator, I assumed presidency and chief executive officer of this corporation last September 17, 2020. With respect to the question about the income, no? As earlier presented, they
157. 157. Mr. Chair, there is a deficit. For 2020, our expected collection is about 157.9 billion. This is about 9% increase from the 2019 collection. So, but because of this is due to the increase in the premium rate that we have effected in 2020 as stated in the DHC Act. This is a 0.5% increase for 2019. So supposedly we were expecting about 17 to 20% increase in collection because of the premium rate hike. But because of the pandemic, we only realized about 9% increase. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And magkano po ang nagastos ng PhilHealth sa testing at payment ng COVID-19 hospitalization noong 2020? Are we expecting na tataas pa po ito ngayong taong ito or not, no? Dahil meron na tayong bakuna, nag-uumpisa na po ang ating pagbabakuna.
Mr. Chair, although we have limited payment for the COVID inpatient and COVID testing because of the delay in the payment, in the submission, because we have affected the 120 days extension for the hospital to submit their claims. Our expected payment for 2020 is about 15 billion for the inpatient and about 9 billion for the COVID tests. For 2021, we still expect to pay COVID inpatient, although at a lower amount, and also COVID tests for 2021. But because of the COVID vaccination, we expect this to be lower amount for COVID inpatient and COVID tests, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, ma'am. Have PAGCOR and PCSO remitted their contributions to PhilHealth, which shall be used by PhilHealth to improve its benefit packages?
Mr. Chair, the provision of the law, particularly the PhilHealth, the Universal Healthcare Law, provides for this managed corporation of the government, PAGCOR and PhilHealth, PAGCOR and PCSO to remit to PhilHealth as a support for the healthcare program of the government. But Mr. Chair, the remittance is not directly through to the PhilHealth. The remittance was made through the Bureau of Treasury. So sa totoo lang po, parang walang nangyari na remittance. Talagang walang nangyari. Because direkta sa sa Bureau of Treasury. Binibigyan kami ng we are given the budget for the year as a regular budget based on our needs. But actually the support that was supposed to be coming from this two managed corporation of the government is parang wala kaming naramdaman kasi diretso na po sa Bureau of Treasury.
Salamat, President Kiran. How much is expected drop in the number of payers this year? Do we expect to improve in 2022 since we now have COVID-19 vaccines? Baka makabawi naman po tayo sa 2022 ang kakulangan natin for 2021. What is your projection?
The projection that we had is a 5 million what we call decrease in the number of payers, direct contributors. But positively speaking, especially that we are already exposed on how to combat COVID, the incidence of COVID in our new normal life, we believe that this will increase in due time, even before this year ends. We have just, Mr. Chair, we have just to be positive. We have to help each other. Bawasan natin pamulitika, no? We'll help the president, we'll help government, we'll help the PhilHealth, and will benefit everybody. And kailangan po ang help because ito na po how can we say that a government is productive, a government is very successful if the health of our people is what we call this not so good. So kailangan talaga, Mr. Chair, na health ang importante ng tao.
Salamat, President Kiran. May we hear the position of the Department of Health, where we recognize Yusek Mario Villaverde for his statement.
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chairperson, Senator Bongo, and the two other senators who are present, Senator Mick Subire and Senator Amy Marcos. The Department of Health acknowledges the intention of the proposed measures that seek to defer the PhilHealth premium increase when public interest so requires, such as times of national emergencies like we are now. And Section 10 of Republic Act number 11223 or the Universal Healthcare Act provides for the schedule of the PhilHealth premium rate from 2019 to 2025. For 2021, the premium contribution relative to monthly income will increase to 3.5% from 3% in 2020. But given the current challenges caused by COVID pandemic to the livelihood and economic status of Filipinos, deferring the subsection's implementation is deemed justified and necessary. Further, the measures granting the President of the Philippines the power to suspend the scheduled increase in PhilHealth premium considers the urgency of the situation and provides some flexibility in terms of premium payment in case national emergencies will occur in the future. So based on the foregoing, the DOA strongly recommends to only defer the PhilHealth premium increase when public interest so requires, such as times of national emergency. The deferment of the scheduled increase in premium contribution will result in the same benefit packages currently being offered by PhilHealth because the law states there is no reduction of what is currently being provided as benefit. However, if there will be an increase in employment as we are noting now, it is expected to result in an increase in the indirect contributors to PhilHealth, and the increase in indirect contributors to some extent will have a toll on PhilHealth fund life. This will warrant a recommendation to ensure alternative or additional sources of funding, preferably by the national government, to minimize the additional cost impact. A supplemental funding to cover the increase in the indirect contributors will ensure the implementation of Universal Healthcare Act, with PhilHealth being mandated now to fund individual-based health services, with the DOA funding or providing support to the population-based health services. So this is aligned with Section 10 of the Universal Healthcare Act, as that the DOA, in coordination with PhilHealth, may request Congress to appropriate supplemental funding to meet targeted milestones of the Universal Healthcare Act. So, Mr. Chair, that is the position of the Department of Health. We fully support the implementation, the deferment of the implementation of the increase in premium, provided that there is some safety net for PhilHealth to absorb the increasing number of indirect contributors through some form of supplemental funding to cover their premium contribution. So that's all, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Yusek. May we now call on Treasurer Rosalia De Leon, Department of Finance representative to the PhilHealth Board, to give us the position of the DOF and an assessment on the proposed deferment. May we call on Rosalia De Leon po?
Ano ba to? Teka, ma'am. Ako daw? Nina? Ako ba? Yes, ma'am. Kaya po. Good morning, Senator.
Go ahead po, ma'am. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. We're trying po para maayos mo kayo sa video. Good morning, Senator Bongo. So, while we note that the COVID-19 pandemic has severely disrupted the livelihoods of our people, we are submitting our observations on the proposed deferment of the increase in premium rate of PhilHealth as follows. First, assuming that the premium rate will be increased to 3.5% in 2021, the additional contribution of each direct contributor will only range from 50 pesos to 650 pesos, depending on their monthly income. This increase will be shared by both the employer and the employee. Second, the impact of the deferment of the increase is significant, as it will reduce the collection of PhilHealth by 17.7% or 15.6 billion pesos when compared to the original projection in 2021. Aside from the impact of the proposed deferment, the drop in the number of payers due to COVID-19 should also be considered. It is expected that there will be a decline in the number of payers of about 5 million from 18 million payers in the 2021 original projection to 13 million payers in the revised 2021 projection. Accounting for this, we expect a shortfall in the collection amounting to 20.25 billion when compared again to the 2021 original projection. Anticipating this, the Board of Directors of PhilHealth already reduced its 2021 program expenditures for its primary care benefit package or the Konsultasyon Sulit at Tama by 17 billion. Likewise, with the deferment in the premium rate increase and the reduction in the number of payers, PhilHealth is expected to book a net loss of 17.5 billion this year. This is expected to be covered by the institution's reserve fund, which will reduce the said fund from 160.6 billion to 143.5 billion. The implication is that it will shorten the fund life of PhilHealth by 6 months from August 2028 to February 2028. And of course, as we already know, as of December 31, 2020, the total liabilities of PhilHealth, including the contingent liabilities, already amounted to 6.09 trillion. We hope that these observations that we have shared with the Senate would be useful during this Senate's deliberations. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat po, Ma'am Treasurer Leah. Gusto ko lang pong linawin, yung PhilHealth Reserve Fund is projected to be exhausted in 2028. Ibig po sabihin ba nito na hanggang 2028 po, meron tayong pondo sa PhilHealth at wala po tayong dapat alalahanin sa ngayon kahit na i-defer po natin ang increase ng premium?
Ano po, Your Honor, Senator Go, yung pong PhilHealth na fund life, bababa nga lang po from August 2028 to February 28. So tama po kayo, meron pa pong pondo, kaya lang nga po, bumaba po, nag-exceed po by 6 months. Yung pong fund life from August 2028 to February 2028.
Salamat, ma'am. May we now recognize the GOCC, ito pong Governance Commission for GOCCs. Chairman Samuel Dagpin, Secretary Samuel Dagpin, may we hear your position?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence Tigo and Senator Amy Marcos and Senator Mix Tubiri. On the part of GCG, we fully support the pending bill deferring the increase for 20 of the premium contribution. I understand that PhilHealth presented a while ago their projection of the impending deficit for the consideration of the committee. They submitted to us the briefer on the impact of the premium increase deferment. First is the number of payers compared to the number of beneficiaries. So it depends on numbers. Second is difficulty in capturing the informal market, individually paying members and OFW. So I suggest that the national ID system be fully implemented to this one. Third is the decrease in the number of payers as a result of economic downturn due to the pandemic. This is the real situation as of this time. And number 4, they are banking or the retention of the premium rate of 2020 and for the coming year effective 2021. So the last year increase will still be implemented. Fifth is there has been no transfer of funds from PAGCOR and PCSO. Based on the assessment of the GCG, this is a direct provision that this must be undertaken. I hope that a mechanism will be done for the immediate transfer of the PAGCOR and PCSO contribution to PhilHealth. And 6 is the government subsidy for the indirect contribution had not increased since 2019, even with implementation of USC. So it's the same from the 2019 GAA and the 2020 GAA for the subsidy for PhilHealth. I hope all these matters will be addressed for the to so that the impact of the deficit with respect to PhilHealth and which directly affect the PAN-LIFE, which the Bureau of Treasury mentioned that it will be until 2028. But be that as it may, we fully support this measure of the Honorable Senator Lawrence Tigo for the deferment of the premium increase for 2021, giving authority to the President to do the action. Thank you, sir.
Salamat, Chairman Dagpin. May we now recognize the DBM. Please share us your position and give us an update if we can increase the subsidy to PhilHealth next year, given that they will be on a loss this year. DBM John Ree Castillo, Chief Budget and Management Specialist. Go ahead, Sir John Ree.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senator Bongo, and other honorable senators and fellow public servants. The position of the DBM with respect to the Senate bills in consideration is as follows. We interpose no objection with on the matter of the said amendments to defer the implementation of the increase of the premium contribution of the direct contributors, in as much as this proposal or proposed amendment will not entail additional premium subsidy support from the national government to the PhilHealth. While we recognize the estimated loss by the corporation, we would also request for revisiting the assumptions and considerations for us to properly justify the subsequent increase with respect to the indirect contributors. While we recognize that the same has been same rate or premium rate since 2019, the same is due to the limited available funds, mainly because of the national government revenues and the possible implication of the Mandaras Garcia ruling with respect to the total collection. Hence, we would require the revisiting of the assumptions and the estimates of the collections versus the projected benefit expense, because we understood that the projected benefit expenses include some of the accrued expenses and not of the actual benefit expenses paid by the corporation year on year. And also, we would we would consider the developments in this meeting with the deliberation of the forward estimates being conducted now by the national government, the 3-year forward estimates for the corporation and other government corporations. And possibly we would like to seek the support from the honorable representatives and senators to push forward to find for other ways for us to improve the financial condition of the corporation. And with that, we reiterate that we interpose no objection on the said amendment, particularly on the deferment of the premium increase for the direct contributors. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
Salamat po, Sir John Ree. May we now hear the insights of our health experts, led by Dr. Vicente Belisario of the University of UP, National Institutes for Health. Dr. Vicente Belisario, kindly. If wala pa po, si ano na lang po, Dr. Carlo Panelo of the UP College of Medicine.
Good morning, Honorable Senator, Mr.
Sir,
Chair.
kamag-anak kayo ni Attorney Sal Panelo?
We couldn't trace our direct connections, Mr. Senator, but I know the wife of the good secretary. But I am
Thank you.
from Davao, sir. Mayong buntag.
Bisaya po day.
Bisaya. Sir.
Go ahead, Dr. Carlo Panelo. May we hear your insights on this proposed deferment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this invitation to provide inputs. I would like to inform the committee that my views do not represent the position of UP Manila nor that of my other institutional affiliations, and my inputs are totally my responsibility. I wish to commend both houses of Congress for taking the initiative to legislate this measure that allows the country to ease pressures on the government, private employers, and individual contributors as far as PhilHealth payments is concerned. It is understood that this legislation is intended to specifically formalize or legalize an earlier decision and action taken by the executive branch to suspend the implementation of mandated premium increases in 2021. This bill for this particular purpose should be passed immediately. As the bills are largely similar, when I reviewed them, this can be readily consolidated into a single version. The passage of the bill should, however, recognize the risk that PhilHealth could dip into its reserves and will require additional subsidies when needed. PhilHealth can be made to report to Congress on its collection performance, amount of benefit payments, and benefit delivery performance as basis for requesting additional premium subsidies. The additional subsidies will also need to take into account the expected premium collection deficit as presented earlier, but also a possible decline in benefit payments due to lower utilization of services during the pandemic. Initial studies show that utilization of specific services went down by around half, owing to quarantine restrictions in movement, as well as the fear of individuals to actually get exposed. While I'm recommending the passage of the bill, it is also recommended that Congress take this opportunity to review the premium policy for the National Health Insurance Program. Over the long term, it is recommended that premiums should be paid commensurate to benefits and not as a form of cross-subsidy. In principle, premiums are not the best instruments for income redistribution, as this is best addressed through taxation. It is therefore recommended that government come up with a financing policy that premiums are set according to benefits and premium subsidies to cover the shortfall be taken from taxation. Our current system is born out of our historical and ongoing experience where the NHIP relies heavily on the formal sector to subsidize the poor, the seniors, people with disabilities, and most especially the informal or individually paying members. In the long run, the mandatory increases in premium will prove to be a heavy burden to direct contributors or formal sector employees such as myself. It is also recommended that premium rates not be legislated and be left to the executive branch to set, as this will require periodic review. The executive should also be empowered to suspend and adjust premiums subject to the approval of the board. On its part, Congress can lay down the basic principles and expectations in terms of NHIP performance as basis for the release of subsidies on an annual basis. Maraming salamat po. Magandang umaga sa lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Panelo, on your personal insights. May we now hear Dr. Vicente Belisario of the University of Philippines National Institute for Health. Go ahead, Doctor. Wala pa rin po. May we hear also from other stakeholders, Dr. Jaime Almora of the Philippine Hospital Association.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Thank you for recognizing the Philippine Hospital Association. The Philippine Hospital Association supports the proposed bills deferring the increase in the premium contribution of the health workers. We hope, however, that there will be no decrease in the premium benefits and that any increase in premium benefits that is needed should still be implemented. That's all, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Salamat po, Dr. Jaime Almora of the Philippine Hospital Association. Anyway, thank you to our resource persons. We have two approaches. Ano? With that, the committee will study all your inputs and will come up with a committee report for approval. The bottom line is we are all in agreement that the premium increase should be deferred for this year given the crisis we are facing. May we now proceed or move to our next topic? We shall now discuss establishing public health and environmental standards and safeguards for the better normal in the workplace, public places, and communities. May we ask the position of our agencies? Is there a need to institutionalize these COVID-19 measures that we are taking? May we now hear your position? Number one on our list is Dr. Beverly Ho of the Department of Health.
Thank you very much, Senator. On behalf of the Department of Health, allow me to read our position paper. Thank you very much. The DOH supports Senate Bill number 1642, 1747, 1792, and House Bill number 6864. Which aim to provide the creation of protocols and standards that take into account the better normal paradigm brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. We also appreciate the alignment of the provisions with the minimum public health standards that have already been set by DOH-AO 2020-0015, or the guidelines on the risk-based public health standards for COVID-19 mitigation. Based on the foregoing, the Department of Health interposes no objections to the passage of the proposed bills, provided that all provisions are aligned with the latest policies and guidelines of the DOH and Interagency Task Force as it pertains to health standards. In view of this, we also propose the following recommendations in response to the final design of the bill. First, on universal and mandatory safety measures, include clear pronouncements on use of washable cloth face masks for the general public, while surgical or medical grade face masks are to be used by symptomatic individuals, healthcare workers, and other frontliners working in the healthcare facilities or involved in COVID-19 response. This is also in line with still relative global shortage of mask supplies. Next is to ensure that disease surveillance and contact tracing are aligned with the data privacy and ethical standards, which are already in existing legislation, IRRs, and DOH guidelines. Include the provision on the safety precautions for vulnerable populations and ensure access to mental health services. On the management of space, we support the call for use of more open spaces, recognizing that ventilation is clearly going to be a major determinant of infection transmission, and disinfection of government and privately managed spaces shall be routinely conducted. On management of public transportation, we support using payment systems that are electronic. And for those that involve cash transactions, allow mechanisms such as money trace and facilitate the transition to contactless cash transactions. On workplace-specific protocols and measures, we support the establishment that all establishments designate a health and safety officer to ensure compliance with the minimum public health standards. All establishments that will be resuming operations shall have internal protocols and mechanisms, and include appropriate waste management protocols also, since many of them will be using PPEs. And finally, on the establishment of e-government systems, institutionalize and regulate telemedicine and e-prescriptions, which is aligned to the proposed e-health bill of the Department of Health. We respectfully submit our position. Thank you very much, Chair.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Beverly Ho. President Kiran is asking to be recognized for a short statement. Go ahead, President Kiran of PhilHealth.
Thank you again, Sir Bongo, for recognizing me. I'd like to spread into the records of this hearing today that under Section 37 of the Universal Health Care Act, particularly on appropriations, it says that in Section Paragraph B, it says that 50% of the national government's share from the income of the Philippine Amusement Gaming Corporation PAGCOR, as provided for in Presidential Decree number 18669, as amended, provided that the funds raised for this purpose shall be transferred to PhilHealth at the end of each quarter, subject to the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. Provided further that the funds shall be used by PhilHealth to improve its benefit packages. And paragraph C furthers that 40% of the charity fund net of documentary stamp tax payments and mandatory contributions to the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office, PCSO, as provided for the Republic Act number 1169 as amended, provided that the funds raised for this purpose shall be transferred to PhilHealth at the end of each quarter, subject to the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. Provided further that the funds shall be used by the PhilHealth to improve its benefit packages. So, ibig sabihin, Sir Chairman Bongo, direkta, sinabi dito, direkta ibibigay sa PhilHealth. Hindi nadadaan dapat sa BTR kasi may purpose po. At saka gusto ko rin sabihin na, sir, I have, at the PhilHealth, I have yet to encounter a kind of a corporation like PhilHealth, where ours is basically insurance, an insurance corporation. Ibig sabihin ng insurance, bago ang benepisyo, babayaran mo na ang premium dito sa PhilHealth. Kahit hindi nagbabayad ng premium ang Pilipino, automatic member ng Pilipino. Even yung sinasabi natin na site membership at your bedside, you can be a member. And there is immediate eligibility to appropriate medical services. Dito lang po, Mr. Chair, sa PhilHealth. Kaya dapat po, suportahan po natin ang PhilHealth. Maraming salamat po, sir.
Salamat, President Giran. Suportado namin kayo at ang buong PhilHealth. Basta bantayan mo lang yung bawat piso ng pera po ng PhilHealth ay walang masasayang. Yun lang pong pakiusap natin. Tulungan po natin ang ating mga kababayan. May we now hear the position of NEDA, Director Girly Grace Casimiro.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, Senator Bongo, Senator proposed bill on providing strategies and measures to minimize risk and ensure public health, safety, and security while easing the revitalization of economic and social activities, in line with the thrust of the updated Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022 of having a healthy and resilient Philippines. However, there is a need to make some of the provisions more general to give flexibility to the bill, given that future pandemics may impact the country differently, thereby needing a different approach in attaining a better normal. Mr. Chair, the NED is currently finalizing its specific position and comments, and we will submit to the committee as soon as it is cleared by the Secretary. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Ma'am Director Girly Grace Casimiro. May we now hear the position of DILG, Yusek RJ Chiberi. Go ahead, sir. Yusek RJ Chiberi. Next is, may we now proceed to DOTR first. LTFRB Chairman Martin Delgra, another lawyer from Davao City. Go ahead, Chairman Martin Delgra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo, the members of this honorable committee, fellow public servants here present. Thank you very much for the opportunity of the DOTR expressing not only our no objection, but also fully supporting the bills that were mentioned earlier, specifically Senate Bill 1747 and Senate authored by Senator Angara, and Senate Bill 1792 authored by Senator Tolentino, as well as Senate Bill 760 1762, if I'm not, as well as House Bill 6842 that has been endorsed by the House and approved by the House of Representatives. Allow us to, at this outset, express our support for a better normal for sustainable recovery, particularly in the provisions pertaining to the management of public transport, such as the continued use of face masks, maintaining social distancing, and social contact payment mechanism, all geared towards preventing the spread of COVID-19 virus. In line with this, we have, in fact, the DOTR as initiated and approved by Secretary Arthur Tugade in having to implement programs by which we'll be able not only to address public transport needs, but also addressing public health protocols in order to prevent the spread of the virus, which includes the DOTR's 7 rule, which are, if I may note, is already incorporated in the proposed bill, among which yung pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield, bawal magsasalita kung pwede, at hindi makipag-usap sa loob ng pampublikong sasakyan, bawal kumain, including yung frequent disinfection ng public transport facilities, not only in the vehicles that we use, but also in the facilities where public transport are put in place, as well as yung paggagamit ng temperature check, so that we'll be able to prevent symptomatic passengers or passengers with fever in getting into public transport services. We take concern, however, in the provision which mentions the non-commitment of land-based public transport operators to the PUV modernization program. We would like to take note that the PUV modernization programs comes at no better time than this, especially during the time of the pandemic, in order to address the fragmented public transport services that we have in our country, which we have seen to be inefficient, especially in the management and operation of public transport services, as well as especially on the part of government, particularly on the regulatory bodies, not only on the part of LTFRB and the OTR, but also on with other law enforcement agencies such as HPG, MMDA, where there is difficulty in having to monitor and enforce enforce public health protocol in such a fragmented industry. And one of the aims of this modernization program is precisely to consolidate the operation of these public transport services. We also would like to cite the innovations of programs that has been put in place, not only in land-based public transport, but also all across the transport sectors in the DOTR. I'm referring to the air sector as well as in the maritime and the rail sector. Marami na pong ginagawang programa at proyekto, not only addressing modernization, but precisely, especially during this time of a public health emergency in addressing the prevention of COVID. As you well know, Mr. Chair, transport is something that is not only vital but sensitive in having to address COVID because it addresses mobility of people. And having said that, we also would like to appeal to the Honorable Committee to include a provision and perhaps emphasize the use of integrated intermodal transport terminal, which is also already common in other sectors like air, which uses common airports as well as seaports, but also on land-based public transport. This is also in line and consistent with the National Transport Policy for an integrated and coordinated transport network. Overall, we reiterate our support to these various bills in having to set a better normal for the sustainability and recovery of our economy as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Delgra. Balikan lang po natin si DILG Undersecretary RJ Echeverry. Go ahead, Yusek RJ.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I went to...
No problem.
This level finds no reason to object on the hearing post-legislative measure as they are consistent with sections 15 and 16 of Article 2 of the Constitution, which states, the state shall protect and promote the right to health of the people and instill health consciousness among them. And the state shall protect and advance the right of the people to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the rhythm and harmony of nature. In relation thereto, with respect to provisions of the foregoing bills regarding the responsibility of the national and local government, including other stakeholders, to provide testing kits, personal protective equipment, and other medical needs relating to COVID-19, Section 11 of Article 13 of the Constitution provides that the state shall adopt an integrated and comprehensive approach to health development, which shall endeavor to make essential goods, health, and other social services available to all the people at affordable cost. There shall be priority for the needs of the underprivileged, sick, elderly, disabled, women, and children. The state shall endeavor to provide free medical care to paupers. Further, pursuant to Section 16 of the Republic Act Number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, local government units shall ensure and promote health and safety, enhance the right of the people to a balanced ecology, encourage and support the development of appropriate and self-reliant scientific and technological capabilities, improve public morals, enhance economic prosperity and social justice, promote full employment among the residents, maintain peace and order, and preserve the comfort and convenience of their inhabitants. Nonetheless, please find herein our observation and our comments. On Senate Bills number 1747 and Senate Bill number 6864, number 1, on Section C, Paragraph 2 of Section 2, may we seek clarification on the duration of the suspension of the operation of motorcycle taxis? How long the suspension shall be imposed? Will Section 16 be applied hereto? Number 2, on Section 6, Paragraph 6, number 3, it is explicitly provided that wearing a face mask is required while inside a public transportation. Thus, is wearing face shield not mandatory? Also, is wearing a face mask inside a private vehicle not mandatory? Number 3, on Section 6, Paragraph 6, number 5, 3, who shall have the option on whether quarantine shall be done at home or in an authorized government facility? Also, it is suggested that the parameters regarding this provision be clearly provided in the implementing rules and regulations. On Senate Bill 1792, number 1, on Section 6, Paragraph C, number 3, is wearing a face mask inside a private vehicles, again, not mandatory. Number 2, on Section 6, Paragraph C, number 5, letter C, who shall have the option on whether quarantine shall be done at home or in an authorized government facility? Also, it is suggested that this provision be made applicable to both domestic and international passengers. Finally, it is respectfully recommended that the position of other relevant agencies and stakeholders be solicited. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Yusek Echeverry.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Ma'am Amy.
sorry, now that you can hear me, thank you. Okay, yeah, since we're talking to the DILG, yung aking bill kasi, new normal, hindi lang siya DOH, hindi lang siya public transport, kundi more or less yung pagpaplano ng new normal natin, inclusive dito yung concerns sa ating mga LGU. Ang problema kasi, may version tayo na DILG and LGU will be creating a plan for a new normal. Pagkatapos, alam naman natin, 2022, may implementation of the Mandanas ruling. So itong mga LGUs are deeply concerned that once again, there will be a second health devolution and that the health services will once again be dumped in their laps without a commensurate budget. Lalong-lalo na yung mahihirap na municipality natin na 4th, 5th, and 6th class lamang. Kaya ito yung problema, lalong-lalo na na sinasabi ngayon na hindi naman mare-resolve itong issue ng COVID-19 within 2022, kung hindi malamang 2023 pa yan at yung ekonomiya talagang mas masaklap. 3, 4, 5 taon pa ang pine-predict ng ating mga economists. So ang itatanong ko, yung DILG ba at DOH are taking specific planning efforts towards the LGU transition for the full devolution of health services or other Mandanas-related devolution of financial resources as well as the health services?
Thank you very much, Senator Amy. Yes, the answer, ma'am, is yes. We are actually in the DILG planning to issue and prepare the executive order to be signed by the President on...
Nakita nga namin mas lalong ninervyos yung LGU kasi parang pinasa lahat sa LGU pero wala namang budget at saka parang pinagutusan na lamang. Wala naman silang leeway, mas pangit pa kesa dati. Yun ang kinatatakutan kasi alam naman natin kung gaano kahirap ang health devolution na ginanap nung una. Ngayon mauulit na naman. At yung DOH, walang masyadong say doon sa executive order na draft po ninyo. Parang diskumpiyado yung mga LGU doon Kasi pag-uutusan sila ng very specific measures and they have absolutely no say in the matter.
Actually, ma'am, we're in coordination with the League of Provinces and ULAP on the matter. It's still being drafted. Hindi pa ho tapos
O kasi nga nagka-violent objection, lalong-lalo na sa health services dahil nga COVID tayo ngayon. Tapos once again, ipapasa na naman sa LGU. Eh, wala namang karampatang budget, wala namang skills or technical assistance. Hindi kakayanin ng 4th, 5th, and 6th class municipalities talaga.
Ma'am, we will look in. I don't have the exact answer right now for you, ma'am. We will look into it, and let me get back to you on that, ma'am, on the matter at hand. We're
Okay.
still in the process of talking with the governors and the mayors at this point in time on how we could devolve properly the health in lieu of the Mandanas ruling. But if there are
Not
recommendations,
in lieu, in compliance.
yes, in compliance of the
Kasi
Mandanas.
parang pakiramdam ko talagang in lieu because it contravenes the spirit and the purpose of the Mandanas ruling. And instead of giving greater fiscal autonomy to the LGUs, it actually imposes more and more functions on the LGUs from the national government. Parang dinagdagan ng utos, hindi ng kapangyarihan.
The DILG is open to any recommendations from the committee, ma'am.
Well, from my part, as a former LGU chief, for my part, may I manifest to this committee, to the DILG, my objection to the present draft being given to the president, as it in no way complies with the purpose and desire of the Supreme Court decision. At isa pa, kinakailangan mas proactive yung DOH kasi talagang health ang issue dyan. And that's once again one of those things that's being dumped on the LGUs without much consultation or even assistance. Yun ang problema dyan.
Ma'am, I think DOH is also in the process of helping us draft the accountabilities and deliverables of the local government. Perhaps the DOH on their part can also share their opinion on the matter.
Galing ni Rico, ha? Okay. DOH na lang daw ang sasagot, Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Amy.
Yes, Chair
Okay na
Bong.
po.
I think yung DOH yata sasagot kasi yung kinatatakutan nga ng mga LGU na madidevolve yung health services samantalang nandito pa rin tayo sa pandemya. Ano daw yung ginagawa ng DOH para magtulungan na lang?
Dr. Beverly Ho of DOH. Are you still around, Ma'am Beverly?
Tanungin na lang ninyo siguro kasi yung bill ko, Mr. Chair, it has to do with overall ng new normal, hindi lang yung DOH, pati yung DOLE, yung paano magre-regenerate nung jobs, yung tinatawag nilang National Employment Regeneration. Sana mabigyan tayo ng plano at maliwanagan kung ano yung liability of employers. Nagkakalituhan kasi kung babayaran ba yung test at vaccine ng employers kung hindi nila kaya. Isa pa yung issue eh.
Isa pa sa dapat nating pag-usapan na Senator Amy, yung preparation po for next year's budget considering the implementation of the Mandanas ruling, di ba? Malaki po ang mawawala sa national government sa
That's
budget,
right.
no? So kailangan na nating pag-aralan by now, and I'm sure the executive department is also anticipating that yun po ang mangyayari. Siyempre yung local government units natin, magpe-prepare din po sila ng kanilang budget for next year. Ang national government naman po, magpe-prepare din po ng kanilang budget. So yung budget preparation natin ay talagang babantayan na natin na kung i-fully implement na po yung Mandanas ruling for 2022.
Yes, that's right. Talagang medyo madugo siya kasi syempre may mga national priorities tayo na ayaw naman natin maudlot. Gusto naman natin na tuloy-tuloy yan. At masasabi rin na yung ibang LGU o yung karamihan ng LGU hindi naman na kayang i-implement yung malawakang mga national programs. Pero sa kabila nun, maintindihan rin natin yung mga LGU, may kanya-kanyang priorities kasi iba-iba rin ang sitwasyon ng iba't ibang LGU. At dapat ang tutukan natin yung marginalized LGUs katulad ng 4th, 5th, and 6th class municipalities. Thank you for your understanding po.
Correct, Senator Amy Marcos. May we now hear the answer from Dr. Beverly Ho, if you are still around, from DOH? Wala na yata. If the DOH is no longer around, we will just ask the DOH to submit its response to you, Senator Amy. May we now hear the position of DTI, Remedios Lim, OIC Division Chief, Board of Investments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and the DTI support the Senate bill, in particular Senate Bill number 1747, 1792, or an act establishing public health and environmental standards and safeguards for the better normal in workplace, public places, and communities toward a sustainable recovery from the coronavirus disease. The DTI official position paper, Mr. Chair, will be sent once signed and approved by our principals. But just the same, allow me to share with you, Mr. Chair, that the following activities relating to the fight against COVID-19 pandemic are registrable with BOI incentives under the 2020 Investment Priorities Plan. So among those, essential goods which covers the production or manufacture of medicines, medical equipment and devices, PPE, surgical equipment and supplies, laboratory equipment, and medical supplies, among others, are covered. And also, the repurposing of manufacturing activities to produce the above-mentioned products are also covered for registration. Essential activities are also covered, and this includes the provision of services such as but not limited to health and waste treatment and disposal, laboratories, test facilities, hospitals, and quarantine facilities. So registration of activities must comply with the FDA requirements. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, Ma'am Remedios. May we now hear the position of the CHED, Ms. Sheila Halbuena. Ma'am Sheila.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Good morning po.
Go ahead po, Ma'am Sheila. May we hear your position?
So, good morning, Mr. Chair. The Commission on Higher Education fully supports the intent of the Senate Bills 1747 and Senate Bill 1642 on the policies for the new normal addressing the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. So the Commission on Higher Education ensures smooth transition of students to flexible and online learning. As a fact, since the onset of pandemic, several CHED COVID-19 advisories have been issued. CHED Memoranda Orders on Flexible Learning and Learning Continuity Plan were issued, as well as to assist higher education institutions in transitioning to the new normal or better normal of teaching and learning. So the flexible learning strategies, as implemented among higher education institutions, are designed to meet the students' needs, capabilities of faculty members to ensure accessibility and inclusivity without prejudice to the adoption of new measures for online learning. Also, Mr. Chair, considering the landscape of education in the Philippines, it is also suggested that the Commission on Higher Education be one of the members of the new normal development task force. That would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Salamat, Ma'am. May we now hear the Ma'am Sheila Albuena. May we now hear the position of TESDA, Celestino Millar, kindly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to all the members of this committee and to all the other resource persons. Basically, Mr. Chair, I will provide the committee with the summary or the highlights of the test position paper that will be submitted to formally to the committee once it is signed by our secretary. Basically, Mr. Chair, TESDA would like to submit its concurrence and approval of the general objectives of the bills that intends to establish public health and environmental standards and safeguards for the better normal in the workplace, public places, and communities. Basically, Mr. Chair, as with other institutions and organizations, when the COVID-19 pandemic struck and the president declares lockdowns and put the country into enhanced community quarantine, suspension of classes and technical vocational institutions was implemented. And pursuant to IATF issuances, Mr. Chair, TESDA issued several TESDA circulars in response to the pandemic. Basically, some of these, Mr. Chair, includes the directing TESDA technology institutions engaged in dressmaking to produce face masks that were distributed to frontliners and even to TESDA skeletal workforce. TESDA also issued TESDA circular on the adoption of flexible learning modalities to carry on with debate programs pursuant to the agreed issuances of IATF and with the permission, of course, of the respective LGUs. Consequently, also, Mr. Chair, TESDA scholarship programs now includes budget or allocation for protective goggles, face masks, and even allowances for internet to be availed of by TESDA trainees, Mr. Chair. Of course, TESDA welcomes the inclusion of the agency as and the provision of educational support and assistance to students, especially in adapting to online learning and other programs. And TESDA also welcomes its inclusion as a member of the New Normal Development Task Force, as we believe that debate programs can help tide over the country the effects of the pandemic, Mr. Chair. TESDA also developed the contact tracing training programs so that persons can be given competencies on how to do contact tracing activities, and that was developed in coordination with the OH, and those graduates of contact tracing can be used by DILG in the conduct of contact tracing activities in the communities. And of course, through the TESDA online programs, COVID-19 related programs were included as part of the programs in the TESDA online programs that would include modules on COVID general duties, COVID awareness, managing debate during COVID-19, learning online during COVID-19, teaching online during COVID-19, and standard precautions such as hand hygiene, and the other one is COVID-19, how to put on and remove personal protective equipment. The detailed position paper, Mr. Chair, of TESDA will be submitted to your committee once it is signed by our secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, Sir Celestino. May we now hear from DICT Attorney Elias Omar Sana, Chief Legislative Liaison Division of DICT.
Mayang buntag, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable senators. We will be submitting our official position paper with specific comments, but for today, preliminary comments po, we'd like to express our full support for the better normal and new normal bills. We thank the committee, especially for allowing us to give our comments today, and we laud the bills because of the recognition for the need for access to fast and affordable internet connection and digitalization of government public administration and functions. The ICT-enabled systems and solutions being discussed in the bills are actually complementary to those programs and projects that we already have with the department. Currently, for example, our free Wi-Fi for all, we have installed over 8,000 live sites in the Philippines. We also note that the bills push for the National Broadband Program, the Central Business Portal, for our PNPKI infrastructure for digital signatures. Part of our programs and projects as well for flexible learning is we've been exploring the use of digital broadcast for learning and the use of a learning management system for higher education. All these programs and projects we will discuss further in our position paper. But for today, we would just like to express our commitment po to helping the country shift towards a better normal. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Salamat po, Sir Attorney Elias. May we now hear from Dole, Sylvia Valdez, OIC Division Chief, Program Management, Technical Support Services, Bureau of Working Conditions. Go ahead, Ma'am Sylvia.
With the permission of Ms. Sylvia Valdez, to read the department's position on the proposed Senate bills 92 and 1642. Okay. The DOLE recognizes the significance of the proposed bills as it will properly and immediately provide guidance and assurance to workers' safety and health while in transition to the new normal. With approval of the bills, it will institutionalize the existing protocols and standards and other preventive measures and will ensure continuous implementation and enforcement of minimum safety and health standards and protocols in workplaces being monitored by DOLE. The DOLE supports these bills filed by Senator Francis Tolentino and Senator Amy Marcos to sustain the efforts of the government, especially DOLE, in ensuring workplace safety and health against COVID-19 and providing support to existing and emerging businesses to preserve and create employment. Recognizing that both workers and establishments are in a vulnerable situation and greatly affected by the pandemic, the bills will be able to immediately respond to the need of stimulating the economy while ensuring protection of the workers. For our comments on Senate Bill 1792, we support the inclusion of the provision covering workplaces under Section 6, Better Normal for private, commercial, and industrial workplaces. Number one, the requirement of a better normal workforce and workplace management plan, or simply called management plan for all businesses, for all business establishment with a standard template to be prepared by DOLE as proposed in the bill is an important tool for the establishment to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 as establishments resume operation. However, the role of the LGUs in monitoring compliance and implementation of management plan and periodic conduct of inspection of private establishments within their jurisdiction and the conduct of safety and health inspection audit by the DOLE should be clarified or harmonized to avoid overlapping of functions and create confusions among establishments relative to their compliance with minimum health protocols, considering that DOLE has an existing monitoring checklist being used to checking compliance relative to the guidelines on the prevention and control of COVID-19 in the workplace pursuant to DTI-DOLE JMC. Number two, on the provision to workers under the work from home scheme to be given a minimum of 1,000 pesos monthly allowance to compensate utility consumption needs further review, as it is recommended in consideration with the capacity of employers, especially the MSEs, to provide such. Moreover, provisions on the testing requirements and shuttle services be harmonized also to the issued DOL-DTI JMCs and clarificatory advisories 20-01, 20-02, and 20-03. Sections that will give details on vaccination program and monitoring are likewise recommended. For our comments on Senate Bill number 1642, please find the following. Number one, Section 3, Healthcare Delivery System. Under this section, it is recommended to have provision on the procurement of vaccine and must have massive promotional campaign all across sectors in providing awareness on the importance and benefits of being vaccinated. On Section 5, job provision and protection, to include provisions that will ensure security of tenure to the most at-risk populations or DMARPs. Number 3, Section 7, New Normal Development Task Force. It is recommended to include the Department of Trade and Industry and Department of Information and Communication Technology in the composition of task force member agencies. Number 4, Section 8, Resilience and Response Programs. Recommendations on to provide community support group not only for the repatriated OFWs but to the vulnerable sector as a whole. And on the digitalization of the government system, the bill must ensure the stability and security of internet connection. Number 5, Section 9, for promotion, engagement, and management of public spaces. Conduct of social activities may be allowed provided strict adherence to all health protocols must be observed, not only social distancing. It may also worth considering in the bill to identify a designate personnel from the LGU to monitor social activities, gatherings as may be allowed by the IATF. And lastly, Section 10, monitoring, provide a provision on encouraging industry associations to practice self-regulation among its members on the workplace compliance with the health protocols prescribed by the IATF and the Department of Health. Further, if approved, these laws will further strengthen DOLE's conduct of safety and health audits of all workplaces as exposed in the bill. For your consideration, Mr. Chair. That's all pa.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Mark. May we now hear from the Civil Service Commission, Assistant Commissioner Rodolfo Encajonado. Go ahead, sir.
A pleasant day to everyone, especially special greetings to the revered senators who are present today, particularly Chairman Bungo, Senator Mig Suberi, and Senator Amy Marcos. At the outset, the Commission, under the leadership of Chairman Alicia de la Rosa Bala and Commissioner Eileen Lourdes Sada, fully supports the passage of the Better Normal bills filed in this August body by Senators Tolentino, Angara, and Marcos. The bills, once consolidated with some comments and suggestions from the resource agencies, would intend not only to prepare and educate the Filipino people for a new way of life and provide them with mechanisms that have long-term effects on their lives, but also provide work-safe places, ensure protection of health, safety, and welfare of the state workers, as well as private workers, and also ensure, in order not to prejudice public service delivery. By the way, the Commission will be submitting its comments after this meeting, and we have prepared a draft comments on this, and please allow me to read the same. only the list because medyo mahaba nito. So upon review of the Senate bills and better normal, the Civil Service Commission suggests to adopt the versions of Senators Angara and Tolentino, particularly on the coverage on the guidelines for health and safety protocols, as well as guidelines in better normal in the educational institutions, workplaces, public spaces, and others. The two bills are similar to that of House Bill number 6864 passed in the House of Representatives. And I would like to state some of our comments. Well, the CSC agrees with some of the provisions enumerated as a Section A on universal and mandatory health and safety measures, as some of the measures are similarly provided under items number 4 and items number 5, 3 of Civil Service Commission Memorandum Circular number 18 series of 2020 pertaining to the amendment to the revised interim guidelines for alternative work arrangement and support mechanisms for workers in the government during the period of state of public health emergency due to COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically, Section 4 of the said Memorandum Circular on support mechanism provides as follows. Health, psychosocial interventions like stress debriefing, provision of appropriate personal protective equipment to frontline service providers and employees, reduced working hours as authorized by the President, reasonable transportation facilities and housing quarters to be provided to employees assigned a skeleton workforce whenever practicable and subject to the budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. Reasonable expenses incurred during the work from home may be defrayed by the agency, subject to budgeting, accounting, auditing rules and regulations, and other monetary forms of incentives as may be allowed by the Office of the President or other authorized agencies or upon approval of the head of agencies, subject to budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. With regard to Section 5.3, it reads, the section of the documentation activities on all its buildings, facilities, and vehicles. Disinfection should be part of the regular maintenance and upkeep of the agency. Then we have the conduct of health status survey to ensure that all those reporting to office are in tip-top shape and that no one is exhibiting any of the symptoms of COVID-19 diseases. And modification of workplace, if practicable, to ensure observance of physical distancing requirements. And for other alternative work arrangements that require physical presence in the office, physical distancing requirements should always be observed. In addition, agencies are required to implement minimum health standards protocol at all times, such as wearing of the face mask, face shield, taking of body temperature, and presence of sanitation station and other appropriate PPE. And of course, we also suggest that agencies may use video conferencing, teleconferencing in conducting meetings to minimize face-to-face interaction. Likewise, the Commission provides under Section 5.7 of said guidelines wherein it directed government agencies to adopt monitoring mechanism during the implementation of the alternative work arrangement they adopted and implemented in their respective agency, as well as requiring them to formulate their internal rules and regulations in adopting the guidelines, and they are required to submit a report on its implementation to the Civil Service Commission for policy formulation. And then under Section 6A of the proposed bill, we recommend that continuous implementation of alternative work arrangement in the public and private sectors be included in the bills to lessen physical interaction among employees in the workplace. and a provision of alternative work arrangement should be added as follows. Under item 16 or 17, continuous implementation of alternative work arrangements in the public and private sector. We commend the provision in section 6, particularly A6, which directs all agencies to have communication plan for the better normal, which will articulate to their employees the policies and interventions to be adopted by the agencies. In the same section, which provides for the placement of relevant on-site signages and online information materials, we recommend that these signages and information materials include instructions and infographics on proper cough and sneezing etiquette. In section 6B, better normal for school and education institutions, the CSC loads the provision which states that the public and private institutions, including private colleges and universities and other accredited learning and or training institutions, shall prioritize the establishment of online platforms for continuing professional development or CPD and mandatory legal education or MCLE. In order to include constitutional bodies, among others, Civil Service Commission, with the corresponding mandate on the matter of e-governance, we suggest that Section 6, G1, to include a phrase which states as follows. 1. Establishment of various forms of electronic digital governance, which includes e-governance, mechanism in coordination with the appropriate government agencies and the private sector. It may be worthy to note that there is a provision in the bills addressing the mental health concern of employees, both in public and private sectors. With COVID-19 dominating the lives of government employees, realities such as economic losses, additional responsibilities at home, and increasingly heart-rending headlines, all taking toll on the mental health of government employees. As much as the world adopts social distancing to do their part to flatten the COVID-19 curve, many are experiencing increased feelings of stress, anxiety, sadness, or loneliness. While the bills provide for measures to address the physical health of employees, we suggest that a provision be added in relation to mental health. Provisions relating to promotion of mental health wellness activities, such as stress management and conduct of mental awareness or education activities, will be particularly helpful to employees. Moreover, employees with mental health issues at work may be provided with appropriate interventions, treatment, program, and referral systems. And in relation to this, CSEMC number 4, series of 2020, provides for the guidelines on mental health programs in the public sector. And before I close our comment, I would like to inform the honorable senators that the commission is now preparing for another guidelines on flexible work arrangement in the government that would be applicable during the transition period for national public health calamity or emergency to better normal, as well as provide measures that would address the emergence of any infectious diseases and natural and man-made calamities to ensure its continued operation and ensure the health, safety, and welfare of state workers without prejudice to the delivery of public services. So with that, that's all. And then rest assured that the Civil Service Commission will submit its written comment to the committee within the week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Rodolfo. May we now hear from the Attorney Abraham Giao, OIC Director, Administrative Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senator Christopher Bongo. Good morning, Senator Amy Marcos and Senator Migs Subiri. On the part of the Department of Agriculture, Mr. Chair, we interpose no objection to the better normal bills, namely Senate Bills number 1792, Senate Bill number 1747, Senate Bill 1642, as well as House Bill number 6864. We will submit, Mr. Chair, our written position paper once it will be signed by our Secretary, Mr. Chair. And on our part, Mr. Chair, on the Department of Agriculture, may we substantially provide you the contents of our position paper on these better normal bills, rather. Mr. Chair, as to Senate Bill number 1747, we recommend, Mr. Chair, particularly in Section 6, in page 9, line 12, number 2 or item 2, that strict adherence to land use planning and zoning must be in accordance to RA 8435 or the Agricultural and Fisheries Modernization Act and other issuances under the Office of the President pertaining to reclassification as well as to conversion. As to Section 6 also, Mr. Chair, of the same Senate Bill number 1747, page 9, line 14, item number 3B, which is entitled Management Spaces. Mr. Chair, may we recommend that the LGU, in coordination with the Department of Agriculture, shall enroll all their available spaces for us to have an urban gardening program with all, particularly in the Metro Manila areas, Mr. Chair. Same with Senate Bill number 1747, under page 20, line 30, item K, H. We suggest that the AILG and the Department of Agriculture will work things pertaining to the issuance of food passes for us to have or for us to ensure swift food access for our agricultural products. As to page 17, line 6, item H, with the same bill, Mr. Chair, may we respectfully recommend, Mr. Chair, that there will be a rationalization of manpower as to national government agencies to include a health and safety officer, at least one doctor and one nurse with all government agencies for us to assist in how to cope with this better normal as well as to instruct us on how to comply with the minimum health standards. And with the same Senate Bill, Mr. Chair, number 1747, may we respectfully recommend also that a capital outlay be given also to the national government agencies for them to procure and implement the minimum engineering design for us to have this implementation of the physical distancing, as well as, if possible, the establishment of health facilities and dormitories for employees, particularly those residing outside Metro Manila. And lastly, under line 23, page 17, item 4H, section 7 of Senate Bill 1747, we recommend those government employees working on site will be provided with shuttle services also, Mr. Chair, and additional, if possible, additional medical leave or privilege leave for them if ever they will be considered as probable, suspected, or confirmed with COVID-19 case. Mr. Chair, as we read through the contents of House Bill 6864, it has the same contents with that of Senate Bill 1747. So we reiterate our recommendation as to the Senate Bill 1747 with House Bill 6864. Mr. Chair, as to Senate Bill 1642, as to Section 5, line 23, page 2, the NGAs may include the programs of hiring skilled, semi-skilled workers and unskilled to government offices, sites, and or satellite offices, Mr. Chair. And lastly, Mr. Chair, under Section 6 of Senate Bill 1642, also, Mr. Chair, may we recommend also that the Department of Agriculture be authorized to directly procure agricultural products from the farm gate or from the farmers, especially those small farmers that cannot issue receipts, Mr. Chair, that the Department of Agriculture as to procurement of agricultural products be exempt from RA 9184 or the Government Procurement Reform Act, Mr. Chair. As to our formal written position paper, Mr. Chair, rest assured we will submit to you once it will be approved by our Secretary, Mr. Chair. That will be all, Mr. Chair, for the Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Maraming salamat. Go ahead, Ma'am Amy.
Yes, thank you very much on the comments of DA regarding 1642, my bill. And yes, we're in full support of giving the DA finally the power to procure directly from the farmers who need every support or subsidy that they can get. To date, the excuse has always been that only the NFA is allowed to buy rice and corn, whereas the rest of the department is unable to do so. Sa ngayon, talagang yan ang kailangan na tulong na bumili direktamente sa ating mga magsasaka. Imbes na samantalahin pa sila ng iba't ibang trader, aggregator, cartel at biyahero. Maraming salamat sa suporta ninyo.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po. May we now hear the position of League of Provinces, Ms. Angelica Sanchez. Go ahead, Ma'am Angelica.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, Senator Bongo, Senator Mig Subiria, and Senator Amy Marcos. So the League of Provinces of the Philippines fully support the spirit and intent of the bills, with local government units as inherent partners in the revival of the economy. Inasmuch as we are crafting legislation towards a better normal and taking on from the lessons and experiences from the pandemic governance, the League would like to emphasize the necessity for a stronger partnership and consultation between the national government and LGUs, particularly in setting policy directions so as to ensure seamless transition from policy to its implementation. Hold on. As the local government code has always emphasized, it is imperative that local governments are always consulted on policies and programs to be implemented by the national government. We recognize the need for the national government to set standards and general framework policies, but it is also necessary that LGUs are properly consulted and even made part of the discussions at best, prior to releasing this for the implementation by the latter, inasmuch as the situations obtaining at the local level are as different and as diverse as there are LGUs in the country. In order for us to seamlessly transition to a better normal, it is necessary to ensure the implementation of policies and that the implementation of policies and standards should be given emphasis. Good intentions must be translated into well-monitored actions on the ground and among the citizenry themselves. We shall be submitting our comprehensive position papers on these bills, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Salamat po, Ma'am Angelica Sanchez. May we now hear from League of Cities, Ms. Janelle Rabe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the League of Cities of the Philippines, I would like to express that we will have our official position paper ratified and approved by our National Executive Board. But in the meantime, I would like to share that the League commends the laudable intent of the bills by Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Sonny Angara, and Senator Francis Tolentino. We will submit our comprehensive position paper, but in the meantime, we would like to comment that in SPN 1747, we support the provision that recognizes the authority of LGUs to order the temporary closure of private buildings or establishments with known COVID-19 infections. We would also like to recommend that the League of Cities of the Philippines is included in the crafting of the implementing rules and regulations, so that, as mentioned by our colleague from the League of Partners of Provinces in the Philippines, we are recognized as partners, and we have a significant role in crafting the implementation of these bills. So the League commends these bills for clearly stating the expected tasks and responsibilities of local governments, as clearly explained in various sections. We also commend the manifestation of Senator Marcos for taking note of the impact of the Mandanas ruling, which will have a significant effect in the implementation of bills. We will submit our ratified and approved position paper as soon as possible time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, Ma'am Janelle. May we now hear from the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, Robert Maronilla. Go ahead, Sir Robert.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Good afternoon, other members of the committee. I'm just going to go direct to the point, Mr. Chairman. So, with Senate Bill 1642, we don't have any comments as much as we support the said bill. Regarding Senate Bill 1792 and Senate Bill 1747, meron lang po akong few concerns that would affect employers, particularly the micro, small, medium enterprises. In Section 6, on having a management plan, we suggest that the bill would provide a template to guide the MSMEs. Alam naman natin the MSMEs would find it difficult to comply normally. Next is the under Section 6, letter F4. It says here that all private commercial businesses shall shoulder all expenditures in complying with the mandates of this act. I would just like to clarify, because in the bill also it states that, let's say, testing would be provided by the PhilHealth. So sana lang po clear po dito that we all know that that employers already pay for other costs like face masks, face shields. We accept that, signages, thermometers, etc. But pagdating po sa testing, we believe that this is the role of the PhilHealth and not the employers po. So for now, yun lang po ang main concerns namin, and I'm manifesting that I will be submitting a position paper on the as a whole very soon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Salamat po, Sir Robert. May we now hear the position of Dr. Carlo Panelo. Back to you again, Dr. Panelo.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, Senators Marcos and Subiri. Thank you again for inviting me to provide my inputs to the different better normal bills. I wish to commend both houses of Congress for taking this much initiative to pass this much needed legislation. This provides us the opportunity to codify the measures that were proven effective in dealing with the pandemic, address gaps in policies and regulations, and program investments to ensure resiliency of our systems. I noted that Senate Bill numbers 1747 and 1792 are largely similar with House Bill 6864. Senate Bill 1642, on the other hand, describe in broad terms the needed measures and complements the other bills. A compromise on the level of specificity between SB 1642 and the other bills is recommended for the committee report to come up with a version that provides sufficient direction without constraining the ability of the executive branch to later innovate and adapt to evolving situations, especially in dealing with emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases and other forms of public health emergencies. It is my understanding that the laws provide the framework of things to be done, and that specific implementation strategies and interventions are best left to the executive branch to specify. Collectively, the bills describe a pandemic resilience strategy for both the short to medium term. A more generic titling is recommended to emphasize that the measures to be put in place go beyond addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, but also to prepare the country to respond to future public health emergencies, even those that we do not know yet the name, the nature, and the effects of such emergencies. Alternatively, these bills can be consolidated into a measure to ensure resiliency against public health emergencies. In particular, I would advise against codifying the following in the law. First, legislating the use of specific technologies such as RT-PCR testing or the adoption of pooled testing, not because these are ineffective, but that this could be rendered obsolete over time as technology improves. National government provision of free masks to the general population can be logistically untenable and financially unsustainable over the long term. It may be that at the immediate phase of an epidemic threat, a stockpile would be necessary to contain an outbreak in specific areas or populations. But over the long term and at national scale, subsidies for these kinds of inputs are best targeted for the poor. For the rest of the population, access to PPEs like masks can be provided through employers, through schools, through LGUs, and via retail outlets to be purchased by individuals. Also, the specification of suspension of certain services like transportation or the imposition of specific measures like mask wearing are powers that are best delegated to the executive branch, as its imposition, modification, and lifting of use is highly dependent on evolving situations and evidence. The law might constrain the actions of the executive when these are codified in law. It is also very commendable that the bills are providing for adaptation measures from a whole of government or whole of society perspective. And the law would be best used to codify and enforce policy and regulatory measures to promote resiliency for future public health emergencies. Among these include the development of a public health emergency strategy and plan at national, local, and institutional levels to be integrated in disaster plans that are in place. This includes the mechanism for national government to ensure some uniformity in response similar to what the current IATF is trying to do. There is also need to develop building standards to adapt to requirements of controlled ventilation and access and isolation. And this would require investments in retrofitting existing facilities. Communications policies and regulations are needed to allow contact tracing, such as through the use of the telco facilities, similar to South Korea and Taiwan, that allowed them to quickly contact trace possible infected individuals. Data regulations allowing sharing of data and interoperability of various government and private databases may also be necessary. Social security policies also need to be put in place to ensure release of social amelioration support when triggered by declaration of an emergency. These kinds of social amelioration programs can be codified and immediately triggered upon the declaration of an emergency as provided for by law. Monetary regulations may also be needed to hasten the shift to digital financial transactions to facilitate release of social support and minimize risk of exposure. We also recommend the mobilization of healthcare institutions and healthcare reserve force and complementary guidelines for practice that will allow deputization, substitution, and interoperability in times of emergencies. The creation or a designation of a scientific body to arbitrate conflicting evidence might be also of great use in future pandemics, and as well as a review of public health delivery systems and the creation of a Philippine CDC, which I understand Congress is already working on. And more recently, with our experience with vaccination, reforms in procurement regulations may be needed to allow us to do advanced purchases and even allow government to invest on very new or nascent technology, similar to Operation Warp Speed in the US. In terms of investments, these are the things that I would say would need to be considered. Number one is the retrofitting of our hospitals, quarantine and evacuation and shelter facilities to allow for their easy conversion to deal with pandemics as well as other public health emergencies. Investments in ensuring a telemedicine and EMR facility for the public sector. The creation of epidemiology and surveillance positions at the primary care level, and the establishment of diagnostic laboratories, again linked to the creation of a Philippine CDC, a legislation of which is currently pending in Congress, and the legislation of an emergency fund release mechanism for individuals. Daghang salamat. Good morning po ulit.
Salamat po, Sir Dr. Panelo. May we now hear from Dr. Vicente Belisario from the UP Manila College of Public Health, if you are still around.
Yes po, sir. Mr. Chair, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead,
Dr.
Doctor. Salamat.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, Honorable Senators, the University of the Philippines, Manila, to include the College of Public Health, the Simeo Tropmed Regional Center for Public Health, support the legislative initiatives on the new and better normal, namely Senate Bill 1642 of Senator Marcos, 1747 of Senator Angara, and 1792 of Senator Tolentino. We will forward our full written comments on the said bills at a later time, Your Honors. But just a short statement today that will convey the sentiments of the higher education sector in the health sciences that includes public health. While it is important to establish public health and environmental health standards and safeguards for the new or better normal in workplaces, public places, and communities towards sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, it is also important to consider other important specific settings, like schools and universities, to emphasize the inclusiveness of the bills that will affect the whole of nation approach. In public health, we call this the healthy settings approach, Your Honors, where leadership of the health and each concerned sector, as well as intersectoral collaboration, are demonstrated to help ensure a more inclusive approach in ensuring the public's health, that of preventing disease and promoting health. This is the discipline of public health. One of the major gaps exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic was the lack of adequate capacity to initially respond to what was then just an outbreak, Your Honors, that became an epidemic and finally a full-blown pandemic in a timely manner. One of the areas that could be attended to more intensively in the near future is to enhance the capacity to collect, process, and analyze health-related data that will provide solid basis for formulation of policy, timely response and action by the health and other concerned sectors at national and local levels. Higher education institutions in public health and other health sciences may be capacitated and directed to help the Department of Health, the Department of Interior and Local Government, and other concerned line agencies of national government in this major task of capacity building of local government as well as local health units. While capacity to train health and allied health professionals exists in the country, training in public health along with its subdisciplines like epidemiology, biostatistics, health policy, health promotion, and education, among others, as a specific field of expertise is largely still Manila or National Capital Region centric. Thus, a need to help enhance this capacity to train others in strategic, if not post regions in the country. Senator Amy Marcos might be interested to note that before the pandemic, we were preparing to help Mariano Marcos State University up north to enhance public health capacities there, Your Honor. Of course, this was disrupted by the pandemic. We hope that the Senate and House bills will consider inclusion of enhancement of higher education in public health and its subdisciplines, and provision of the necessary support as part of their provisions so that we will be able to better address the lingering COVID-19 pandemic, future outbreaks, which we hope to be able to nip in the bud, that will not become epidemics and another full-blown epidemic. Along with, and mind you, we have other unfinished business, the remaining public health challenges where the Philippines can do much, much, much better, especially those prioritized by the United Nations Sustainable Goals. We do have unfinished business, Your Honors, in tuberculosis. The Philippines is one of the top-notchers nation worldwide. HIV continuing to rise in most countries. It's in a decline. The lingering infectious diseases of poverty that make people remain in poverty, the emerging and rising non-communicable diseases. These diseases that I have talked about kill much, much, much more than COVID-19, but we hardly talk about these things. We have mental health, as posed by the previous speaker, all in a whole of government or whole of society approach. The bottom line, the need to enhance capacity in public health and public health-related disciplines in strategic regions, if not in most regions in the country. I end there, Mr. Chair, and we hope and look forward to sending to you our detailed comments at a later time. Thank you, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Sir, Doctor. May we now hear from Philippine Mental Association, Dr. Philippine Medical Association Secretary, Committee on Legislation, my relative, Dr. Maria Roda Goco. Pareho tayong go, ma'am. Go ahead po.
Opo. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Senator Go, Senator Marcos, and Senator Zubiri. We honor your noble intent in both bills. If I may be allowed to speak for both, in behalf of Dr. Benito P. Atienza and the 45,000 formal contributors, the physicians that are formal contributors to PhilHealth. This bill is really a welcome respite for us all. Despite the fact that this increase was deferred for this year, most of our contributors can no longer afford to pay the 1-year or 3-year premium payments. We all pay in installments, but we pay, sir. Knowing the universal healthcare law, we also recommend that we revisit the financing policies of PhilHealth as we try to encourage our physicians to continue being accredited and being stakeholders of PhilHealth. Furthermore, as we discuss the second bill, we also support the new normal wherein the public health and environmental standards will be evolving, an evolving national issue, but we are also offering our expertise on this health arm, and we will be giving specific recommendations for each item. Thank you and good afternoon.
Maraming salamat po, my auntie. Sinong last? Next. Salamat po. If there are no more questions, we can wrap up this meeting. I thank our resource persons for their inputs and comments. All the concerns and positions raised are well taken and will be considered in the drafting of the committee report. Thank you. This hearing is hereby adjourned. Salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Mr.
Magandang
Chair.
hapon.
Thank you to all the resource people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Salamat.
Chair.
Thank you,
Daghang
Mr.
salamat,
Chair.
Chair. Thank you.
Nagpapasalamat po tayo kay Dr. Liquete ng NKTI sa kanilang walang sawang pagbibigay ng test sa atin po. Nagbigay ng talumpati po si Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa ating mga tropa pagkatapos niyang ma-inspeksyon ang mga bagong air assets noong Biyernes dyan po sa Clark. Bahagi ng kanyang speech ay ang tungkol sa Visiting Forces Agreement kung saan sinabi ng Pangulo, and I quote, "They have to pay. It is a shared responsibility, but your share of responsibility does not come free." May mga nag-react at nagsabing, extortion daw ito. Hindi po ito extortion. Paano ba ho natin iintindihin to? Alam niyo po sa larangan ng international law, meron tayong prinsipyo na a state incurs state responsibility if it allows its territory in a manner injurious to another state. Pagka nagkagera po, narito po ang mga puwersa ng mga Amerikano sa Pilipinas. Natural, anong gagawin ng mga kalaban ng mga Amerikano? Sasantuhin ba tayo? Miski sabihin natin na hindi po tayo kasali sa kanilang gulo. Hindi po, dahil pinayagan nga natin ang presensya ng mga kasundaluhang Amerikano at ang kanilang mga equipment dito po sa Pilipinas. Hindi lang po VFA ang nagbibigay ng ganyang karapatan sa mga Amerikano. Meron din po tayong tinatawag na EDCA, no? Kung saan naka-preposition po ang kanilang mga troops at ang kanilang mga equipment. So yan po yung sinasabi ng Presidente na kapag tayo po ay naipit sa isang putukan sa parte ng Amerika at ng kanyang mga kaaway, madadamay po tayo sa hidwaan. At ito pong sinabi ng Presidente, hindi naman dapat libre ito, no? Dahil napakalaking danyos ang pwedeng harapin ng Pilipinas pag tayo po ay nadamay sa putukan ng isang gera na hindi naman tayo kasali, pero dahil naririto ang mga Amerikano at ang kanilang mga kasundaluhan at kanilang mga equipment, pwede tayo maging valid military target. So, tama ba na sumingil tayo ng halaga para sa patuloy na pananatili sa Pilipinas sa mga Amerikanong mga sundalo at mga equipment? Bakit naman po hindi? Ito nga po, meron pong isang pag-aaral, ang Stimson Center on Counterterrorism Spending, Protecting America while Promoting Efficiencies and Accountabilities. Abay, mga kababayan, ang conclusion nila, napakaliit talaga ng binibigay ng Amerika sa Pilipinas. Mantakin nyo po, no? Maliit nga lang po itong listahan nito, pero kung titignan nyo po, ang Pilipinas po ang pinakamaliit o isa sa pinakamaliit na natatanggap na military assistance, bagamat meron tayong mga kasundaluhan at equipment dito sa ating bayan. Alam nyo po sa katotohanan, yung EDCA, pinayagan natin na lahat ng ating mga base militar po pwedeng gamitin ng mga Amerikano. So wais po mga Amerikano, hindi na sila dapat gumastos, hindi na sila gagastos sa permanent basis, gagamitin na lang nila yung ating mga base militar. Pero tignan nyo po, magkano lang nakukuha natin. Sang-ayon po dito sa pag-aaral nito, ang nakuha po natin ay $3.9 billion. Malaki ba ho yan? Naku, barya po yan kung ikukumpira dun sa mga nakukuha ng ibang mga bansa. For instance, Pakistan. Ang Pakistan, kailan lang ba yan naging aliado ng Amerika? Naku, wala po silang basehan para sabihin na napakahaba ng kanilang samahan sa Amerika, hindi gaya ng mga Pilipino na nagsimatay po sa gera ng World War II, dyan po sa Death March. No? Pero magkano pong binibigay nila ngayon sa Pakistan? 16.4 billion. At ganyan din po ang kaso ng Turkey. Bagamat wala po ako ngayong figures, napakalaki po ng binabayad ng Amerikano para manatili ang kanilang military presence dyan po sa Turkey. Bakit hindi naman natin kukunin ang mas malaking halaga? Napakadami po nating gastos, lalo na dito sa COVID-19. So sa mga nagsasabing extortion, hindi po yung extortion. Yan po ay isang pagtaguyod ng pangnasyonal na interes ng mga Pilipino. At dahil marami po tayong gastusin, lalong-lalo na sa COVID-19, bakit hindi tayo sumingil? Nang sa ganon, yung perang makukuha natin, magagamit natin para sa COVID response natin, para sa libreng pakain ng ating mga estudyante, para po sa universal healthcare, para sa libreng patubig. Lahat po yan mga benepisyo na ating isinulong noong 17th Congress. At lahat po yan kinakailangan ng pondo. Huwag naman nating ipagkait sa ating mga kababayan ang karagdagang pondo. Ngayon pwede naman talagang pagbayarin ang mga Amerikano para sa paggamit ng ating teritoryo. Okay, sa kanyang huling Talk to the People address, binanggit din po na ating Pangulo ang tungkol sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN at ang kanyang license to operate. Dagdag ng Presidente, it's like you gave them a prize for committing a crime. Papaliwanag ko naman po ngayon sa pamamagitan ng infographic kung ano ba yung impormasyon na nakalap ni Presidente na sabi niya, ipababayaan na lang niyo po sa ombudsman. Ito po, no, nakikita nyo. Ang Lopez Companies may pagkakautang sa DBP. Ang halaga ng pagkakautang po sa DBP ay mahigit kumulang 1.66 billion pesos. Now, hindi po nalulugi ang Lopez Companies noong mga panahon na yon. Pero nung napasad po yung tinatawag na SPAV law, ibinenta po sa DBP yung pagkakautang ng DBP sa Lehman Brothers, isang SPV, yung pagkakautang ng mga Lopez Companies. At ito po ay nabenta sa halagang 668 million to 1.069 million lamang. Kaya po range ito kasi ngayon hindi na raw maalala ng mga dating mga opisyalis ng Lehman Brothers kung magkano talaga. Pagkatapos po, yung mga assets na kasama o sinanla para dito sa mga pagkakautang nito, binili muli po ng Lopez family. Magkano po ang pagkakabili nila? 1.250 billion to 1.4 billion. Di umano. So, ang suma total po, ang gobyerno sa pamamagitan ng DBP, ang pagkakalugi ay 999 million pesos to 598 million. Ang Lopez family, ang kita nila 250 million to 417 million. Na hindi naman po namin sinasabi na may pananagutan na kaagad ang Lopez family. Kaya nga po ang sabi ng Presidente, hayaan na natin ang ombudsman na mag-imbestiga. Pero sa ating anti-graft law, meron po tayong tinatawag na entering into a contract prejudicial to government. So ang issue po na dapat pag-aralan ngayon ng ombudsman, itong ganitong sistema kung saan ang isang kumpanya na hindi nalulugi, naibenta ang kanyang pagkakautang sa isang SPV, sa isang mas maliit na halaga, at binili yung mga assets na ginamit para isecure ito pagkakautang nito sa mas maliit ding halaga. Ito ba ho ay tama? Ito ba ho ay makatarungan? O ito ba ho ay ethical? Dapat ba ho ipagpatuloy ito? Now, yung kaibigan ng ni Presidente na isang opisyalis ng DBP na nagbigay alam sa Presidente tungkol dito ay concerned din. Kasi meron po tayong ipapatupad na FIS law na nagpapatuloy po nung nagpaso na SPV law. At ang tanong nga niya, kinakailangan sa pagpapatupad nitong bagong FIS law, maiwasan itong mga pagkakataon nito na mukha naman talagang nadidihado ang mga bangko na pag-aari ng gobyerno. So hayaan na po natin ngayon mag-imbestiga ang ombudsman. Now, balitang IATF po tayo. Controversial po ngayong araw ito ang balitang IATF. No? Inaprubahan po ng inyong IATF ang pag-relax o pagluwag ng mga restrictions sa mga reliyosong pagtitipon o religious gathering sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng General Community Quarantine simula ngayong araw, 15 ng Pebrero. Pinayagan na rin po sa lugar ng mga GCQ hanggang sa 50% seating capacity or venue capacity. Inaprubahan din ng IATF ang muling pagbubukas o pagpapalawak ng driving schools, mga sinihan or traditional cinemas at video and interactive game arcades, libraries, archives, museums at cultural centers, meetings, intensives, conferences, exhibitions at limitadong social events at credited establishments ng Department of Tourism at limited tourist attractions tulad ng parks, theme parks, natural sites at historical landmarks. Siguro po narinig nyo na rin na hindi po sumasang-ayon ang ating mga mayor sa Metro Manila, lalong-lalo na yung pagbubukas ng mga sinihan. Well, ninirespeto po ng IATF ang posisyon ng ating mga alkalde, lalong-lalo na dito sa Metro Manila. Kaya nga po sa resolution, nakasaad po yun. Ito po ay maging epektibo matapos po ang mga guidelines na i-issue ng mga lokal na pamahalaan, lalo na pagdating sa seating capacity ng mga sinihan. So, hindi naman po natin sinasabi na automatic na mula ngayon magiging epektibo yan dahil nasa lokal na pamahalaan po yan na bumuo ng kanilang mga operational guidelines. Pero kahapon po nagkausap si GM Jojo ng MMDA, si Secretary Lopez, kasama rin po ako sa usapan at kanina po ay nagkausap po kami ni Chairman Abalos. So ngayon po, ang status nito, ang pagpapatupad po ng pagbubukas ng sinihan, kung matutuloy po, ay Marso 1. Kinakailangan po ipagpatuloy ang consultations at kinakailangan po bumuo ng guidelines ang mga lokal na pamahalaan bago po mabuksan ang mga sinihan. Sana po malinaw ito. Hindi po nagsasabong ang IATF at ang inyong mga alkalde Nagkakaisa po kami na kinakailangan buksan unti-unti ang ekonomiya dahil mas marami na po ngayon nagugutom kaysa doon sa mga nagkakasakit o namamatay dahil nga po sa COVID. Pero pinagkakaisahan din po ng inyong IITF ng mga alkalde, hindi dapat paluwagin ang minimum health standards. Kinakailangan po kahit anong pagbubukas ng ekonomiya, meron pa ring mask, hugas at iwas. At maraming salamat po sa mga alkalde dahil talaga naman pong proven partners po sila ng IATF sa pagpapatupad ng mga hakbang na ginagawa po natin para labanan ang COVID-19. At nakikita nyo naman po sa ating COVID-19 na yung ating tagumpay bilang isang bayan laban sa COVID-19 ay dahil nga po sa malapit na partnership at kooperasyon ng IATF at ang ating mga lokal na pamahalaan. Sa kunanayan, tignan po natin ngayon kung nasaan na po ang Pilipinas dito sa laban natin against COVID-19 in relation to other countries. Sa total cases po, meron po tayong 549,176. Tayo po ay number 31 sa buong daigdig. Sa active cases, 25,918. Tayo po ay number 41 sa buong daigdig. Sa cases per 1 million population, meron po tayong 499.41 cases. Number 134 po tayo sa daigdig. At ang case fatality rate mo natin, 2.1, bagamat bahagyang tumaas, ay number 67 pa rin po tayo sa Pilipinas. Yan po ang prutas ng kolaborasyon, kooperasyon ng lahat ng sambayanang Pilipino na patuloy pong nag-iingat buhay para makapaghanap buhay. Meron na po tayong 25,980 na mga aktibong kaso ayon sa February 14, 2021 datos ng DOH. Sa mga aktibong mga kaso, 93.1 ay mild at symptomatic, nasa 3% ang critical at 2.9% ang severe. Higit kalahating milyon or 511,743 ang kabuuan bilang ng mga gumagaling or 93.1% na po, tumaas po ang ating recovery rate. Samantalang malungkot naming binabalita na nasa 11,550 na po ang binawian ng buhay dahil sa coronavirus, nakikiramay po kami. Nasa 2.1% nga po ang ating fatality rate. Sa ibang bagay, binabati rin po natin ang ating kaibigan kasama po sa International Criminal Bar. Wala pong iba kundi si Karim Khan ng Britanya dahil siya po ang nahalal na bagong prosecutor ng International Criminal Court. Si Khan po ay isa sa pinakamagaling na defense counsels na humaharap po sa mga international tribunals. At kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, naimbitahan ko na po si Prosecutor Khan dito sa Pilipinas para mag-lecture doon sa mga train na ginawa natin para sa investigation, prosecution ng mga extralegal killings. Inaasahan po natin dahil si Mr. Khan ay isang batikang defense counsel at isang Briton, hindi po niya kakalimutan yung desisyon ng ICC na hindi po pwedeng mag-imbestiga ang prosecutor ng ICC, lalong-lalo na kung ang isang bansa kung saan nangyari o kung saan may mga nasyonal siya na inaakusuhan ng krimen ay handang mag-imbestiga at litisin. Yan po yung desisyon ng ICC sa kaso ng Iraq at United Kingdom kung saan nagdesisyon ang prosecutor na hindi na siya dapat magpatuloy ng kanyang investigasyon at hinahayaan na niya sa mga lokal na mga piskal sa Britanya ang pag-iimbestiga. Makakasama natin po ngayon ang Magsaysay Awardee, ang aking tutor po sa Universal Healthcare, Dr. Ernesto Domingo at Dr. Mingita Padilla. Alam niyo po, nung sinusulong po natin itong Universal Healthcare sa mababang kapulungan, ito nga po yung kauna-unahang panukalang batas na sinampa natin sa kauna-unahang araw at kauna-unahang oras ng Kongreso. Kabalikat po natin yung tinatawag na UPPGH Study Group on Universal Healthcare. At ito po ay pinamumunuan ng ating Ramon Magsaysay Awardee, Dr. Ernesto Domingo. Sir, thank you very much for joining us today. He is also my personal physician. Dr. Domingo, are you in the house?
Yes, thank you, Secretary. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, siguro paki-on lang po yung video. Naririnig po namin kayo pero off po yung video nyo. Pwedeng paki-on lang po. Ayan, sir. Now, sir, unang-una po, bilang mentor ko sa usaping Universal Healthcare, Napabalita po lately nga na si Presidente, ang sabi niya, ipagpaliban muna yung pagpapataas ng premiums, no, ng PhilHealth. Ang tanong po ng marami, paano po yan? Kinakailangan natin mangolekta ng premiums para mabayaran yung mga benepisyo. Ngayong hindi po pinayagan ang pagtaas ng premiums, sino po ang dapat magbayad ng karagdagang halaga para mapatupad po natin ang universal healthcare? Yan po yung aking unang tanong sa inyo. Dr. Domingo, the floor is yours.
Mr. Secretary, alam naman niyo ang posisyon ng Universal Healthcare Study Group noong inyong kasama sa pagbalangkas ng UHC law. Sinabi po natin noon at sa ngayon, yung po rin pa ang ating posisyon na ang pagsuporta po sa Universal Healthcare, yung pong gagastusin, ay hindi po pwedeng manggagaling lang sa pera na galing sa kontribusyon o premium. Sa lahat po ng mga bansa na mayroong universal healthcare, ang karamihan po ng suporta sa pagbabayad sa mga serbisyo ay nanggagaling po sa taxes. Halimbawa po sa atin, alam niyo ito, Mr. Secretary, na kung titingnan niyo yung out-of-pocket expenditure, yung bangkong ikaw ay nagpagamot, ikaw ang magbabayad ng serbisyo, although bumaba noong 2019, nasa mga 48% na. Dati po yan, nasa 54%. Sa dami po ng mga mahihirap sa atin, walang ibibigay na pang-premium dahil pag ginastusan nila ang kanilang pagkain, bahay, pag-aaral ng mga anak, damit, wala na pong natitira para sa health. Kung 50% po ng populasyon na nakakasakit kailangan magbayad balik sa kanilang bulsa, talaga pong hindi mangyayari na sila ay mabigyan ng serbisyo. Kaya kailangan importante yung role ng PhilHealth, pero sinasabi po natin na dapat ang panggagalingan ng gagastusin natin sa universal healthcare ay sa taxes o sa mga nakukuha ng gobyerno na buwis.
So meron po kasi ibang mga nangamba. Meron silang ng pangamba na baka naman malugi daw ang PhilHealth dahil nga hindi magiging sapat yung mga contributions, yung premiums para sa gastusin lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Pero ano bang sinasabi nyo? Sinasabi nyo ba ho na tama yung desisyon ng Presidente nung siya'y nagbigtaw ng salita? Hanapan ng ibang source of funding yan. Tama ba ho yung instruction ni President?
Tama po yun. Ang isa pa ho kung pag-uusapan mauubos ang pera ng PhilHealth. Alam nyo, kapag ka ang insurance nyo ay tinatawag na social health insurance, at ito po ay walang pakialam sa tubo ng pera ng pondo o anumang savings. Ang totoo po, ang lahat ng sistema na gumagamit ng social health insurance, lagi pong nanganganib ng babangkarote. Ang karamihan po niyan, sa totoo lang, ang natitirang pera for operation, mga pambayad, hindi lumalagpas sa budget for 2 years. Hindi po maiiwasan yun dahil yung gastos, bihira naman po yung gastos sa health na bumababa over the years, pataas po ng pataas yun, dahilan po sa dumadami naman yung mga tao na nangangailangang gamtin. So, hindi po pwedeng hindi gamitin ang pera ng PhilHealth kahit na ito ay nanganganib na maubos.
Okay. Ang huling katanungan ko, Dr. Domingo, no, sa panahon ng pandemya, parang hindi nalalaman ng ating mga kababayan kung anong mga benebisyong nakukuha na nila doon sa ating batas na sinulong na universal healthcare. Ano na ba ho yung mga benepisyong nakukuha ng taong bayan ngayon dahil dito sa ating batas na universal healthcare, ngayong tayo po ay nasa kalagitnaan ng isang pandemya?
Sagot po doon dahilan sa yung ating na-inherit na sistema, nagbabayad na nga po yung PhilHealth sa gastos sa pagkakasakit. Makikita po natin na, for example, halimbawa po sa COVID, nagastosan po ng PhilHealth yung nagastos ng pasyente at ang halaga ay sigun o ayon sa bigat ng pagkakasakit. Pero kung ang tutusin po ay yung gastusin ng primary healthcare, ito po yung mas maraming sakit yung mga karaniwang sakit. Halimbawa po nagka-pulmonya, nagkatigdas, nagkaroon ng mga kapansanan na hindi naman nakamamatay. Ito po yung walang masyadong nakukuhang pondo. Although, according to PhilHealth, meron po mga tinatawag na package program for primary healthcare. So, ang talaga pong challenge sa universal healthcare kung paano mapoponduhan at maibibigay yung serbisyo sa tinatawag na primary healthcare or primary care. Sapagkat sa isang populasyon po, at any given time, wala po namang mga hanggang 2 hanggang 5% lang naman po yung mga taong magkakasakit na mangangailangan ng ospital. Karamihan po ng sakit ay mga sakit na pwedeng magamot, makita ng mga doktor na hindi na pupunta sa ospital, kundi sa mga maliliit na klinika lamang. Ito po, pag pinagbuti natin, sa totoo lang, pag pinagbuti natin ito, pag sinama rin natin na yung mga gastusin na may kinalaman sa preventive care, gaya ng mga immunization, ang laki po ng benepisyo nito dahil nababawasan yung mga taong mangangailangan ng hospital or tertiary care. Ang isang halimbawa po nito, kung ang isang taong may diabetes, ginagamot mo, sufficiente yung gamot, hindi nawawala, na-examine mo ng regular, hindi dadating yung pagkakataon na magkakaroon pa ng heart attack yan o magkakaroon ng kidney failure na mangangailangan ng dialysis. So, sa ating pong universal healthcare, hindi po magiging tunay universal healthcare hanggat hindi natin nabibigyan ng solusyon yung primary care muna.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Domingo, for your words of wisdom. Please stay with us po para sa mga katanungan na ating kasama sa Malacanang Press Corps. Kasama rin po natin ang isang Clinical Associate Professor sa UPPGH College of Medicine, isang doktora, isang ophthalmologist, founder ng iBank, ang ating suke, Dr. Mingita Padilla. Ma'am, marami akong gustong itanong sa inyo. No? Unahin na po natin siguro yung bakit dapat magpabakuna ang ating mga kababayan, bagamat merong alindangan nga dahil sabi ni Dr. Cabral, dahil nga dun sa nangyari sa Demography. At pangalawa, meron pong isang grupo ng mga doktor na di umano ay tutol dun sa pagbibili ng LGUs ng mga bakuna para sa kanilang mga constituents. Meron ba ho kayong mga opinion tungkol dito sa mga bagay-bagay nito?
In spite of the fact that you did not have sufficient appropriation. To be precise, your appropriation was only 187,293,000. Is that correct, sir?
My recollection is that is correct, sir. But
thank you. Thank you. That precipitated a Supreme Court case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Supreme Court in Jacomil versus Abaya said the court concludes that MBPSP, what does that mean? Most valuable player? What? Motor Vehicle License Plate Standardization Program did not follow, I repeat, hindi nyo sinunod yung timelines provided in Section 37 of Republic Act number 9184 na nagsasaad na kailangan within 3 years, 3 months from the time na natapos ang bidding, dapat ay awarded na yung kontrata. Tama po ba yun, sir? Mr. Lutilla?
Sir, I think you're citing the first case, sir, because there was another...
I've only cited one case, sir. I've only cited one case.
Sir, what happened was the Supreme Court made a final decision upholding po the legality of the procurement, sir.
No, it did not. It appeared to have you know, the ponente is my favorite professor in UP. Did you go to UP, Mr. Lutilia?
Yes, sir.
Then you know Vivi Mendoza, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's one of the most respected justices of the Supreme Court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And teachers, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, actually he said, yun muna ang decision nila. Section 37, do you did not follow Section 37 of RA number 9184? As earlier recited, the project did not have walang adequate appropriation. Walang bala, walang pera, walang datong. Alright? Why pera naka-appropriate? At ang nakalagay dyan, when its procurement was commenced on February 20, 2013. Isa-isayin ko yan. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, sir.
Hindi kayo pwedeng bumili kung wala kayong appropriation. Tama po ba yan?
Sir.
Don't worry, I'll be fair. I'll be fair. Don't worry. I'm just leading up to something.
Okay, sir.
Tama po yun, di ba? Pareho tayo abogado. Hindi ka pwedeng bumili kung wala kang appropriation.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Contrary to the provisions of Section 5A, 7, and 20 of RA number 9184, the DOTC and the LTO likewise failed to secure the multi-year obligations authority before the start of the procurement process. Wala kayong authorization. Even though yung MVPSP, multi-vehicle PSP, motor vehicle standardization program is a multi-year program involving multi-year contract. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, sir, at that time.
I'm just citing the Supreme Court decision. Don't worry, sir. I will not lie. All these irregularities tainted, sabi ni Justice Mendoza, medyo may tama sa leeg yung earlier procurement process and rendered it null and void. Ito na sinabi niya. Tama po ba yan? Binasa niyo sigurado ito eh.
Yes, sir.
Tapos tinuloy niya. Sa umpisa pa lamang, however, ang sabi ng court, ilang beses na ang present petition has been rendered moot and academic. Ano ibig niyo sabihin ng moot and academic? Nalampasan na pwede na ang pairalin dahil moot and academic. Pwede nang payagan. Tama ba yan?
Yes, sir.
By the appropriation, ito na. Nagkaroon bigla ng appropriation for the full amount of the project fund in GAA, General Appropriations Act 2014. Said appropriation cured whatever defect the process had. I think Justice Mendoza was engaging in judicial statesmanship. Kapagkat kung wala yan, mawawalan ng plaka ang tao. Kapalagay nyo, tama yan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pero, tama kayo kanina. Sabi nyo, ang Supreme Court nagdesisyon na dyan. Pero may buntot yung sinabi ni Justice Mendoza. Talagang magaling na abogado. Ang sabi niya, as to whether the responsible public officials, yung mga gumawa nitong mga opisyales, should be held accountable, dapat managot sa mga irregularidad ng pagbili nitong MVPSP, Motor Vehicle Plate Standardization Program. Ang sabi ng husgado na deems that hindi sila ang proper forum. Dahil sa Supreme Court, question of law na lang. And question of law, di ba? Pero to resolve the issue as it is not a trier of facts, hindi sila parang magiging mababang husgado na kumukuha ng ebidensya ng mga bagay-bagay na naganap sa baba. And it cannot receive new evidence from the parties to aid it in the prompt resolution of the issue. Hindi sila pwedeng kumuha ng ebidensya para ma-resolve yan. Kaya Kailangan dapat dumaan tayo sa bababang hukuman. Yung mga pagkaintindi nyo, sir.
Yes, sir.
Pareho tayo. Na madaling sabi, lusot kayo na pinayagan, pero malinaw na nagbid kayo ng walang karapatan magbid, walang base sa batas magbid, at pagkatapos noon, ay pinapanalo kayo ni Justice Mendoza dahil nga ang pressure napakalakas na kailangan mabigyan ng plaka ang tao. Now, bakit napakalakas ang loob nyo bumili na wala naman kayong pera? Walang appropriation. Bago umabot sa Korte Suprema, namili kayo, alam nyo, pare-pareho tayong abogado, UP kunyari, iba sa atin na UUP, pero sa UP, tinuturuan tayo ng dapat na gawin na batas. Ang appropriation lamang yan ay 187 million. Ang halaga ng bibilihin nyo ay maabot ng 3.8 billion. Ang pera lang nakalaan ay 187 million. Tinuloy nyo pa rin. Alam nyo, bawal yan. Bakit nyo tinuloy?
Sir, with your indulgence, sir, we could submit a memorandum for your consideration, Your Honor.
I'm asking you a question. You can submit the memorandum later. Sagutin nyo muna yan. Bakit nyo tinuloy? Dahil may buntot yung tanong ko.
Sir, this all hinges kasi po on a technical provision regarding the requirement for the Mayowa. So, yun po ang basis niyan. Kaya po tinuloy yung bidding.
Di ba nakalagay sa Section 21 ng GAA? Pagka kayo kumontract ng multi-year, ibig sabihin, iba-ibang taon na proyekto, sa implementasyon yan, ng multi-year projects na hindi nakalagay ang total cost, hindi natin malalaman. Multi-year, di ba? Bureaus and offices shall request the DBM for the issuance of a multi-year obligational authority, the obligation to be incurred in any given year shall in no case exceed the allotment released for the purpose during the year. You're familiar with this rule, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Sinunod nyo ba yan?
Sir, it was precisely because, sir, of the technical question, sir, of when the Mayowa should be obtained, sir. That is why, sir, I'm begging your indulgence, sir, if we can submit the legal position.
I will get your position later. We'll put that in order, but I will tell you, 15 August 2013, the DBM informed the DOTC that you should have first secured a multi-year obligation authority. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, sir.
Oh, binigyan kayo. Anong ginawa nyo? Tinira pa rin. Hindi po ba?
Yes, sir.
So mali kayo doon. Hanggang umabot na tayo doon sa Jacomine versus Sabaya. At pagkatapos, on January 23, 2014, the Department of Justice issued a resolution finding that the conflict has been resolved by the enactment of GAA 2014 na pinagbasihan naman ni Justice Mendoza. Pero may buntot nga eh. Ang sabi, kailangan managot yung nagpagawa niyan. I agree with Justice Mendoza. Yan ang pinag-uusapan dito. Kailangan managot. Bakit? Sandamakmak na sakit ng ulo ang nangyari dyan sakat for the next 3 years or 4 years, hindi nakapag-issue ng plaka ang LTO. Tama po ba yan, Secretary Yebra? Nakamute ka, Secretary Yebra. Nakamute ka pa rin, Rainier. Pinatay mo yung sarili mo doon. Pinatay mo yung video mo. Okay, you're back. Go ahead.
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chair, for a time, nagkaroon po ng gap sa issuance ng bill.
Can you speak to the microphone because magulo eh.
Tama po kayo,
Nawala ka. Tama kami na sinasabi namin at talagang kahit na sino pagpapawisan because although sinabi ng Korte Suprema, smooth and academic, hindi sinabing tama, ha? Hindi sinabing mali, hindi sinabing tama. Para to be fair, ang sabi niya, kahit na smooth and academic yan, kailangan magbayad ng accountability yung mga nagpatupad nitong ginawa nila na bumili ng walang appropriation. Tama po ba yun? Nawawala yung nag-mute kayo. Niloloko nyo ako, tiga Sambeda kayo, niloloko nyo yung tiga UP. Biro lang yan, ha? Pala yung mga tiga Sambeda itong tao ko rito, kaya alam na alam nila yung stroke mo. Sige. Sa mga tweet, mali pa rin. Dapat managot. Yes or no? Put your finger up. Thumbs up. Yes or no? Thumbs up means yes. Yes. Yes.
If I may, sir, Steve Pastor po from the Department of Transportation. Yusek Quiebra is just transferring to a different...
I know, I can see it now. I think it's okay. Yusek, Rainier, go ahead. Wala ka pa rin mute. Wala pa rin. Rainier, pindutin mo yung mute button. Wala pa rin. Baka sa susunod na hearing, dali mo yung apo mo.
Mr. Chair, Yusek Quiebra will use my device po.
Yun pala eh. Thank you, Mark.
Kabila. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Opo. Mr. Chair, so talagang we really apologize. Talagang hindi pa namin nalaasan.
Don't need to apologize. I understand. Alam ko naman, hindi ako niloloko eh.
Opo. Yeah, tama. To answer your question, Mr. Chair, tama po kayo na for a time, nagkaroon po ng problema dun sa release ng plaka following that controversy involving yung kontrata po. Yeah, and yung tama po yung sinabi nyo dun sa Hacomil and Abaya versus Abaya, saka yung Tambunting case po, both decided by the Supreme Courts.
So tama na dapat managot talaga kahit namutin academic, kailangan pa rin managot yung mga nagpabid na walang pera.
Opo, nakalagay po yun sa decision, Mr. Chair. Sinabi po yun ni Justice, yung ponente po.
Tama po yan. According to the COA, ang persons liable according to COA are the following. Emilio Aguinaldo Abaya, kaibigan ko pa naman ito, Secretary ng DOTC. Are you aware of this sa COA? Ito yung notice of disallowance ng COA. Mr. Lotilla.
Yes, sir.
Rainier Ebra. Jose
Yes,
Emilio Aguinaldo Abaya. Jose approved BAC resolution or recommendation of award of contract and approved contract agreement. 2. Jose Perpetuo Lotilla, Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, DOCC BAC Chairman. Siya ang back chairman. Ang back yun na nagbibidding. Signatory siya sa back resolution na recommending award of contract. Signatory siya sa kontrata recommending the approval signed certification that the contract is in accordance with all applicable laws and regulations and approved legal opinion on advance payment. Yung huli, mali talaga yun. Do you agree, Secretary Ebra? Sinasabi rin ng COA. Siya lahat ang pumirma, pero ang sinacertify niya, lahat ng pagpirma niya is in accordance with all applicable laws. Alam natin, hindi, sinunod. Dahil dapat meron kang sapat na appropriation at saka yung regulation and approved legal opinion on advance payment. Tama po ba yun, Secretary Ebra?
Tama po, Mr. Chair. I cannot dispute yung findings po ni COA.
Thank you po. Jaime Fortunato A. Caringal, Assistant Secretary for Legal Affairs, DOTC, recommended the approval of the certification that the contract is in accordance with all applicable laws and regulations and assigned the legal opinion on advance payment. Tapos si Juliano Bucayan Jr., BAC Alternative Vice Chairman, signed as Alternative Vice Chairman of BAC. Sige, next. Alfonso V. Tan Jr., Assistant Secretary. Patawag natin ito, Rudy, lahat sa susunod na hearing, ha?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. 4 are here.
Secretary, BAC member. Signed as BAC member. Rene K. Limcauco, BAC Vice Chairman. Julianito Bucayan, Alternate Vice Chairman, signed as Alternate Vice Chairman. Sheila Ildefonso D. Patdu Jr., tiga-Tarlac siguro ito, signed as member of BAC recommending the award. Asuncion S. Banias, Chief Accountant, certification of the availability of cash. Availability of cash, wala kayong pera noon. 187 million lang ang pera nyo. Ha? Andiyan. Tatanungin ko siya. Asuncion, pasensya ka na. Tatanungin kita dyan. Baka ibang bilang mo. Baka dollar yung binilang mo. Ha? Tapos Sheila Rodriguez, andyan rin. Pre-audit of disbursement. Voucher. Tapos yung payee, PPI, JKG Philippines. Lahat sila tumanggap ng pera, nabayaran sila, pero sa totoo lang, ay bawal na bawal yan. Yan ang sabi ng COA. Hindi sinabi ni Senator Gordon yan, sinabi ng COA yan, at sinabi ni Vivi Mendoza, the Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court, na dapat managot itong mga taong ito. On that issue, you are indeed going to have to be liable for what has been done for making a bid na wala kayong pera. Now, lampasan natin ngayon yan. Dahil dyan, nagkaroon ng kaso ng matagal. Ilang taon yon? Mga 2 taon, nilitis ang kaso na yan. At dahil dyan, hindi nakagawa ng plaka. Tama ba yon, Secretary Yebra?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for may gap po nung time na yun.
Nagkaroon ng gap, hindi nakagawa ng plaka ang gobyerno. Kaya nakita nyo, ang sinasabi ng mga tao kanina, kahit ano yung sinabi doon siya sa plaka? Hindi, yung baluktot ang gobyerno. Baluktot na daan, sabi niya gano'n. Republic of No Plate, pinayagan sila in violation of law, nagagawa sila ng sariling plaka. Tama po ba yun, Undersecretary Yebra? Hindi ka pwede gumawa ng plaka. Tanayin ko na lang yung pulis, huhulihin po ba yung mga ganyang motor o kotse, Alex Tagum, General Tagum, kung ang plaka nila ay baluktot na Republika o yung plaka na
yes, sir. Uli po ng Highway Patrol Group yan, sir, because unauthorized po, sir, yung plaka.
Unauthorized yung plaka. So talaga malaking sakit ng ulo. Can you just mute yung iba para marinig ko siya? Sa madaling sabi, naiipit ang taong bayan, mag-re-risk na lang sila na gamitin yung plaka nila, yung motorsiklo nila. Dahil sabi nung spokesman ninyo, ano pangalan ng spokesman kanina? Jason Salvador, patawag mo nga yun, Director General. Ang sabi niya ay pinayagan na sila kahit anong ilagay nilang plaka. Tama ba yun? Narinig natin pare-pareho yun, di ba? Do you confirm that, Secretary? I can repeat what he said. Can you repeat that, please? Sa TV. Yung sinabi niya, na dahil walang plaka, pwede na kayong gumawa ng sarili niyong plaka. Pakibilis lang. So, umpisa yun. kay Filon. That's the kind of government at that time that appears to have happened. Correct? Yung sinasabi ng Juan. Sige, go ahead.
Available. Kaya bahala ka na muna sa plaka ng iyong sasakyan.
Binibigyan natin silang pahintulot na temporary gumawa ng plaka nila na sa disenyo at hugis na accepted natin.
Stop. Justice Yebra, justice ka na ngayon. Do you agree with that gentleman who said, binibigyan natin silang pahintulot na gumawa ng design? Go Sambeda fight. 777. Pwede yun?
Mr. Chair, as far as I know po, hindi po allowed yun ng batas.
Kahit na champion tayo pareho, Ateneo Sambeda champion. Ha? Sambeda champions. 1-1-1. Ateneo champion, UAAP 1-1-1. Pwede yun?
Pagkakaalam ko po, Mr. Chair, hindi po pwede yun under law.
Wala.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Yes, I can hear you.
Opo, sa pagkakaalam ko po at pagkakaintindi ko po, yung simple understanding ko po ng batas, hindi po pwede yun.
So yung sinabi ng spokesman ng DOTR or LTO, maling-mali yun. At dapat managot rin yun. Tama po ba yan?
It appears so, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Para kasi para kasi si Vice President Pelayos nung araw, si Senator Diokno. Yeah. Now, anyway, to make a long story short, let me just collect my thoughts. Nagkaroon ng hiatus o bakat na hindi magkaroon ng plaka ang tao. Pumasok ngayon ang bagong administrasyon. At ito ngayon ang nangyari. I-forward natin sa taon 2017 ba? Ito. Nakalagay dito, July, PPI JKG dominated the LTO contract during the Aquino administration. But when the Duterte administration came in, Trojan dominated LTO bidding year by year. Secretary Galvante, totoo po ba ito?
Sila po ang, Your Honor, among those who participated, sila po ang napili through the bidding.
Nanalo.
At sila ang nanalo po. At sila ang nag-supply ng... Yes, Your Honor.
Wala pong masama doon kung isusupply ng matino. Mamaya may sasabihin ako sa inyo na nabaluktot siya dahil may nagkiklaim na hindi nila pwedeng gawin basta-basta yan. Di po ba? July 1, 2016, December 31, Trojan Computer Forms Manufacturing Corporation, nagawa sila ng Manufacturing Corporation, and JH Tonjis is GmbH Venture on July 27. Yan ang kanilang ginawa. Sa totoo lang, binisita ng isang media yan at wala silang nakitang pabrika doon. Tama po ba yan? Wala silang nakitang pabrika doon. On 2018, Trojan Computer Forms Manufacturing Corporation, ulit yan. Tapos 2019, panay Trojan ito. Trojan ang nanalo hanggang 2020. Ano po? Pero may problema. Pag may magpa-participate ng bid, tatanungin ko lang kayo, Secretary Galvante, hindi pwedeng makasali sa bid. Dahil meron silang tinatawag na proprietary rights doon sa inimbento nila na order management system para nalalaman nila kung ano mga plaka ang nilalabas nila. Sabihin sa inyo, Trojan essentially monopolized the plate production. Trojan owns the LTO order management system, a database containing information about plates. paano naman mangyari na ang Trojan ang may-ari ng LTO Order Management System? Paano nangyari yan? Sir. Babalikan ko mamaya. Ba't ang lakas ang loob nila doon sa una? Secretary Calvante?
Your Honor, sa pagkakalam ko po, nung sila yung manalo, limited po sa yung kontrata nila doon sa una, doon sa unang ipinanalo nila, at yung succeeding supply is mapipili po ang mag-susupply nun again through the bidding.
Pero hindi mananalo yung bidding because naiba, because nakalagay dito, may sulat sa inyo ang may-ari ng Trojan, may sulat siya kay Martin Hernick na Netherlands ito. Ang sabi niya, this is in response to your letter dated 3 February 2020. We would like to inform you of the following facts and circumstances. Trojan Computer Forms Manufacturing Corporation and J.H. Tonjes East GmbH and Company KG Joint Ventures is the exclusive, sarili nila, walang iba, distributor of all goods and services Tonjes will supply for use in the Philippines. PPI JKG is a direct competitor of the joint venture on the contracts for supply and delivery of goods to LTO. Ibig sabihin yan, walang makakapasok kung hindi sila ay papayagan ng Trojan at hindi pumapayag ang Trojan. Ang terms of reference of the system can be exclusively complied only by Trojan. Sarili-sarili nila. Hawak nila kayong lahat sa LTO. Walang competitive bidding therefore na lumalabas at ang nangyari negotiated procurement, which exception now becomes the general rule. Naging executive bidding, naging negotiated procurement. Yan ang nangyayari. So, lumalabas, Trojan also owns the DIGI-SIG, an essential feature of new plates. Trojan also provided LTO's plate making factory and machinery doon sa inyong lote. Ngayon, mahihirapan ang gobyerno o sino mamamayan para yung dating contractor na PPI JKG na ginawa noong June 2012 or 2013 para mag-comply sila doon sa kanilang hindi nagawa nung naipit sila ng Korte Suprema. Kahit na mag-supply sila ngayon, haharangin ng Trojan dahil sasabihin niya, di kayo pwede mag-supply, sa amin dapat ibigay yan. Dahil ito ay nakalagay sa kontrata namin, kami ang exclusive distributor. Tama po ba yun ang problema kaya tayo walang plaka?
Your Honor, can I ask that? Your Honor.
Sir? Yes, sir? Go ahead, Secretary Calvante.
Can I ask the Executive Director of LTO to explain in my behalf, Your Honor?
Well, normally I won't. Out of respect, okay, I will allow you. And by the way, I warn you, I have heard so many rumors, hearsay yan, about your executive director. Sige, pakilala nyo. Yan ba si Vera Cruz? Attorney Vera Cruz? Okay, pisinin mo yung mo. Unmute. Ano sagot mo doon sa tanong ko kay Secretary Calvante? Wala kang, lumipat ka. Ano ba yung nilagay niya na doon? Yung device.
Yung PGC, yung finger figure.
Yung nilagay device ay QR code. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, may I clarify?
Go ahead. Go ahead, please, answer.
JKG supply plates are being produced in our plant, Your Honor.
I know.
The problem only was caused by the digital signature, which you mentioned, the DigSig. And this DigSig needs to satisfy the ISO requirements before we can process that in our OMS, order management system. But we have already resolved that issue, Your Honor, and that the plates supplied by PPI JKG are now being produced by the plant.
Who owns that? The government?
The LTO, Your Honor.
Huh?
The LTO.
How did that happen? Binayaran kayo o binili nyo?
Yes. It should be transferred to us once the contract has
been... It should be transferred. I know. LTO should own it.
Yes,
may ugali kayo dyan na binibigay nyo sa private. Katulad ng Mirdu. Ngayon naman dito kay Trojan. Alam mo ba yung istorya ng Trojan horse? Pinasok kayo ng Trojan horse tapos kinain nila lahat yung tao sa loob ng Greece. Trojan yan. Anong ginawa nyo? Paano nyo nakuha? Binayaran nyo?
It was part of the terms of reference, Your Honor, that the OMS should be turned over to the Land Transportation Office.
When was that terms of reference? Wala ba tayo nun?
Yes, we have a copy of the terms of reference, Your Honor. And what is needed actually is just the compliance of the DigSig of another supplier, in accordance with the ISO requirement. Pag meron na po sila, they comply with that, they can enter the OMS of the LTO.
If that is the case, Mr. Vera Cruz, bakit nagtagal yung plaka ng matagal? Alam kong pwede niyang lusutan yan. Transfer mo na para hindi na tayo maipit. Nagtagal yan dahil talagang pinakiusapan nyo, baka nagbanikluhod na kayo sa kanila, na kumari, ibigay nyo na sa amin. Nakalagay dito, request for 2D Dig SIG QR. QR code yan. Address to J.H. Tonje, pirma ito ni Mr. Sigen ng Puch UTSCH. After local evaluation, napag-alaman namin na ang LTO is utilizing your non-public system to process the 2D codes of their MV plates. Due to the fact that they're utilizing this closed or proprietary Tonjes Trojan system, we kindly ask you to provide us the aforementioned digital signature QR code para sila rin makapag-participate yung youths, yung UTSCH. The SIG is proprietarily owned by Trojan, so any supplier must get permission from Trojan first. Di kumikita sila ng gusto. Hindi LTO kumikita. Tama ba yan?
Your Honor, with regard to, that is their...
Tama ba yun ang tanong ko?
We are not...
Sagutin mo muna yung tanong ko.
Yes,
bawat gumamit ng kanila, babayad sa kanila. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor. Because in the UTS case, Your Honor, in the UTS case, actually, the contract was awarded to them.
I know, but they have to pay. In other words, bawat gumamit niya ngayon, meron silang babayaran na toll. Kaya nagtagal, ayaw magbayad ng toll ng iba, ayaw mag-participate dahil may sariling manok ang LTO. Manok mo ba yon?
I beg your Honor, I beg your indulgence that we would like to explain the matter. No, wala pong manok ang Land Transportation Office po.
Hindi ba totoo na yung PPI nagbabayad rin kay Trojan para mahabol yung plaka na 3 taon na wala?
Your Honor,
handa ka sa sagot mo, may papel ako dyan.
Yes, Your Honor, we learned later that they entered into a business transaction, and then but we are not requiring the payment of a supplier to another supplier just to have a DigSig, because They need only to comply the DIGSIG or the ISO requirements of our OMS.
That is the biggest BS I ever heard. You know what BS means? Bachelor of Science. Hindi bullshit. Bachelor of Science in kalokohan. Ang sinasabi mo sa akin ay pwede nilang ibigay pero hindi nga nila binigay. And you know, in law, are you a lawyer, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have delayed the public. And when you delay the public and it causes damage to the public or other people, you are liable under Section 3E Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, causing any undue injury to any party, meaning yung mga motorsiklo owner, including the government, kasama kayo, or giving any private party any unwarranted benefit, advantage, or preference in the discharge of the official administration or judicial functions through manifest partiality, evident bad faith, or gross inexcusable negligence. This provision shall apply to officers and employees of officers or government corporations charged with the grant of licenses or permits or other concessions. Para maintindihan ng mga nakikinig sa atin, mga kababayan natin, Section 3E, Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices. Gumagawa ka ng paraan para magkaroon at masaktan ang sino man tao, kasama na ang gobyerno or pinagbibigyan mo ang sino man pribadong tao na walang katwiran na benepisyo at advantage o mauna sila sa pagdidischarge ng official, administrative, or judicial functions through manifest partiality. Kayo yon, yung LTO. Kayo nagbibigay ng preference dyan. Evident bad faith or gross inexcusable negligence. This provision shall apply, pakinggan mo ito, to officers, ikaw yon, and employees of offices or government corporations charged with the grant of licenses or permits or other concessions. You cannot give it to a private entity just as ito tinatawag natin Miss Merdo, nagde-delegate kayo ng wala kayong karapatan mag-delegate ng authority. You're a lawyer, you should understand that. Kaya natagalan, na-damage ang tao, narinig mo yung TV, kaliwat kanan ang angal ng tao, pero pa yung namatay, na binaril. Ngayon, sabihin ko sa inyo ngayon, dahil dyan, ilan na walang buwis sa tao, sa taong bayan. Daming damage. Ilan ang taong napagnakawan ng riding in tandem dahil wala silang plaka. Ilan ang taong napatay ng riding in tandem dahil wala silang plaka. Ilan ang motorsiklo nilakaw na hindi na makuha dahil wala silang plaka. 7,067 murders from January 1, 2016 to 2021. Frustrated murder, 1,788. Homicide, 410. Frustrated homicide, 388. Robbery, 5,286. Theft, 1,509. Motorcycle carnapping, 1,144. Rape, 147. Yan ang pinagmulan ng inyong ginawa na binigay nyo sa pribado na sila pa ang lumalabas na may-ari ng karapatan ng gobyerno na talagang ma-regulate ang land transportation ng ating bansa. Kaya tayo may LTO para i-regulate nyo yan. Hindi nyo ginawa ang inyong tungkulin. At pinayagan nyo yung malalaki na lamunin ang inyong mga tungkulin sa bayan. Kaya lahat kayo ay liable. Alright? I think I've said enough.
Yes,
I think we can prove this to any court now.
Yes.
It's really tragic. Lahat ng bayan natin, gusto nyo sabihin ko, tanongin ko na nga si Justice Secretary Lutilla, bakit ang lakas ng loob nyo magpabid nang wala kayong pera?
Sir.
Bakit ang lakas ng loob nyo gumawa na ibibigay nyo yung function ng LTO sa mga taong hindi dapat bigyan para sila ay magkaroon ng kita? Meron ba kayong party dyan? Ha? Siguro may parte kayo dyan. In the words, hindi ko na ikukot yung ating presidente. Pag nagagalit, ng PPI, hindi ko na gagawin yun. Private, public investigation na lang ang ibig sabihin niya ngayon. Bakit yung, sagutin mo ako, Secretary Lutilla, ba't ang lakas ng loob ninyo?
Sir?
Ha? Wala kayong pera? Alam mo, abogado ka? Payups ka ba? Tapos papayagan mo, magbidding ka na walang pera? Napaka-basic niyan. Tapos magmamalaki nyo sa akin yung decision. Tapos kung hindi naman marunong kami dito, hindi makikita namin, you are liable.
Sir,
you are liable.
With respect, sir, we will submit our memorandum, sir.
You can submit all you want. This is the Blue Ribbon investigation. We are charged to supply of making a finding of malfeasance, misfeasance, and non-feasance. And you're all covered by that. At aabot to sa lahat at susundan natin to. This is a country na nakikita ko. Kailan nangyari ito? 2013. Kailan na election ng presidential noon? 2016. Hindi kaya paghahanda na magkaroon ng pera yung mga kandidato? Katulad nung nangyari rin noong 2015 or 2014, yung sa Demography, ang lalaki ng perang ginastos ng gobyerno para mapagbigyan hanggang sa magkasakit yung mga tao. At ngayon, nahihirapan tayo kumuha ng Pfizer. Hindi naman nagkamali yung Sanofi. Ang nagkamali dyan, sila Persida Acosta. Pero mali pa rin yung Sanofi dahil inuto-uto nila at hinutut nila na makakuha sila ng bilyon-bilyon para makuha yung vaccine na dapat hindi pamigay. At hindi pa nila tinuruan kung paano gagawin. Kaya ngayon, nahihirapan tayo. Ang dami nating kalokohan. Mga helicopter na binili natin na hindi lumilipad. 50 yan. 2004, fertilizer fund scam, 728 million. 2008, Euro Generals, 6.9 million. 2013, PDAP scam, Sinanapolis. 2015, Talimbala scandal. 2016, Dengvaksha. 2016, yung Bureau of Immigration, tumaga ng 50 million. Yun lamang nahuli ko pero mas malaki yan. Sunod-sunod yan, napakarami. Pati drugs, napakarami. Kailan tayo titigil, mga kapatid? Pinapatay na halos araw-araw mga tao natin. Ano latest sa riding in tandem? Meron naman pinatay na Vice Mayor doon sa Sibugay. General Sinas, you're aware of that, sir?
Yes, sir. We are aware of the incident, sir. And it's been investigated, sir, and identify na po yung gun for hire muna, sir, na na naging suspect po, sir, at pinapalo up na po namin, sir.
Sabihin ko lang mo sa inyo, we do our homework here.
Yes, sir.
Magmula ng February 18, nang tayo huling mag-imbestiga, 15 katao na ang nadagdag sa mga biktima ng riding in tandem ayon sa news monitoring ng aming team dito sa Blue Ribbon. Kami lang yan.
Yes, sir.
Wala pa sa inyo yan. Kami lang yan. So March 2, 2021, ito lumalabas. January 1 to March 1, 84 ang victim count. 66 ang patay. Motorcycle yan. Injured 16. 2 unhurt. Ayan. At kailangan ibangon naman natin ang bayan natin. Hindi ko na dapat pakialaman ito pero hindi ko mapigil ang aking kalooban. Kalahin nyo, yung mga tao natin, nagbabarilan. Kilala ko yung mga general dyan. Paano nagbabarilan yung Drug Enforcement Agency natin at saka yung mga kapulisan? Kapideya. Dapat yan talagang masolve sa lalong madaling panahon. Patay ang mga pulis natin, patay ang PIDEA. Yan ang nangyayari sa bansa natin. Kung hindi tayo mag-i-enforce, kung hindi tayo mag-i-investigate ng ganito, alam niyo yung mga tao, sumusulat pa sa akin kung minsan nakakasakit. Imbestiga kayo ng imbestiga, wala naman nangyayari. Hindi kami ang magpapairal. Ang magpapairal ang ehekutibo. Kinukuha lang namin ang mga kasalanan ng mga nasa gobyerno para ibigay namin sa ehekutibo, sa Department of Justice, sa kapulisan, at lahat para i-file ang mga kaso. Yan, Rosinas, you're about to retire. Retire with glory, with respect. Dapat mahuli natin. Wala pa tayo nahuhuli. Ang tagal na. Wala pa tayo nahuhuli dyan sa mga riding in tandem magmula ng January. Pati batanda na nagtitinda sa tindahan, binaril. Diyan tayo nagsimula dito. Now, sipin nyo, mag-i-hearing tayo ulit, March 18. Dahil pinasa naman sa akin ngayon, itong malaking project ninyo na pinangakuan nyo ilang mga tao na magpagawa ng private vehicle inspection system. Di ba? At ngayon, pati presidente napapaya dahil pinigil niya muna. Pero sabi nila ng mga senador, meron pang ibang mga dapat malaman dyan na dapat mabuklat. Ayoko sana mag-iimbestiga. Hirap sa buhay ko mag-iimbestiga, napupuyat kami. Puyat ang mga tao ko. Kaya kailangan malaman ninyo, we will not stop. Lahat ng mga tao ko are committed. At kahit na ako magkamisa, nabubulyaw ako, magagaling sila. May malasakit sila. May kusang loob sila. Kayo, meron? Ibigay nyo, halatang-halata kayo. Ibibigay nyo doon sa lintik na Trojan, yung kanilang solo-solo nila lahat na dadaan sa kanila, magbabayad, hindi pupunta sa gobyerno. Ibibigay nyo sa doon sa Mirdu. Sila ang kukuha ng LTO. Sino ang kawawa? Yung barangay, yung mga motorsiklo, kawawa. So, Director General Rudy Kimbo.
Yes, sir.
Medyo tumataas ang blood pressure ko ng konti dito. Konting pasensya. Pero sabihin ko sa inyo, we will have another hearing on March 18 at 1 p.m. Anong araw yan?
Thursday, Mr. Chair.
Thursday. So, now, I will now alam nyo, gusto ko lang sabihin sa inyo, nagpapasalamat naman ako sa Panginoon Diyos. Because of our hearings, nakakuha na ng OR-CR yung ating mga tao. Meron akong tao dito. Tatuwain ko lang. Hindi ko na tatawagin, papakita pangalan. Baka habulin pa kayo. Tatanungin ko lang kung gaano katindi itong ginagawa ninyo. Ang pangalan niya ay si Ami. Ha? Ami, namili ka ng motorsiklo. Ang trabaho mo ay janitor.
Yes, sir.
Janitor ka, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ilan ang anak mo?
Isa po, sir.
Isa. Anong binigay sa'yo nung binili mo yung motorsiklo mo? Ano ka bang CR?
Xerox lang po, sir.
Ha?
Xerox po, sir.
Xerox copy lang ang binigay ninyo Secretary Calvante. That is illegal. Sinasabi ko pa ulit-ulit dyan para yung nakikinig ng mga motorsiklo, alam nila, Xerox copy, hindi talaga papayagan. Alam na mga kapulisan yan. Anong binigay sa'yo? Promissory note? Ano?
Yes, sir. Waiver, sir.
Waiver. Ano nakalagay sa waiver? Can you help her? Basahin nyo nga rito. This shows, saan na? Nakalagay dito, waiver. Yun lang ang binigay sa kanya. Yamaha. Okay? I understand that the unit brought is not yet registered with LTO. Ang pinapin naman sa kanya na inspection niya yung above-mentioned motorcycle and made all the necessary efficiency test ride to check and confirm the unit is in good standing. Further, I understand that the unit bought hindi nakarehistro sa LTO. That as such, the said unit cannot be used yet in the road until and unless the same is registered with LTO. Ang ganda ng pabalat bunga. Furthermore, I am fully aware that Trade is only selling the motorcycle unit and is not responsible in its registration, as I acknowledge at the registration of my purchase unit is my sole and own responsibility. However, I have the option to let Motor Trade register the unit to LTO for my own convenience. This is what you call an addition contract. Nung pinirma mo ba ito? Naintindihan mo lahat sa sinasabi dito? Ano?
Hindi po lahat, sir.
Hindi lahat. Hindi mo naintindihan.
Yes, sir.
Sabi ko, hanggang ngayon, wala kang certificate of registration. Hindi ka nabigyan ng plaka.
Hindi po. Hindi po, sir.
Nagbayad ka ba para sa plaka?
Yes, sir.
So nagbayad ng plaka ang tao. Talungin ko kayo, Secretary Galvante, Yusek Yebra, lahat kayo dyan. Hindi ba swindling ang ginagawa nyo? Pinagbabayad nyo yung tao ng plaka tapos hindi nyo binibigyan ng plaka? Hindi ba estafa yan? Secretary Yebra, go submit the fight.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How can you say, sisingilin niyo yung tao? Saan napunta yung perang yan? Kung nagbayad tayo, mag-iiba ko ng kung ano eh. Di ba? Binuli sa bayan, binigay ba sa treasury yan? Ha? Wala naman resibo yung tao na binigay yung pera sa mga tao? You're selling non-existent plates. Non-existing plates. Can you imagine that? You're taking advantage. What do you say, Attorney Acosta? Attorney Castello?
Sir, it's estafa, sir, swindling. They should be held liable criminally, sir.
That's correct. Kaya gusto ko, matapos na yan, ayusin nyo. Because itong tao ito, janitress lang siya. Hindi ko nilalang, pagaling na janitress siya. Pero kahit na magaling siya sa trabaho niya, para makapasok siya ng milisya, pero pwede siya harangin at lahat yan. This is trickery, chicanery, treachery, and fraud, plain and simple. On that note, this hearing is now suspended and I just wanted to make sure na marinig nyo ang complaint ng isang tao. And right now, lahat ng mga motorcycle riders ay nag-organize sila at sila nadoble pa ang bayad niya sa plaka. Ito sila sa, Ana, nadoble ba ang bayad mo sa plaka, Ana? I cannot hear.
Hindi pa po, sir.
Pero doble ang binayad mo sa plaka.
Ay, hindi pa po ako, sir,
I'm sorry, I got confused. In 2013, let me ask, para makompleto ko ito. In 2013, dahil hindi nagawa yung plaka, bakit may echo? In 2013, hindi nagawa yung plaka, Secretary Galvante, at Secretary Castello, at saka Secretary Lotilla and Yebra. Siningil nyo sila. Wala silang plaka para nakarehistro. Wala kayong binigay na certificate of registration. Kung meron man, swerte siya. Ngayon, magbabago tayo ng plaka. Siningil na naman ninyo sila. Wala pa rin plaka. Doble na yan. Doble singil na. Yung sinasabi ko yan, totoo, mapapatunayan ko yan. Sapagkat yung una, green ang plates noong 2012, green. Nung nagbago tayo ng plaka, black na ang plaka. I don't know, Secretary Galvante, if you know, are part of this, I hope not, or your people are doing something behind your back. Sir?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. Sa pagkakaalam ko po, kung hindi man sila nabigyan ng plaka noon, kung sakaling maibigay na yung plaka sa kanila, wala silang dadagdag na bayad. At lahat pong binabayaran at may resibo, lahat po yan, forward po lahat yan sa Bureau of Treasury. Wala pong nare-retain sa LTO kahit na isang kusing.
I'm aware of that. Pero yung tumatanggap, hindi nyo alam kung binibigay sa inyo, binubulsa niya, tumira pa ng pangalawang beses. 2 beses nagbayad na. Kailan matatanggap ang black and white plates? Para makumpleto na. Dahil sabi nyo, binayaran nyo na yung Trojan, pumayag na sila.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Kanina po, in-explain ko nga po na sa ngayon, yung lumalabas na sa current year, 2021, ginagawa na rin po natin yung plaka para hindi po sila sisingilin na nakatulad nung dati na kahit na walang plaka.
I hate to ask this question. There was a 3.8 billion peso appropriation. 3 billion, 800 milyon pera ang hinabol. Actually, nung nagbayad sila pagkatapos magkaroon ng appropriation, nagkontrata sila, mali rin yun. Pero ang tanong ko ngayon, saan napunta lahat yung pera ng 3.8 billion? Mula sa unang kontrata. Yun ang gusto ko malaman, and I'd like COA to check that right away for the next hearing. Can you issue the subpoena duces tecum, Mr. Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yan ay binayad ng tao. Gusto ko malaman kung saan napunta talaga yan. Kung umabot sa Department sa Bureau of Treasury. Nag-i-house tayo sa pera, hindi natin alam kung saan napupunta yan. We have to clean up our system. I'll tell you, masaktan man kayo, pasensya na lang kayo. Napaka-unpopular ng LTO dahil sa mga nangyari yan. Galit lahat ang driver. At kayo, Mr. Lutilla, you're a lawyer, shame on you. Ikaw, Vera Cruz, shame on you. You were able to get away with this, and I don't give a damn if you give me a memorandum of order, talo kayo sa parada. I don't play poker para sinasabi, sa parada pa lang o sa blackjack, talo na kagad. So thank you all very much. This hearing is hereby suspended until March 18 at 1 o'clock. Thank you all very much for your kindness. Pasensya na kayo if my passion sometimes exceeds my desire, but that's the way I am. That's the way my parents and God created me. Maraming salamat sa inyo. God bless you all.
Well, thank you very much. And hello, CPAC. Do you miss me yet? Do you miss me? A lot of things going on. To so many wonderful friends, conservatives, and fellow citizens in this room and all across our country, I stand before you today to declare that the incredible journey we begun together, we went through a journey like nobody else. There's never been a journey like it. There's never been a journey so successful. We began it together 4 years ago, and it is far from being over. We've just started. Our movement of proud, hardworking, and you know what this is? The hardest working people, hardworking American patriots, is just getting started. And in the end, we will win. We will win. We've been doing a lot of winning. As we gather this week, we're in the middle of a historic struggle for America's future, America's culture, and America's institutions, borders, and most cherished principles. Our security, our prosperity, and our very identity as Americans is at stake, like perhaps at no other time. So no matter how much the Washington establishment and the powerful special interests may want to silence us, let there be no doubt we will be victorious and America will be stronger and greater than ever before. I want to thank my great friends, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Matt, thank you. Thank you. Mercedes, thank you very much. And the American Conservative Union for hosting this extraordinary event. They're talking about it all over the world, Matt. I know you don't like that, but that's okay. All over the world. I also want to pay my love and respect to the great Rush Limbaugh. Who is watching closely and smiling down on us. He's watching and he's loving it, and he loves Catherine. Catherine, thank you for being here. So great. Thank you, Catherine. He loved you, Catherine. I will tell you that. So fantastic. Thank you, Catherine, very much. To each and every one of you here at CPAC, I am more grateful to you than you will ever know. We are gathered this afternoon to talk about the future of our movement, the future of our party, and the future of our beloved country. For the next 4 years, the brave Republicans in this room will be at the heart of the effort to oppose the radical Democrats, the fake news media, and their toxic cancel culture. Something new to our ears, cancel culture. And I want you to know that I'm going to continue to fight right by your side. We will do what we've done right from the beginning, which is to win. We're not starting new parties. You know, they kept saying, he's going to start a brand new party. We have the Republican Party. It's going to unite and be stronger than ever before. I am not starting a new party. That was fake news. Fake news, no. Wouldn't that be brilliant? Let's start a new party and let's divide our vote so that you can never win. No, we're not interested in that. No, we have tremendous, Mr. McLaughlin just gave me numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. More popular than anybody. That's all of us. It's all of us. Those are great numbers, and I want to thank you very much. Those are incredible numbers. I came here and he was giving me 95%, 97%, 92%. I said, they're great, and I want to thank everybody in this room and everybody all throughout the country, throughout the world, if you want to really know the truth. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. We will be united and strong like never before. We will save and strengthen America, and we will fight the onslaught of radicalism, socialism, and indeed it all leads to communism once and for all. That's what it leads to. You'll be hearing more and more about that as we go along, but that's what it leads to. You know that. We all knew that the Biden administration was going to be bad, but none of us even imagined just how bad they would be and how far left they would go. He never talked about this. We would have those wonderful debates. He would never talk about this. We didn't know what the hell he was talking about, actually. His campaign was all lies. Talked about energy. I said, you know, this guy actually, he's okay with energy. He wasn't okay with energy. He wants to put you all out of business. He's not okay with energy. He wants windmills, the windmills that don't work when you need them. Joe Biden has had the most disastrous first month of any president in modern history. That's true. Already the Biden administration has proven that they are anti-jobs, anti-family, anti-borders, anti-energy, anti-women, and anti-science. In just one short month, we have gone from America first to America last. You think about it, right? America last. There's no better example than the new and horrible crisis on our southern border. We did such a good job. It was all worked. Nobody's ever seen anything like we did, and now he wants it all to go to hell. When I left office just 6 weeks ago, we had created the most secure border in U.S. history. We had built almost 500 miles of great border wall that helped us with these numbers, because once it's up, you know, they used to say a wall doesn't work. Well, you know what I've always said? Walls and wheels, those are two things that will never change. The wall has been amazing. It's been incredible, and little sections of it to complete. They don't want to complete it. They don't want to complete little sections in certain little areas. They don't want to complete, but it's had an impact that nobody would have even believed. It's amazing, considering that the Democrats' #1 priority was to make sure that the wall would never, ever get built, would never, ever happen, would never get financed. We got it financed. We ended catch and release, ended asylum fraud, and brought illegal crossings to historic lows. When illegal aliens trespass across our borders, they were promptly caught, detained, and sent back home. And these were some rough customers. I want to tell you, some rough customers were entering our country. It took the new administration only a few weeks to turn this unprecedented accomplishment into a self-inflicted humanitarian and national security disaster. By recklessly eliminating our border, security measures, controls, all of the things that we put into place, Joe Biden has triggered a massive flood of illegal immigration into our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. They're coming up by the tens of thousands. They're all coming to take advantage of the things that he said that's luring everybody to come to America. And we're one country. We can't afford the problems of the world as much as we'd love to. We'd love to help, but we can't do that. So they're all coming because of promises and foolish words. Perhaps worst of all, Joe Biden's decision to cancel border security has single-handedly launched a youth migrant crisis that is enriching child smugglers, vicious criminal cartels, and some of the most evil people on the planet. You see it every day. Just turn on the news. You'll see it every day. Under my administration, we stopped the child smugglers. We dismantled the criminal cartels. We greatly limited drug and human trafficking to a level that nobody actually thought was possible, and the wall helped us a lot. And we protected vulnerable people from the ravages of dangerous predators, and that's what they are, dangerous, dangerous predators. But the Biden administration has put the vile coyotes back in business, and it has done so in a very, very big way. Under the new administration, catch and release has been restored. Can you imagine? We work so hard. Catch, you know what that is. You catch them, you take their name. They may be killers, they may be rapists, they may be drug smugglers. You take their name and you release them into our country. We did the opposite. We not only didn't release them, we had them brought back to their country. Illegal immigrants are now being apprehended and released along the entire southern border, just the opposite of what it was 2 months ago. They weren't coming because they couldn't get in. Once they think they can get in, they're coming, and they are coming at levels that you haven't even seen yet. By the hundreds of thousands, by the millions, they'll be coming. The Biden administration is now actively expediting the admission of illegal migrants, enabling them to lodge frivolous asylum claims and admitting them by the thousands and thousands and thousands a day, crowded together in unsanitary conditions despite the ongoing economic and public health crisis, COVID-19, or as I call it, the China virus. There's no masks. There's no double masks. That was a new one that came out 2 weeks ago. First, Fauci said, you don't need masks, no good, no. Then all of a sudden he wanted, now he wants double masks. No social distancing, no nothing. They're together, and it's sad, actually, and it's sad for them, and it's sad for our country. What the Biden administration is doing to push young migrants into the hands of human traffickers and coyotes is dangerous, immoral, and indefensible. Hard to believe it's happening. Biden has failed in his number one duty as chief executive, enforcing America's laws. This alone should be reason enough for Democrats to suffer withering losses in the midterms and to lose the White House decisively 4 years from now. Actually, as you know, they just lost the White House, but it's one of those things. But who knows? Who knows? I may even decide to beat them for a third time, okay? Beat them for a third time. Joe Biden defunded the border wall and stopped all future construction, even on small open sections that just needed to be finished up. Routine little work. It's already been bought. Wait till the contractors get to them and they say, no, it costs us much more money not to finish the small section than if we finished it. That's going to be nice. Wait till you see those bills start pouring in. He revoked the executive order cracking down on deadly sanctuary cities. He has effectively ordered a shutdown of ICE, halting virtually all deportations. Everyone, murderers, everybody, no more. Let's not deport people. And restricting our law enforcement professionals, and they are great professionals. You have many of them represented here today, from conducting almost any immigration enforcement of any kind. The Biden policy of releasing criminals into the U.S. interior is making America into a sanctuary nation where criminals, illegal immigrants, including gang members and sex offenders, are set free into American communities. They have no idea who's coming up. And remember, with the caravans, these countries, not only the three of them, but many, many countries all over the world, they're not giving us their best and their finest. Because they're intelligent. They're not giving us their best and their finest. Remember I said that. I said that a long time ago when I made the first remarks, when I came down the escalator with our great future First Lady, who says hello, who loves you as much as I love you. But I said that a long time ago, and we turned out to be 100% correct. Biden's radical immigration policies aren't just illegal. They're immoral, they're heartless, and they are a betrayal of our nation's core values. It's a terrible thing that's happening. The Republican Party must hold Joe Biden and the Democrats accountable. They ripped up the diplomatic agreements we negotiated with Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador to shut down illegal immigration. You know, they got a fortune. They got paid $500 million a year. When I came into office, those countries were refusing to take back illegal alien gang members, including MS-13, the most vicious, probably of them all. No matter where you go in the world, MS-13, they do things that even the worst don't think about. So I asked, how much do we pay these countries? How much do we pay them? Sir, we pay them approximately $500 million a year. It's a lot of money. I mean, it's peanuts compared to the way other countries rip us off, but that's a lot of money. I said, okay, we aren't going to pay them anymore because they wouldn't take back the criminals. And this was true with the Obama administration. It was true for many, many years. So we'd catch a murderer, we'd want to bring him back to Guatemala or Honduras, El Salvador. They wouldn't take him back. No, we don't want him. We'd fly him in, they wouldn't let the plane land. We'd bus him in, they wouldn't let the buses get anywhere near the border. And I said, we're not going to pay him anymore. So after I said that, and I stopped payment, you know, like a term that we use in the world of business, let's stop payment. So we stopped payment. They were delinquent. We stopped payment. And they very quickly came to the table and we made a deal, very quick deal. We still kept the money. We still didn't pay because, but we made a deal. And when illegal aliens came across our border, they were rapidly deported and lovingly accepted by those countries from where they came. And it worked out great. So now they accept the people. And then we ultimately got along very well with those countries, those three countries, and many countries throughout the world because they respected us again. They didn't respect us. They couldn't believe what they were getting away with. But now Joe Biden has wrecked this great deal, wrecked it. And they're already doing what they were doing before, and they're taking the money. And that's just a small portion of what's going on. To top it all off, the Biden people are pushing a bill that would grant mass amnesty for millions of illegal aliens while massively expanding chain migration. That's where you come in and everybody comes in, your grandmother, your father, your mother, your brother, your cousins. They come in so easily, so crazy, so crazy. It even requires that the U.S. government provide illegal border crossers with taxable funded lawyers. Anybody need a good lawyer? You can't have one. They get the lawyers. They get lawyers. They're probably very good, too. The Democrat immigration bill is a globalist corporate. You take a look at the corporatists. Big tech attack on hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And Republicans must ensure that it never is allowed to become federal law, which is what they want to do. We must stand tall in the party. We have to do this. We have to stand tall as the party for law-abiding Americans and others when they're in our country. Border security is just one of the many issues on which the new administration has already betrayed the American people. He didn't talk about this stuff. I debated him. He wasn't talking about this. He wasn't, what he signed with those executive orders, they weren't things that were discussed. We didn't know all about him and the press because they're fake news. They're the biggest fakers there are. But the press refused to ask the questions. And when I asked the questions on television, on the debate, Chris Wallace in this case and others refused to let him answer. They refused to let him answer the questions. Maybe we could have found something, or if the media did its job, which they don't. Their callous indifference to working families is equally clear when it comes to the critical matter of getting America's children back to school. And they must get back and get back right now. Right now. Crazy. Terrible. The Biden administration is actually bragging about the classroom education they are providing to migrant children on the border, while at the same time millions of American children are having their futures destroyed by Joe Biden's anti-science school closures. Think of it. We're educating students on the border, but our own people, the children of our citizens themselves, are not getting the education that they deserve. There's no reason whatsoever why the vast majority of young Americans should not be back in school immediately. The only reason that most parents do not have that choice is because Joe Biden sold out America's children to the teachers' unions. His position is morally inexcusable, you know that. Joe Biden has shamefully betrayed America's youth, and he is cruelly keeping our children locked in their homes. No reason for it whatsoever. They want to get out. They're cheating the next generation of Americans out of the future that they deserve, and they do deserve this future. They're going to grow up, and they're going to have a scar. It's a scandal of the highest order and one of the most craven acts by any president in our lifetimes. It's the teachers' union. It's the votes. And it shouldn't happen. And nobody has more respect for teachers than I do. And I'll bet you a lot of the people within that union, they agree with everything I'm saying. Even the New York Times is calling out the Democrats. The mental and physical health of these young people is reaching a breaking point. Tragically, suicide attempts have skyrocketed, and student depression is now commonplace and at levels that we've never seen before. The Democrats now say we have to pass their $1.9 trillion boondoggle to open schools, but a very small part of it has to do with that. You know where it's going. It's going to bail out badly run Democrat cities, so much of it. But billions of dollars for schools remain unspent from the COVID relief bills that were passed last year. So on behalf of the moms, dads, and children of America, I call on Joe Biden to get the schools open and get them open now. It'd be a great thing to do. When I left office, and we're very proud of this because this was something that they said could not be done. The FDA said it. Everybody said it. Any article you read said it. Couldn't be done. It would be years and years. I handed the new administration what everyone is now calling a modern-day medical miracle. Some say it's the greatest thing to happen in hundreds of years. 2 vaccines produced in record time with numerous others on the way, including the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that was approved just yesterday. And therapeutic relief also. If you're sick, we have things now that are incredible. What has taken place over the last year under our administration. It would have taken any other president at least 5 years, and we got it done in 9 months. Everyone says 5 years, so 5 years. Can you imagine if you had to go through what all of the countries of the world who are now getting the vaccine or soon will be getting it from various companies, but can you imagine if all of those countries had to go through what they've been going through over the last year? You'd lose hundreds of millions of people. I pushed the FDA like they have never been pushed before. They told me that loud and clear. They have never been pushed like I pushed them. I didn't like them at all. But once we got it done, I said, I now love you very much. What the Trump administration has done with vaccines has, in many respects, perhaps saved large portions of the world, not only our country, but large portions of the world. Not only did we push the FDA far beyond what the bureaucrats wanted to do, we also put up billions and billions of dollars, 10 billion, to produce the vaccines before we knew they were going to work. It was called a calculated bet or a calculated risk. We took a risk because if we didn't do that, you still wouldn't have the vaccines. You wouldn't have them for a long time. So think of that. We took this bet. We made a bet because we thought we were on a certain track. But you'd be starting to make them right now. It would be a long time before you ever saw them. It takes 60 to 100 days to manufacture and inspect new doses. And that means that 100% of the increased availability that we have now was initiated by our administration. 100%. In fact, the director of National Institutes of Health, Francis Collins, he's Fauci's boss, actually. I think he's a Democrat, too, by the way. Recently said that our Operation Warp Speed was absolutely breathtaking and that the Trump administration deserves full credit, which we do. And as conservatives and Republicans, never forget that we did it. Never let them take the credit because they don't deserve the credit. They just followed now, they're following our plan, but this has been something that they call it an absolute miracle. Joe Biden is only implementing the plan that we put in place, and if we had an honest media, which we don't, they would say it loud and clear. By the time I left that magnificent house at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, almost 20 million Americans had already been vaccinated. 1.5 million doses were administered on my final day alone. 1.5 million in a day. Yet Biden said just a few days ago that when he got here, meaning the White House, there was no vaccine. He said, there's no vaccine? Oh, good. Say it again, Joe. Now, I don't think he said that, frankly, in a malicious way. I really don't. I actually believe he said that because he didn't really know what the hell was happening. But never let them forget this was us. We did this. And the distribution is moving along according to our plan. And it's moving along really well. We had the military, what they've done, our generals and all of the people, what they've done is incredible. But remember, we took care of a lot of people, including, I guess, on December 21st, we took care of Joe Biden because he got his shot. He got his vaccine. He forgot. It shows you how unpainful that vaccine shot is. So everybody go get your shot. He forgot. So it wasn't very traumatic, obviously, but he got his shot. And it's good that he got his shot. Last year, I predicted to you that the extremism, corruption, and incompetence of the Biden administration would be literally unprecedented in American history. Unfortunately, he has proven me 100% right. Already, as president, Biden has urged Congress to pass legislation shredding your Second Amendment. Your Second Amendment is in far bigger trouble than you know. And for 4 years, I fought like hell to save your Second Amendment, and we saved it 100%. We saved it. He signed an order to conduct politically correct far-left indoctrination trainings in every department of the federal government, including the U.S. military, after I had terminated these horrible things that were being preached to our military. And he wants it to go forward. It's insane. Within his first few hours, Biden eliminated our national security travel bans on nations plagued by terrorism. His first priority was to open our borders to unvetted travelers from Libya, Yemen, Syria, Somalia, and many other countries where strict vetting cannot occur. Countries that have tremendous problems, countries with tremendous terrorism problems. We did a travel ban. It was a real achievement. We told those countries, sorry, straighten out your act. We don't want people coming in where they had an ideology or a problem. We just couldn't have it. And it was incredible. How it worked was incredible. And he terminated it. We had to get it approved. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. We got it approved, and he terminates it. In addition, he's already increased refugee admissions by nearly 10 times, but in effect, it'll soon be hundreds of times as millions of people flow up through our soon-to-be open borders. And by the way, the Border Patrol and ICE, these are some of the great heroes of our country. These are incredible people. I got to know them very well. Your family still cannot go out to eat at local restaurants, but Joe Biden is bringing in thousands upon thousands of refugees from all over the world, people that nobody knows anything about. We don't have crime records. We don't have health records. What are they bringing in with them? When I left office, we had virtually ended the endless wars. These endless wars, they go on forever. They go on forever. I would go to Dover and I would see caskets, coffins coming in. I'd see the parents and the wives and the husbands. I would see the kids. Endless wars, 19 years in Afghanistan. We have it down to almost nothing left, and I hear they might want to go back in. Iraq. Remember I used to say, don't go in, but if you're going to go in, keep the oil. Well, we went in and we didn't keep the oil. We had made historic peace deals in the Middle East, like nobody thought were even possible. With not a drop of bloodshed. And by the way, not one American soldier has been killed in Afghanistan in over a year. Think of that. Not one. Those troops have largely come home. At the same time, the new administration unilaterally withdrew our crippling sanctions on Iran, foolishly giving away all of America's leverage before negotiations have even begun. Leave the sanctions, negotiate. Does anybody understand what I'm saying here? Are there any good business people? You don't have to be a good. Are there any bad business people? They took off the sanctions. They took off the sanctions. They said, well, we're going to not have any sanctions. Let's negotiate a deal. I don't know, Matt Schlapp. I don't think you would have done that. Do you think so, Matt? I don't think so. Mercedes wouldn't have. No, you do that. You make a deal, and then you do what they wanted. I will tell you something, and I said it. Had we had a fair election, the results would have been much different, and we would have had a deal. We would have had a deal with Iran within the first week. They wanted those sanctions off. He took them off for nothing, for nothing. Now you watch how tough they negotiate. In another horrendous surrender, he agreed to get back into the World Health Organization for approximately $500 million a year, which is what we were paying. When I withdrew from the WHO, and you know the whole story with that, they called it badly. They really are puppets for China. They called and they wanted us to stay in. I said, how much are we paying? Approximately $500 million. How much is China paying? A much larger in terms of population country. Sir, they're paying $39 million. I said, why are we paying $500 million and they're paying $39? I could tell you why. Because the people that made the deal are stupid. That's why. So, and I had no idea how popular it was. I didn't even know if I would be able to politically because people were so happy when I did get out. But I said, so we went in, we could get it for $39 million, which is what China, not $500 million, which is what we were stupidly paying. And they said, we can make a deal. We want you to go in. We can make a deal. Okay, and I decided not to do it. But we could have had it for $39. We could have had it for the same as China. And they decide now to go back into the World Health Organization and pay $500 million. What the hell is wrong with them? No, this is emblematic. It's a tremendous amount of money, but compared to trillions, it's not, but it's a tremendous amount of money. Why would China pay $39 million and we're paying almost $500 million? Why? So we could have made the same deal that China had, $39 million, and they just say, we're going back in. We're going back into the World Health Organization. They go back in, they pay $500. It is so sad. Just like the Iran and the World Health Organization, Joe Biden put the United States back into the very unfair and very costly Paris Climate Accord without negotiating a better deal. They wanted us so badly back in. I'll tell you, they wanted us. I was getting called from all of the countries. You must come back into the Paris Accord. I said, tell me why. Give me one good reason. First of all, China doesn't kick in for 10 years. Russia goes by an old standard, which was not a clean standard, and other countries. But we get hit right from the beginning. It would have cost us hundreds of thousands and millions of jobs. It was a disaster. But they go back in. I could have made an unbelievable deal and gone back in, but I didn't want to do that. Surrendering millions of jobs and trillions of dollars to all of these other countries, almost all of them, that were in the deal. So they have favorable treatment. We don't have favorable treatment, and we just said, we're going back in. To go back in, they wanted us so badly. You could have negotiated. If you wanted to go back in, which frankly, we have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and everything else that we've ever had, so I don't know why we have to. And what good does it do when we're clean, but China's not, and Russia's not, and India's not? So they're pouring fumes. You know, the world is actually a small piece of the universe, right? They're pouring fumes, and we're trying to protect everything and building products for 3 times more than is necessary. No, they could have made a great deal. If they were going to go back in, that's fine. But they could have made a great deal instead of just saying, we're back in. These people. And in one of his first official acts, which was incredible because, again, he talked about energy. He never said he was going to do this. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying not the 8,000 or the 9,000 or the 11,000 jobs that you hear, but 42,000 great-paying jobs on just about day one, right? He never talked about that during a debate. Because he wouldn't have gotten away with it. Well, he would have, because they cheated so much, it probably wouldn't have done it. No, but that was not a topic of conversation, remember? Fracking, you can frack. Oh, we love fracking. During the primary, no fracking. As soon as he got through that, he said, no, of course, everybody can frack. No fracking. You wait till you see what happens with your gasoline. Wait till you see what happens, and we cannot let this stuff continue to go on. One of my proudest accomplishments as president was to make America energy independent. The United States became the #1 energy superpower on earth. #1. Became #1. Bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia by a lot. We left them all in the dust. They were all in the dust. But if the Democrats have their way, we are heading from energy dominance to energy disaster. That's what's happening. You have to see what's going on. Everything's being closed up. It's a disaster. The blackouts we saw in California last summer and all the time, and the windmill calamity that we're witnessing in Texas. Great state of Texas. We love Texas. But it's so sad when you look at it. That'll just be the start. How bad is wind power? So I talk about it all the time at CPAC, right? We went to CPAC, remember last, I said, we're going to watch the president. Well, Alice, the wind isn't blowing. I don't believe we'll have any electricity. Remember, we would kid, but I wasn't actually kidding. It's such an expensive form of energy. It's so bad for the environment. It kills the birds. It destroys the landscapes. And remember, these are structural columns with fans on them. They wear out, and when they wear out all over the country, you see them. Nobody takes them down. They're rotting. They're rusting. How this is environmentally good for our country, and it costs many, many times more than natural gas, which is clean. It costs many more and can fuel our great factories. Wind can't do that. And solar, I love solar, but it doesn't have the capacity to do what we have to do to make America great again. Sorry, it just doesn't have it. Under the radical Democrat policies, the price of gasoline has already surged 30% since the election and will go to $5, $6, $7, and even higher. So enjoy that when you go to the pump, and they'll say, that'll be about $200 to fill up your van. You'll go to this, remember they used to go to the little small vans? They got away from the big ones that everybody wanted. They went to the small ones. Well, you know what? Probably a good investment as long as these guys have their say, because, you know, it's a shame what's happening. Energy prices are going to go through the roof, and that includes your electric bills. That includes any bill having to do with energy, our biggest cost. We will now be relying on Russia and the Middle East for oil. And they talk about Russia, Russia, Russia. What's better than what this guy's done for Russia? I had oil where they were actually paying you to take it, okay? You know, that was a little, remember they were going to give you 37 a barrel, but you had to take it away. You had free oil almost for a period of time, and one way I was proud of it, but we also had to save the energy industry, and it worked out well. And I dealt with Russia and Saudi Arabia, and they cut back on production, and we got it back up. But now it's going the opposite, because now they're taking this incredible energy independence away from the people of our country, and you're going to see costs go like you have never seen them go before. It's a very sad and very stupid thing that they're doing. The Biden policies are a massive win for other oil-producing countries and a massive loss for the United States and our great citizens. Joe Biden and the Democrats are even pushing policies that would destroy women's sports. A lot of new records are being broken in women's sports. Hate to say that, ladies, but got a lot of new records. They're being shattered. You know, for years, the weightlifting, every ounce is like a big deal for many years. All of a sudden, somebody comes along and beats it by 100 pounds. Boom, boom. Now, young girls and women are incensed that they are now being forced to compete against those who are biological males. It's not good for women. It's not good for women's sports, which worked so long and so hard to get to where they are. The records that stood for years, even decades, are now being smashed with ease. Smashed. If this is not changed, women's sports, as we know it, will die. They'll end. It'll end. What coach, if I'm a coach, you know, I want to be a great coach. What coach, as an example, wants to recruit a young woman to compete if her record can easily be broken by somebody who was born a man? Not too many of those coaches around, right? If they are around, they won't be around long, because they're going to have a big problem when their record is, we're 0-16, but we're getting better. No, I think it's crazy. I think it's just crazy what's happening. We must protect the integrity of women's sports. So important. Have to. Is that controversial? You know, somebody said, well, that's going to be very controversial. I said, that's okay. You haven't heard anything yet. As you can see, the early weeks of the Biden administration have nothing less than, they've been a catastrophe for American workers and for American families. The task of our mission, and for us, it's our movement. As I said, a movement like has never been seen, I think we can probably say, never been seen anywhere in the world. I mean, nobody's ever seen a movement like this. I'd grow up and I'd watch somebody who came in second in New Hampshire, or first in Iowa, and that was the end, and they became famous for the rest of their lives. We won the election twice. I mean, you know, think about it. Twice. The task for our movement and our party is to stand up to this destructive agenda with confidence and with resolve. The future of the Republican Party is as a party that defends the social, economic, and cultural interests and values of working American families of every race, color, and creed. That's why the party is growing so rapidly and is becoming a different party. And it's becoming a party of love. You have to see outside the streets. I mean, there's such love. The flags. Amazing. Party that's incredible. The people, the spirit. And there are, as you probably heard a little while ago, I mean, there's more spirit now than there's ever been, including even before the election. More spirit now than we've ever seen, because people are seeing how bad it can be. And again, I want to thank Rush and Catherine, because what he did to get the word out has been incredible. Some people are irreplaceable, as Sean Hannity would say, and he said Rush is irreplaceable. But his spirit lives on, and that's something that we need and we love. Republicans believe that the needs of every citizen must come first. In fact, America must come first. We don't put it first. They don't put it first. Over the past 4 years, my administration delivered for Americans of all backgrounds like never before. Like never before. We built the strongest economy in the history of the world, raised wages, and achieved the lowest African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment rates ever recorded. It was so great for everybody of all backgrounds that even after the China virus, we are leading the world. Nobody's even close. We're leading it in the comeback. Our economic comeback has been incredible. That's because the financial and economic foundation we built was so strong that unlike other countries who are having a hard time, we didn't break. We came roaring back, and now our stock market and your 401ks are again at record levels, higher than ever before, actually. Many people have asked, what is Trumpism? A new term being used more and more. I'm hearing that term more and more. I didn't come up with it. But what it means is great deals, great trade deals, great ones, not deals where we give away everything, our jobs, our money. Like the USMCA replacement of the horrible NAFTA. NAFTA was one of the worst deals ever made, probably the worst trade deal ever made. And we ended it. You know, a lot of people forget. We ended it. Now we have the USMCA, Mexico, Canada. It's incredible what it's done for our farmers, who are doing fantastically. Did you see grain prices and grain sales are at an all-time high? Wheat, all-time high. So many elements of farms and farmers, and they love me. And remember, it's going to be very close in Iowa. Well, it wasn't close. We won in a landslide, Iowa, because our farmers know, and they put up with it, and we did a lot of work with the tariffs and all these things that we had to do to get it, and now the farmers are doing great, but they're setting records. It means low taxes and eliminating job-killing regulations, Trumpism. It means strong borders, but people coming into our country based on a system of merit, so they come in and they can help us, as opposed to coming here and not being good for us, including criminals, of which there are many. It means no riots in the streets. It means law enforcement. It means very strong protection for the Second Amendment and the right to keep and bear arms. It means support for the forgotten men and women who have been taken advantage of for so many years, and they were doing great. They were doing great before that horrible thing from China came in and hit us, and now they're starting to do really well again. You know, if you think about it, we built the economy twice. We built it then, and then like every other country in the world, it went down, and then we built it again. Now it's higher in many ways, certainly in the stock market, it's higher in many ways than it was before. That's because of the foundation, and no country comes even close to competing with our comeback. And it means a strong military and taking care of our vets, but a strong military, which we have totally rebuilt. We have rebuilt it. And our military has never been stronger than it is today. It was tired, it was depleted, it was obsolete, and now we have the best brand new equipment ever made, and it was all produced right here in the USA. Isn't that nice? And we take care of our vets. You know, we had a poll recently, just before leaving office. The vets had a 91% approval rating for the way we took care of them. That's the highest number in the history of the polls. The vet polls. On top of all of that, We have even created the Space Force, the first new branch of the United States military in nearly 75 years. The mission of the Democrat Party is to promote socialism. They want to promote socialism, ultimately leading, unfortunately, to communism. And that will happen. If you look at Venezuela, you look at some of these countries, that's why some of our biggest supporters are from South America, Latin America, because they've seen what goes on with all of this cancel culture, and you can't speak, and let's cut them off, and let's not give them words. The mission of our movement and of the Republican Party must be to create a future of good jobs, strong families, safe communities, a vibrant culture, and a great nation for all Americans, and that's what we're creating. Their party is based upon unvarnished disdain for America, its past, and its people. You see that happening. It's horrible the way they treat the legacy of our country, the culture of our country. Our party is based on love for America and the belief that this is an exceptional nation blessed by God. We take great pride in our country. We teach the truth about history. We celebrate our rich heritage and national traditions. We honor George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, and all national heroes. And of course, we respect our great American flag. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So nice. I started that hearing. We really were getting word of that, hearing that during some of the rallies, especially the latter rallies where we set records. We had 56 unbelievable packed rallies, and nobody's ever had anything like we had. And we started hearing, "We love you." And I asked somebody, because we really liked Ronald Reagan, right? He was a great president. We had others. But I said, did anybody ever say that to Ronald Reagan or to any of our great... And to the best of all of these political professionals' knowledge and pollsters, nobody's ever heard that chant before, man. So it's an honor. Believe me, it's an honor. It's a great honor. It's a great honor. When you think about "we love you," you're saying that about, I hate to say it, am I a politician? I don't know. Maybe I'm a politician. I hate to admit it, but it's an honor that you would say it. We believe in patriotic education and strongly oppose the radical indoctrination of America's youth. It's horrible. We are committed to defending innocent life and to upholding the Judeo-Christian values of our founders and of our founding. We embrace free thought, we stand up to political correctness, and we reject left-wing lunacy, and in particular, we reject cancel culture. We know that the rule of law is the ultimate safeguard, and we affirm that the Constitution means exactly what it says, as written, as written. They want to change it. They want to change it. They want to get rid of it, frankly. We believe in law and order, and we believe that the men and women of law enforcement are heroes who truly deserve our absolute support. We don't defund the police. We are not defunding the police. We believe in standing up to China, shutting down outsourcing, bringing back our factories and supply chains, and ensuring that America, not China, dominates the future of the world. That's what's going to happen. And by the way, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. During my administration, they never gave us 10 cents. It was a one-way street. We took in hundreds of billions, and during negotiations, they would say, look, the one thing, we don't want any more of these tariffs. Those tariffs, we took in so much money. And what happened is they became competitive. So what happened with people, they wouldn't go to China. They'd build a lot of it back in our country. They would make it here instead. And in addition to that, we were taking in billions and billions and billions of dollars from China. But in all fairness to China, we made a trade deal with them. This was prior to COVID. Once COVID happened, I no longer cared so much about the trade deal because what happened with that was just disgraceful. But that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons that right now our farmers are doing so good. I used to tell China, look, go and get a lot of wheat, get a lot of different things, all of the things we just talked about. You better go out and do it because this country has not been treated fairly by you for many, many years, many, many years. We used to lose $504 billion trade deficit with China. 504, not million, $504 million a lot, right? You know that through the World Health Organization. Now take 504 million, make it $504 billion. We had deficits with China. It was absolutely insane that this could keep going on. It's amazing that you still have a country left. The people that did this to our country, they should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed of themselves. Companies that leave America to create jobs in China and other countries that have ripped us off for years should not be rewarded. They should be tariffed, fined, and punished. They should not be rewarded. And that's what the Biden administration is doing. But of course, as you know, they have a very close personal relationship with China. So I don't expect much to happen. It's a shame because it really is a threat. It's a tremendous economic threat. And thank God we've rebuilt our military, but it's a tremendous economic threat. Never forget it. These are the convictions that define our movement today and must define the Republican Party in the years ahead. Very simple. It's really quite simple, isn't it? Another one of the most urgent issues facing the Republican Party is that of ensuring fair, honest, and secure elections. Such a disgrace, such a disgrace. Such a disgrace. We must pass comprehensive election reforms, and we must do it now. The Democrats used the China virus as an excuse to change all of the election rules without the approval of their state legislatures, making it therefore illegal. It had a massive impact on the election. Again, you have to go to the legislatures to get these approvals. This alone would have easily changed the outcome of the election at levels that you wouldn't have even believed. Even with COVID, even with all of the things, the numbers are staggering. We can never let this or other abuses of the 2020 election be repeated or happen again. Can never let that happen again. You see what's going on. We've been set back so greatly with other countries and with the world. We need election integrity and election reform immediately. Republicans should be the party of honest elections that can give everyone confidence in the future of our country. Without honest elections, who has confidence? Who has confidence? This issue is being studied and examined. But the reality is you cannot have a situation where ballots are indiscriminately pouring in from all over the country. Tens of millions of ballots. Where are they coming from? They're coming all over the place. Where illegal aliens and dead people are voting And many other horrible things are happening that are too voluminous to even mention, but people know. I mean, it's being studied, and the level of dishonesty is not to be believed. We have a very sick and corrupt electoral process that must be fixed immediately. This election was rigged, and the Supreme Court and other courts didn't want to do anything about it. If you just take that one element where they didn't go through legislatures, it's illegal. You can't do it. It's in the Constitution. They didn't have the courage, the Supreme Court. They didn't have the courage to act, but instead used process and lack of standing. I was told the President of the United States has no standing. It's my election. It's your election. We have no standing. We had almost 20, if you think of it, we had almost 20 states go into the Supreme Court so that we didn't have a standing problem. They rejected it. They rejected it. They should be ashamed of themselves for what they've done to our country. They didn't have the guts or the courage to make the right decision. They didn't want to talk about it. You had the case led by the great state of Texas. 18 states went in. You don't have standing. Oh, let's not talk about it. They didn't have the guts to do what should be done. And that's on top of all of the other forms of cheating, but this is the most basic of all. They would have local courts and local politicians change the rules, in some cases a day or two before the election. This should never be allowed to happen to another presidential candidate or presidential race. Should never be allowed to happen. Today, I want to outline the steps that we must take to have an election system in this country that is honest, fair, and accurate. We need one election day, not 45, 30. One day, like it's been. And if Republicans don't get this and the other things I'm going to say, then you should, like the Supreme Court, be ashamed of yourselves. One day. And the only people that should be allowed to vote by mail are people that can be proven to be either very sick or out of the country or military where they can't do it. One day. They have millions and millions of ballots sitting around all over the place for long periods of time. Gee, I wonder what happens with those ballots. I wonder what happens. It's common sense. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. There should be a legitimate reason for someone to vote absentee. Has to have a reason. We should eliminate the insanity of mass and very corrupt mail-in voting. We must have voter ID. Voter ID. You know, to get into the Democrat National Convention, when they had the convention, you needed voter ID. You needed an ID card. You couldn't get in unless you had an ID. So many people told me you can't get in that place, you need ID. Nobody had ID. You need voter ID. They know that. This is a con job. They're conning everybody. They know that. They know the wall was good. They knew the wall would work, but they didn't want to have it because we wanted it. I made one big mistake on the wall. I should have said, we will not have a wall. And then they would have said, let's build a wall. I made a big mistake. I made a big mistake. I'm sorry. Took us a year and a half extra because of that mistake. We will not have a wall. We need a wall immediately, said Chuck Schumer. We need universal signature matching. They want to pass a bill where you don't have to match signatures, where signatures don't mean anything. Now, they know it's all, just like with the wall, just like with voter ID, when you need to go into anything that's Democrat-run, you need it. But for voting, which is our most sacred institution, they don't want to let you have it. There should be a 100% requirement to verify the citizenship of every person who votes. And there must be a chain of custody protections for every ballot. Every ballot. And you saw what happened in Detroit and Philadelphia and many other places, swing states mostly, all over, but swing states mostly. You saw what happened. You saw what was going on. You saw that more people, you take a look at the votes. When you have more votes than you have people, that's a problem, right? Is that a problem? You know, we have a little problem adjusting in Detroit. We seem to have more votes than we have people, a lot more votes. An election-changing number. We're not talking about a number where you catch. No, these are election-changing numbers. In Pennsylvania, they had hundreds of thousands of more votes than they had people voting. What's that all about? What's that all about? Cheating, they say. Yeah, I'd say so. In the history of our country, and it has taken place for years in Pennsylvania and Detroit and various other places, but there's tremendous, never like this, because they use COVID as a way of cheating. That's what happened, and everybody knows it. Hundreds of thousands and millions of ballots. They used it as a way of getting what they've wanted for many years, and the Republicans have to do something about it. They better do something about it. Our election process is worse than that, in many cases, of a third world country. You know that. You saw what was going on. Even if you consider nothing else, it is undeniable that election rules were illegally changed at the last minute in almost every swing state, with the procedures rewritten by local politicians. You're not allowed to do that. And local judges. They want more time, they want this, they want that, all done by local politicians or local judges, as opposed to state legislatures as required by the Constitution of the United States. And these are numbers that are massive. These aren't little numbers. These are numbers that in each state is a transformative number. It changes the outcome of the election. And it's not close. Regardless of your political views, this should concern you as a constitutional matter. And the Supreme Court, again, didn't have the guts or the courage to do anything about it. And neither did other judges. And Democrats even admitted in Time magazine, which is, I would say, on the liberal side, that they just couldn't hold it in. They had to brag about it. Because what they did, they had to brag about it. They couldn't do it. You got to read the story. It's a disaster. It's a disaster for our country that we can allow something so corrupt to happen. Read that article. I really encourage you. You read that article. Yet all of the election integrity measures in the world will mean nothing if we don't have free speech. And that's where we're at now. If Republicans can be censored for speaking the truth and calling out corruption, we will not have democracy, and we will have only left-wing tyranny. And we can do this. We can do this. We're smarter than they are. We're tougher than they are. For some reason, we just don't. We don't get it done. We let them attack our businesses, and we don't attack their businesses. I believe your numbers are bigger than their numbers, but you're nicer than they are. You're not as vicious as they are. In the past, we would debate. I would have it. I'd debate. You've seen me for many years. They throw something. I debate. They debate. Who knows who wins? You know, people go, they vote, they see what happens. But they would have an idea. They would disagree. The public would hear it. The debate and discourse would take place. And then somebody would make a decision. You would win. You would lose. The public would make up its mind, but now there is no debate because they refuse to allow our side to even speak or be heard. They don't want debate because we have easy victories in a debate. Very easy victories. It's called common sense. It's called other things, but it's called common sense. So they don't want it to break. The time has come to break up big tech monopolies and restore fair competition. Republicans, conservatives must open up our platforms and repeal Section 230 liability protections. And if the federal government refuses to act, then every state in the union where we have the votes, which is a lot of them, big tech giants like Twitter, Google, and Facebook should be punished with major sanctions whenever they silence conservative voices.
Republic Act 1180, otherwise known as the 1954 Retail Trade Nationalization Law, was enacted to, quote, protect Filipino retailers. The law enacted during the time of President Ramon Magsaysay stated that, quote, no person who is not a citizen of the Philippines and no association, partnerships, or corporation, the capital of which is not wholly owned by citizens of the Philippines, shall engage directly or indirectly in the retail trade, end of quote. Mr. President, after 46 years, the country tried to take a different step. We passed Republic Act 8762, or the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000. The law sought to liberalize retail trade by allowing foreign retailers to directly do business in the Philippines. The law promised to open access to unrestricted flow of capital, create more jobs for our people, and improve our country's competitiveness. 20 years after the passage of that law, however, Mr. President, the Philippines still has a very poor retail trade investment portfolio. Since the enactment of Republic Act 8762 more than 20 years ago, the share of the wholesale and retail trade to the total net foreign direct investments, or FDI, indicates that the net investment flows to the Philippines have been very, very minimal, with an average annual growth of only 5%. Mr. President, the Joint Foreign Chambers reported that the ASEAN region as a whole received annually during the 5-year period from 2012 to 2016, $17 billion. The Philippines total during the same period averaged $107 million, or 1/6% for the total ASEAN. Let me repeat that for emphasis. For the period 2012 to 2016, the Philippines received a total of $107 million in foreign direct investments, or 1/6% of the total ASEAN. In 2016, the Philippines received $101 million in the foreign retail trade sector. Thailand received $3.2 billion. Malaysia received $2.5 billion. Indonesia received $2 billion, and Vietnam received $2 billion in the retail trade sector investment. Singapore received over $8 billion, almost more than all the other ASEAN economies combined. Singapore has no restriction on foreign investment in retail and enjoys a per capita income of $88,000. The Philippines, Mr. President, has the lowest share in the ASEAN FDI portfolio. DTI figures show that of the 38.9 billion FDI in wholesale and retail trade within the ASEAN region, the Philippines' share is 83.1 million US dollars, or 1/5 of 1%. As of 2021, there are only 46 foreign retail corporations registered with the Department of Trade and Industry, or a growth of 2 retailers per year since 2000. But Mr. President, my dear colleagues, have you heard, I am sure you have heard of 168 and 169. The number of retailers there, foreign retailers, could not be ascertained, but there are hundreds of them. And yet the registered foreign retailers registered with the DTI was just 2%, 2 retailers per year since 2000. Clearly, because of the very stringent trade liberalization we have today, the underground retailing is flourishing in 168 and 169. Mr. President, why the low numbers for registered foreign retail corporations? The answer is too plain. Our current law on retail trade contains very restrictive provisions. Mr. President, despite the passage of the 2000 retail trade liberalization law, it seems like we are still adhering to the same policy under the 1954 Retail Trade Nationalization Law. So we ask, is this the correct policy? I submit, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, it is not. Today, we are still keeping foreign investments at bay for the same reason. We are overly protecting our Filipino entrepreneurs from the supposed dominance of foreign entities with superior capitalization. Like an ostrich, Mr. President, for 66 years, we have buried our head in the sand, refusing to fully recognize that retail trade liberalization is not bad as an economic policy. Mr. President, removing foreign caps on investment, retail trade, and public utilities will allow the President to generate 30 billion in direct foreign investments a year. The bill I filed offers a simple solution to this investment and capital roadblock. Remove the investment categories and set an across-the-board minimum paid-up capital equivalent to US $200,000. Mr. President, some say that this amendment will kill the Filipino retailers, especially the micro, small, and medium businesses. The presence of foreign retailers, like let's say Walmart, is not the problem. If we want to protect our MSME, then we should not only protect them from the foreign retailers as may be represented by Walmart, but also protect it from the big Filipino retailers like Shoemart. Whether it is Walmart or Shoemart, the effect is the same on the MSMEs. If the purpose is to protect MSMEs against the Walmarts of this world, the same philosophy should apply to the Shoemarts of this world. If the policy is correct, we should not allow the Shoemarts of this world to engage in retail business where the capitalization is less than $300,000 in order to protect the MSMEs. The protection of the MSMEs should apply regardless of nationality. But we submit we should objectively and consciously review the efficacy of this policy. We will ensure good businesses for our local retailers that will improve domestic efficiency, competitiveness of corporations, whether big or small, whether Filipino or foreign-owned. These laws are related to the ease of doing business, pushed by our majority leader, competition, and taxation. My dear colleagues, we are all bombarded with questions about the so-called economic charter change. Well, we do not need to be bothered by such tasks because we can immediately better the investment climate. Here, right now, amending the Retail Liberalization Act will address a number of foreign investments roadblocks. Hence, my dear colleagues, Mr. President, I hope you will support the passage of this measure the soonest possible time. With that, Mr. President, may I now propound questions on the good sponsor in relation to the measure.
Thank you for that opening statement, Minority Leader.
Are you sure it's the opening statement? Or is that an opening statement or a sponsorship speech?
Well, I am the principal author of this measure, Mr. President. That's why.
We wanted to elicit that information.
To place in context why I am doing the interpellation.
All right, thank you. Senator Pimentel, go ahead.
That's specifically Senate Bill number 14, authored by Senator Drilon, Mr. President. So we will try our best, Mr. President, to have a productive exchange with the Minority Leader.
Obviously, Mr. President, we are for the passage of this measure and we support the committee report except for probably some minor amendments. Mr. President, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act is intended to liberalize the retail trade sector. Would you agree with that statement, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, 100%.
All right. The proposed measure, therefore, should not regulate non-retailers. Is that statement acceptable to the sponsor?
I agree, Mr. President.
Now, there are a number of provisions which relate to e-commerce in this bill. My staff informs me that in discussions that they had with your office, with the office of the good sponsor has agreed that at the appropriate time, the provisions referring to the e-commerce matters in the bill will be deleted and that these transactions can be tackled in the Internet Transactions Act. Can the good sponsor confirm that statement?
I confirm, Mr. President, that we have an open mind to a suggestion to simplify the bill if the provisions on the e-commerce complicated the presentation of the amendments, Mr. President. So basically, yes, Minority Leader, we agree that we are open to simplifying the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, because with that agreement on the record, we can skip questions on the portions pertaining to the internet, to the e-commerce, to matters involving e-commerce, and tackle the same when we have on the floor the Internet Transactions Act, and therefore we will skip questions on that portion of the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President. There is also the inclusion of commercial operators on page 2.
Page 2.
Mr. President, would the sponsor agree that commercial operators, meaning the mall owners, are not retailers?
Mall owners are basically in real property transactions, Mr. President.
Yes, in fact, mall owners are lessors.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, and therefore, therefore, Mr. President, they should not be covered by this bill because they are not retailers, and therefore the provisions of this bill pertains to commercial operators should not apply to these commercial operators.
Definition lang naman ito. Mr. President, just to clarify, anyway, we're open to simplifying the bill. We defined the commercial establishment operator precisely because we were making a distinction between what we call brick and mortar operations versus online or e-commerce operations. So we found that to be necessary if we are going to maintain or mention the distinction in the law. But if we are no longer going to treat the online shopping as a proper subject matter of retail trade liberalization, then even this definition of commercial establishment operator may safely be deleted or amended, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. President. Mr. President, what is the proposed minimum paid up requirement under the committee report, Mr. President?
I want to point it out. It is found, Mr. President, it is found on page 3, beginning with line 24, which is under section 2. A foreign retailer shall have a minimum paid up capital of the equivalent in Philippine pesos of $300,000 US.
Yes. And the good sponsor believes that $300,000 as a threshold will protect MSMEs. Is that the purpose?
Yes, Mr. Up to S, Mr. President, the M and S, the micro and the small, because the law which defines the micro and the small gives the upper threshold of 15 million pesos for small businesses or small enterprises. So kasali na po the 15 million and below would be small and the micro. So the amount was chosen precisely to emphasize the point that we are protecting the small and the micro businesses from foreign retailing competition, Mr. President.
Yes. Well, yes. Now, of course, there are certain sectors who argue that even the 300,000 constitutes a roadblock to foreign direct investments, which we need to create jobs. But we do appreciate that there are certain factors that prompted the good sponsor in proposing $300,000. There is a provision here which authorizes the DTI and a few other agencies to review the threshold amount after 5 years. Would the gentleman sponsor confirm that?
Page.
Yes, that would be section 4.
Yes, Mr. President.
Page 7. Basically, it says the DTI, the SEC, BSP, and the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, shall review the required minimum paid-up capital every 5 years from the effectivity of this act. The recommendation of the DTI shall...
DTI, SEC, BSP, and NEDA
shall be submitted to Congress. Yes, so there is... Yes. Now,
Mr. President, that's correct.
Can we not exercise that judgment now and provide in the bill that which would call for a reduction of the threshold investment every 5 years? and we can discuss how much it should be. In other words, today it's $300,000. 5 years from now, it can be whatever is the amount that we can agree on, and another 5 years, another amount that we can agree on until we come up with a acceptable proposal.
Mr. President, I'm open to that idea, and it's a more convenient way of doing things. But I think the benefit of still letting Congress make the decision, the present Congress at that particular time make the decision, is that they will need to conduct a public hearing so they can get the feedback from those affected or to be affected, Mr. President. So we can anyway. This representation will trust the future Congresses that they will be quickly reacting to changes on the ground. If this is to be, if this will be the call of the times, then I am sure that they will act, Mr. President, properly.
Well, I do note the confidence of the good sponsor in the work of Congress, but if you note, Mr. President, it has been 21 years lapsed before we can again debate on this issue. The last time this was amended was in 2000, if I'm not mistaken. I was the majority leader then. It was a very difficult process between two of our colleagues and the sponsor and the interpreter. And it took us another 20 years before we are taking a second look at this law. And that is why I am saying that maybe instead of leaving it to future Congresses, we can really, as a policy issue, already set the schedule in the same manner that the reduction of the income taxes as proposed by our Senate President pro tempore was scheduled for a future effectivity. I was wondering if the good sponsor is open to that concept, as there is already an opening that he provided for in the law, only that it's still subject to approval by the future Congresses. And I refer, as I said, to the review of the paid-up capital provided under Section 4 on page 7 of the bill.
With the permission of Senator Pimentel and Senator Dillon, the Senator Villar is raising her hand for quite some time. Senator Villar?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. I just want to ask question whether this review every 5 years is meant to consider inflation or something. I just want to clarify what is the reason for the review of 5 years, because every 5 years in some other bills that we pass, we review it to consider inflation. That means you bring up the amount, not bring down the amount, because after 5 years, $300,000 is not anymore $300,000.
Mr. President, it will be a review of the what I call the situation on the ground.
Not for inflation.
Inflation, exchange rate, the sentiment of the people, even the sentiment of the people, the business community, and also the micro and the small business people, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I just want the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
Yes, thank you.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Villar. That is precisely the reason why we raise this and is proposing something more definite, because the provision is not clear what it intends to do. So that I am proposing, subject to the agreement of the chamber, that we already propose specific amounts. If we agree that this has not, that liberalization of the retail trade is something that can help us rather than keep on restricting this field of investment. And as a result, you have situations like 168 and 169, where the concept of retail trade being limited to Filipinos is, excuse me for using the word, is a laughing stock, because the owners of the stores in 168 and 169 do not even speak Filipino, Filipino language. They would bargain with the customers using a calculator. Instead of haggling, they use a calculator. That means that and these are small retailers. That is why I'm highlighting this. I'm mentioning this to highlight the real situation on the ground, and whether or not our continued policy of protectionism is the right policy.
Mr. President, as I've stated earlier, we will keep an open mind and maybe hear or get to know the details of the idea of the minority leader. However, Section 4 of the bill, to my mind, is clear. No? It's clear that it's still the Congress which will amend the law, but then we just put up a mechanism of automatic review with agencies knowledgeable about the economic situation, exchange rates, foreign reserves, corporate structure, and trade activities. So, but they can only come up with a recommendation. My only problem, minority leader, is that if we do this automatic adjustment of the amount of the minimum threshold capital, then number one, we have not heard or consulted the stakeholders about this proposal, especially the micro and the small entrepreneurs or business people, Mr. Minority Leader. So baka po sila magulat kasi ang pagkakaalam nila is ito nga itsura ng ating bill, 300,000 is the minimum. So and if we now put a graduated scale with the amount, I'm assuming that the amount would be decreasing over time. Then if we hear this in committee, we might get some opposition from micro and small businessmen, but we will never know because we did not hear such an idea in committee, Mr. President.
No, okay, Mr. President. Anyway, I am just submitting that, and let's see how, if we at the period of amendment, if we will pursue the issue, we will review it again, and at that time, we will submit our proposal to the good sponsor and to the chamber. But having said that, Mr. President, is there a prohibition for Congress to review the threshold amounts, say 3 years from now?
No prohibition, Mr. President.
No prohibition. And
prohibition. Even without any recommendation, Mr. President, the Congress can do it.
Yes, because
I agree.
The powers of Congress are plenary, and therefore we cannot bind future Congresses. That is
yes, Mr. President. Actually, this does not bind any future Congress, except that we have given additional work to the DTI, SEC, BSP, and the NEDA to every 5 years conduct a focused review on the amount, on the minimum threshold amount, if we maintain the said provision, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So at the appropriate time, we can go back to this at the appropriate period of amendment. Now, The paid up capital is proposed at 300,000. How much on a per store basis is the capitalization required as a threshold under the bill?
It is found in the same section 2, page 3, beginning on line 30. In the case of foreign retailers engaged in retail trade through more than one physical store, the investment for each store must be equivalent in Philippine pesos of at least 150,000 US dollars, Mr. President. 150,000 US dollars. The main idea, Mr. President, the old law provided for in the IRR ba yan? The old law in the implementing rules and regulations required around 830,000 US dollars per store or branch. So since we are lowering the minimum threshold amount, we decided to retain the concept of a per store amount and decided that it be 150,000 US dollars, so that the minimum threshold amount of 300,000 cannot be divided in such a way or in such small quantities that they will now appear to be like sari-sari stores, Mr. President.
So
that is the rationale, Mr. President.
Yes. So therefore, the rationale of the bill is to limit the stores to 2, because the minimum paid up is 300,000, and the per store as investment is a minimum of 150,000. Therefore, while we say we are liberalizing retail trade, we limit the number of stores to only 2.
For the minimum investor, Mr. President,
right.
If they want more than 2, they are free to increase their investment, Mr. President.
Yes, but if they just limit themselves to 300,000, which is the minimum, we can only allow them 2 retail outlets.
That is my understanding. That's how I would interpret it, Mr. President.
Would the gentleman, given that obvious limitation, if we are liberalizing the liberal retail trade area, shouldn't we reduce the 150,000?
We are open to that, Mr. President, because at any rate there is this second amount, the minimum threshold capital requirement. So still, no matter the number of outlets or stores, the minimum is still $300,000. Ang ano lang po namin kasi mangyari is baka mahati-hati yung 300,000 sa, let us say, 10, the $30,000 na baka magmukhang ano na siya, neighborhood store, in actuality now competing with our micro and small businesses. That is the fear. That is the fear or scenario that we are guarding against, Mr. President.
But precisely, we are trying to liberalize. If we are, and then let's
yes, Mr. President, we are open,
but we limit them to 2. We might be clear. We should be clear on what the policy that we are putting across. Mr. President, look at 168 and 169. What capitalization are we talking about? In other words, my submission is, because of the very stringent requirements that we put up in the law, there is a tendency to go around the law and violate the provisions, because necessity is the mother of all inventions. So if there is a necessity to provide retail trade services and we impose so many restrictions, we are aware, for example, talking about that, about franchising. O anong nangyayari? Franchise outlets, they are engaged in retailing. So that is why, well, at the appropriate time, maybe we can revisit this. We will propose amendments in this area, and if the good sponsor is open to it, we can reopen that debate at the appropriate time when we propose amendments. If that is okay with the good sponsor.
Before you answer, go ahead.
Just to share my thoughts on the
Yes,
provision.
and then Senator Villar, go ahead.
Yes, I see the point of the minority leader, and at any rate, what is the more important amount is the minimum threshold capital requirement. So
And
for as long as we have that, then how much to divide per store may be a business judgment already of the retail investor, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Villar, with the permission of Senator Dillon and Pimentel.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question, Mr. Senate President. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. When you say $300,000, are you not allowed to borrow? Maybe that is the equity, but you can borrow. Because when you invest $300,000 in a company, I think you can borrow another $300,000, 50% equity. Is that covered by the law or what?
Okay. The $300,000 should be now present in the country, brought into the country by the retail trade investor. So ano na po siya, with that requirement, so that minimum threshold has already been met. So if that retail trade investor will borrow money, that's already
That
a
would be-
business judgment, Mr. President. But then the present bill requires nga an investment of 150,000 per store. But that is now the topic of the minority leader, that he wants us to review that requirement, but not the minimum threshold requirement. Yeah. Thank you.
I just want to ask question because if you invest in equity of $300,000, I think you can borrow another $300,000 as debt, and that will increase your amount to be invested in the Philippines. So you, even if you set up an amount per store, you can build more than 2 stores. I think that's just a manifestation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that, Madam Senator. You are the recognized expert in business matters. So hindi ko po alam 'yun. Basta $300,000 is the minimum investment. They are now legally present here. They can borrow, of course. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, what we were just saying is that there should be no requirement of $150,000 per store.
Yes, Mr. Minority Leader. Mr. President, I see the point. Actually, that was a requirement. The $830,000 US dollars out of the 2.5 million requirement in the present law, which is roughly around 1/3, no, is found in the IRR. So, if this will be a controversial point in the measure, we can easily deal with the issue, Mr. President.
Yes. Can I have a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President, to review our notes before on other areas?
Session is suspended for a few minutes. For the information of everyone, there were two sessions ongoing while there was a break. There was a session between Senator Villar, Drilon, and Recto. Inside, there was a session between Pimentel, Cayetano, and Lacson. It's all about the same bill. Anyway, again, Senator Pimentel has the floor. And still, the minority leader interpolating the main sponsor, the main author of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are ready to continue, Mr. President.
Yes. Wait. Go ahead,
Okay.
Senator
Thank you,
Villar.
Mr. President. Just two more points. First, the liberalization is again limited by the fact of the requirement of a reciprocity. Why do we have to have this? That is a protectionist policy that there must be reciprocity. I don't think in this day and age, reciprocity is still a valid requirement. We should allow free within the rules. And we should encourage entry of foreign investments from investors who follow the rules. And a reciprocity requirement, I respectfully submit, Mr. President, has no more place in today's trading and technology.
The reciprocity requirement, Mr. President, first of all, is found in existing law. I think that is a statement of fact. And then we have Article 12, Section 13 of our Constitution on the national economy and patrimony, which states that the state shall pursue a trade policy that serves the general welfare and utilizes all forms and arrangements of exchange on the basis of equality and reciprocity. So I believe that the word reciprocity there found in the Constitution carries the same meaning as the reciprocity found in existing law, which we have retained in our proposed measure, Mr. President. So, so as not to encounter a constitutional question, this representation believes that it is best that we retain what is already found in existing law. At any rate, Mr. President, I think it's fair enough that if we allow, let us say, nationalities of nationals of India to invest here, that India should also allow, on paper or in their statute books, allow Filipino retailers in their market. Although there may not be actual investors, but at least in their statute books. And my interpretation, Mr. President, is that it does not have to be one-on-one equality with our law. So for as long as Filipinos are allowed to engage in retail trade in their economy or in their jurisdiction, no matter their threshold amount, that is already reciprocity, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I would like to think that the principal purpose of this measure is to generate investment, to generate employment, and to the extent that we can remove undue restrictions, we should do so. As long as they are a legitimate business, they comply with minimum requirements, and they will, and their presence in the country will benefit our people in terms of employment. That we are not allowed, or Filipino businessmen are not allowed to do business in the place of the principal business of the investor should not stand in the way, because the primary purpose of the bill, of the law, of the amendment, is to generate investment, and imposing the reciprocity requirement is not consistent with this policy that we are trying to pursue in this bill.
It was found, the reciprocity requirement was found to be consistent way back in year 2000 because it is in the law, and our reading of the Constitution, Mr. President, tells us that it will still be on the basis of reciprocity whether we put it or not, Mr. President, because the Constitution will be read into the law.
If that is the reading of the gentleman, we might as well remove this reciprocity clause in the proposed bill and leave it to the Constitution, because the Constitution says reciprocity is a requirement. Leave it at that and let it be interpreted by the appropriate implementing agencies that require that reciprocity is required, even if not so provided in the law, because that is how the Constitution should be read. So it is on that basis, Mr. President, that I think we can remove the reciprocity requirement in the bill and leave it to the Constitution.
The danger there, Mr. President, is the surprise that foreign retail investor might encounter years down the road, when all of a sudden, after investing heavily in the country, the reciprocity requirement is suddenly questioned, and the Constitution is interpreted the way that we are that this representation is currently interpreting it. Then we will have these problems, and maybe earn a bad reputation in the international community that our rules are not clear. So this is an effort to make our rules clearer, which we did way back in year 2000, and that this is required by our Constitution.
Mr. President, when a license will be issued by the SEC and the DTI, I am certain that they are conscious of this requirement under the Constitution, and if they assert that there should be a reciprocity, we leave that to the implementing agency and to the courts ultimately, and I'm certain that the prospective investor will be conscious of this constitutional provision, which we cannot touch and which we must enforce. But to place it in the bill does not serve any purpose, Mr. President. To me, it's best if we just leave the Constitution. It is self-executory. If that is the interpretation of the good sponsor, and leave it up to the administering to the agencies and the courts to determine, Mr. President.
We see the point of the minority leader, but I hope that he also sees the point of this representation, that if it is a restatement of a constitutional rule, then what is the damage that we are doing, Mr. President, if we are precisely for those researching on our rules on retail trade? So when they see this provision, they will easily understand without studying our Constitution and referring the matter to law firms. A reading of the law or the measure, when this becomes law, will clearly state that reciprocity is a requirement. So, in my opinion, Mr. President, there really should be no damage if we state in a law a clear directive or mandate found in our Constitution.
All right, Mr. President, just for the record, were the laws of the country of residence of the prospective investor does not prohibit or does not have the equivalent of the retail trade nationalization law. Would that suffice for purposes of the reciprocity requirement? In other words, if there is no nationalization requirement in the country of origin of the company, would that comply with the reciprocity requirement? In other words, Filipino investment in the retail trade in the country of origin is that prohibited? Would that comply with the reciprocity clause?
I agree. Yes, Mr. President. If the law of the country of the retail trade investor in the Philippines does not prohibit Filipino retail trade investment in his country, or allows it expressly, then the investor, the foreign investor is the foreign retail trade investor is compliant with our laws, Mr. President.
All right. Let us leave it at that. At least that's on record as the interpretation of the sponsor of this particular provision. Just one final point, and I will take this up because Senator Villar cannot take it up. This is the matter of the penalty for commercial operators. Why are we imposing a penalty of 50,000, but not more than 500,000 for each violation shall be imposed on any commercial establishment operator or mall operators? The family of Senator Villar is a commercial establishment operator. I cannot see why we are imposing we are imposing a penalty on commercial establishment operators who are not even covered by the retail trade law. Number two, I think the penalties are very harsh that we are imposing here. These are not they're not guilty of extrajudicial killings. They are just trying to do business. Can the penalty be reviewed, Mr. Chairman, as part of your committee?
Yes, Mr. President. We are not actually proposing the measure for the penalties. It's as stated by the minority leader, and I agree with him. The main purpose here is to open up the economy, the retail trade sector for more investments, make the Philippines more competitive, create more jobs, make possible the linkage of small businessmen with international supply chains. These are the purposes of the objectives of the law, not really to send people to jail or to increase the punishment. So we will definitely review the penalties, and as stated earlier, Mr. President, because of the ideas expressed by the minority leader, we may even end up deleting, right, all reference to the commercial establishment operator, because the brick and mortar versus online shopping will no longer be, the distinction will no longer be pursued, Mr. President.
And if we may suggest, maybe we can limit the penalty to administrative, to just civil penalties, like, say, revocation of the license if they violate the law, warning and revocation of the license, rather than imposing imprisonment and very substantial fines. This is a commercial, this is an incentive act and not principally a penal statute. And I hope that the good sponsor can consider changing the concept or reviewing the concept of the very harsh penalties and just limit it to administrative penalties, as in, for example, after several violations, revoking the license, rather than sending people to jail, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Actually, Mr. President, I agree with the uh, general proposal actually to review our criminal laws. Maybe we have criminalized too many acts already. So
Yes.
I agree with you. But the existing law in Section 12 actually establishes or provides a very steep penalty also, Mr. President. So it's about
Well,
time. It's about time to review,
Yes.
but maybe to put some teeth in the restrictions or in the requirements. Maybe there should also be a penalty of imprisonment, but we will make it reasonable just for the deterrent effect of this kind of a penalty, Mr. President. I mean, this is just my initial reaction to the sentiment of the minority leader.
Yes, our sentiment is that this is a law designed to attract investors, and the regulatory aspect of imposing prison terms and huge fines may not be may not necessarily be part of that or consistent with that general purpose, because you already put fear in the hearts of the prospective investor. But if that is the purpose, then we accept it and maybe impose life imprisonment for the violators of this law.
So yes, Mr. President, we want to attract them and at the same time already scare them away.
Yes.
So, but Mr. President, the measure actually just maintains the current penalty. So so it's time to adjust it. So we are also making a statement. So we are also making a statement when we now decrease the penalty. At the same time, liberalize the unmistakable statement there is that you are welcome to come here and invest here in the Philippines.
Yes, and you will not be sent to jail for a simple mistake of failing to register or whatever. So with that, Mr. President, I think we will just await the proposed amendments of the committee, taking into account the issues we have raised, and we do hope that there are certain critical issues that we would like to see the position of the good sponsor so that we can debate on it if necessary and submit it to the plenary for decision. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. President, and thank you to the good sponsor.
Thank you, Minority Leader. The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we can take up other matters as well. We move to suspend, and several of our colleagues have lined up to interpolate this measure, so we move to suspend consideration until they're
Any
ready.
objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
And to also comply with my promise to our lady colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros, I move that we, with the permission of the Senate President, who's going to interpolate, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1933.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 1933 is in order.
Yeah, may we request the presiding officer to replace our Senate President so that he may interpolate.
The session suspended for a few seconds.
Leader.
Distinguished Senate President, Senator Vicente Soto III, to interpolate our dear colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
The Senate President, Senator Tito Soto, is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the measure, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, thank you. Will the distinguished lady favor us with some responses to some issues that we would like to be clarified on Senate Bill 1933?
Very gladly, Mr. President, and looking forward, as I mentioned last Wednesday, to being guided by the good Senate President in making the bill clearer and better, especially for our adoptive children and parents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. The Senate Bill 1933 is the Domestic Administrative Adoption Act. Right. I definitely agree that our adoption proceedings should be administrative in nature. And I think that is the main purpose of your bill. This is not because the judicial process is longer, and also because the family courts at present are very efficient. And just for the record, for those who were not born before 1992, the law creating the family courts is principally authored and filed by this representation. It has become Republic Act 8369, and we passed it in 1997. Anyway, I'm so sure, I've been monitoring that the family courts really are very efficient at this point. But I understand that the bill is because an administrative proceeding is cheaper, as there is no need to hire lawyers. Am I right, Your Honor?
You are correct, Mr. President. Providing for administrative domestic adoption by law would indeed make the adoption process more financially accessible for children already legally declared as available for adoption and for prospective adoptive parents. And there are also cases, Mr. President, that in cases where there are no problems that can be detected between possibly placing adoptive children with their adoptive parents, that it may turn out that an administrative process will also turn out somehow to be cheaper. So that is the second or secondary benefit sought by the bill, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President. Earlier, Senator Pia Cayetano, the last time she interpolated on the measure, mentioned that there are 1.8 million children that were declared abandoned, but the DSWD failed to match them with prospective adoptive families. Now, this step is prior to the filing of the petition before the courts. So, can you agree that it is the procedure within the DSWD that is taking so long? Probably because of the lack of social workers. What do you think, Your Honor?
Well, Mr. President, what the good Senate President has indicated that there is a lack of social workers, in fact, has started to be addressed by the DSWD, since indeed they themselves have said that if they could have a greater number or complement of social workers within and outside the department, the latter accredited to assist in the adoption process, that in fact more children available, legally available for adoption could be adopted out. But also just to make the situation even clearer for us, Mr. President, this representation asked the Department of Social Welfare and Development to please get to the bottom of that very large and therefore worrying number of 1.8 million neglected children, which were mentioned in that UN report. And if I may share with the good Senate President and to make it of record here in the Senate, the DSWD shared their data of neglected, abandoned children and foundlings for the years 2009 to 2020. And per their records, there are a total of 5,535 neglected, abandoned, and foundlings recorded by the DSWD. The department notes, Mr. President, that these are only those who have been issued CDCLAAS or the certificates declaring a child legally available for adoption. Therefore, as of this moment, unfortunately, Mr. President, the DSWD still cannot reconcile their records with the UN report of 1.8 million neglected children. Nonetheless, having said that, Mr. President, still, even the DSWD number of more than 5,000 neglected, abandoned children and foundlings still points out that as if we can make the adoptive process shorter and secondarily cheaper for children and prospective adoptive parents who are eligible, then that would serve the interests of children and families better. Additionally, Mr. President, according to the DSWD, the 1.8 million children are not all for adoption. Some are actually for reunification with their biological families, and some po are for temporary shelter, Mr. President. Nawala yung Senate. Signal? Okay. Good year. Paano yun? Nawala ang Senate.
difficulties, but I believe they can hear us now. Can Senator Risa hear us now?
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh,
Yes,
there you go,
good
Mr. President. May we
majority leader.
recognize the
Salamat
two
po.
lady and gentlemen are
Yes, we continue with the deliberation of the same measure. We recognize our Senate President, Senator Tito Soto, and Senator Risa Ontiveros defending and sponsoring the measure.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Before we were unceremoniously cut off by the DICT, I was asking the distinguished lady from Akbayan, isn't it strange that the bottleneck actually comes from the DSWD, kaya tumatagal, di ba, dito sa issue ng adoption. Ibibigyan natin sila ng heavier and additional mandate to decide on adoption proceedings, hindi kaya lalong mahirapan. Will they be efficient enough to implement?
Actually, Mr. President, we are certainly hoping that opening up a seeming bottleneck will pave the way for more adoptive children and their parents to be able to establish their family relationships and more efficiently. The DSWD has very honestly and humbly looked at the problems, and through this representation, Mr. President, they are ready to share with the Senate and with the good Senate President the improvements they have been making in the past many months that they believe will be further reinforced by the passage of this bill. For example, Mr. President, in the current processes under the DSWD, certain delays that were identified have been responded to in terms of the implementation of matters relating to adoption. In particular, Mr. President, currently, the issuance of the certification declaring a child legally available for adoption, or the CD-CLAA, is lodged with the DSWD. And based on our records, Mr. President, from the years 2009 to 2020, just last year, the average shortest turnaround time we issued, or the department issued CD-CLAA, was 35 to 46 days. So 1 to 1.5 months. While the longest turnaround time was 1 to 2 years. As an aside, Mr. President, surprisingly, those in the shortest category were all regular children, while those in the longest category were all IP cases. Ang IP po, independent placement. Yung pong walang dinaanang anumang legal process, basta't nagkaroon na lang halimbawa ng pag-uusap between the biological parents and the adoptive parents, tin-over na po yung bata without any legal process. Nung ipinasok na po ito sa tamang legal na process na makakuha ng CD-CLAA, lalo pong matagal. This would tell us somehow, Mr. President, that somehow the type or the category of cases for adoption has an impact on the movement of the case. Normally po for IP or independent placement cases, CD-CLAAs couldn't be issued at once because there were a lot of missing information or papers. And those usually take so much time to locate, for example, the birth parents to get their consent. There are also cases, Mr. President, where the birth certificate of the child was simulated, and so it had to be canceled first in court. But now, with the RA 11222, the simulated birth certificate could be used without cancellation in court. Also, Mr. President, according to the adoptive parents, the long process is in the courts. Their chief complaint is in the judicial process, and this is on record at our hearings. Actually, Mr. President, and in particular the good Senate President, yung isang insight ko po dito ay yung pinakamalaking tulong talaga ng family courts is for those family courts to address family situations where there is conflict, where there is pain that needs to be assuaged in a proper and legal way. Yun yung isang napakalaking serbisyo po ng family courts sa mga pamilyang Pilipino. And that should be counted as part of the legacy of the good Senate President. In this case po, that we are considering of administrative adoptions, ang adoption naman po usually is walang conflict, walang pain between the parties that must be assuaged. Simple siyang proseso na that will simply create more joy. At kaya siguro kino-contemplate nitong bill na baka, given with the wisdom of the Senate and the Mr. President, the good Senate President, na baka sasapat na po. Gagawing mas maiksi at incidentally gagawing mas mura din po yung administrative adoption. Ito pa po, Mr. President, dito sa assessment at self-assessment ng DSWD and how they have already tried to address this. Yung nakita pa nilang common reasons of delay. Halimbawa po, limited number of social workers handling the program. The majority po of LGUs na under the current process may papel sa adoption. Majority po sa kanila ay may 1 to 2 social workers managing all the programs and services in their locality. Wala pong social workers solely assigned in alternative parental care. Kaya nga po, Mr. President, recently, ang DSWD nagdagdag po ng 51 social workers. They're also constrained to prioritize sa LGUs po, no, yung alternative parental care program due to the other nga LGU devolved programs. And there was delay of action and response by LGUs to provide the requested documents. For example, the Parenting Capability Assessment Report, Certificate of Posting, etc. And last but not the least, Mr. President, ano po yung mga naging tugon ng DSWD to these delays in their partnership with the LGUs? They have provided technical assistance to the social workers. They conducted dialogues and case conferences. Nag-discuss po sila ng concerns of alternative parental care program in the LGU Social Welfare Development Forum. And yung mga DSWD teams po facilitated the preparation of child study reports for the issuance of those CD CLAA. So, ibig sabihin po, Mr. President, mulat po ang DSWD sa mga limitations under which they labor. Pero dahil po naging proactive na rin sila on the administrative aspects ng buong adoption process, they are quite confident po to request the support of the Senate and also of the House of Representatives na i-mandate po sila by law to undertake administrative domestic adoption process with all their commitments po to become even more efficient and to place an even greater number of children with CD CLAAs with the proper adoptive parents, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think you probably covered my issues on Hawaii. I'd like to go into the House. But before Senator Cayetano is recognized, just for the record, before I receive a phone call from Senator Secretary Honasan, I was just joking about the ICT. There was a technical difficulty within the area. It's not the fault of the ICT. He might call me again. All right.
Baka, Mr.
Senator
President,
Cayetano
fault
wishes
ng
to
pag-asa
be
dahil sa ulan.
Yes, with the indulgence of our distinguished colleagues, may we recognize Senator Cayetano?
Thank you, Mr. Senate President, for allowing me to intervene. Because it seemed that you were going to change topic, so I felt that my intervention would be relevant now, no, because you are shifting topics. I'd like to just spread this into the record to help move our bill forward. I think we are all supportive of this administrative adoption measure. But what I feel is not captured in the discussion, and I don't blame DSWD. They're overworked. They try their best, but I think it's contrary to self-preservation for you to automatically and willingly expose your weaknesses, no? So, one thing for sure is that there are not enough personnel. And as Her Honor pointed out, there was a recent increase in their budget for 51 personnel, and that is our Senate intervention. That was my intervention, Your Honors, to ensure that we can move forward and have more social workers attending to these children. But that is just that was just really meant to be a parang like a pilot, and with the hope that we will continue supporting this because there really are not enough social workers. But let me now spread into the record what I feel is very important, because Her Honor concludes by saying that DSWD is cognizant of the limitations, but they are now very confident that they can do that job. What is not written in the law that our Senate President authored? So I feel like nanganak na lang ito over time is this process. And when I take the floor again to interpolate, I'll print it, no? But I just felt it was relevant now. That's why I'm mentioning it. To get a CDCLA, ito yung certificate nga that the child can be legally adopted. An adoption social worker from an agency who assuming there is one, because it can be either done by an agency social worker or diretso ng DSWD social worker. In any case, the next step is it will go now to the social worker of DSWD. Okay? So the certified social worker will have their work reviewed by the DSWD social worker, or the DSWD social worker starts it. And then it goes to the supervising social worker. Nagbibigay ng input, minsan pababalikin, more questions, etc. And then it goes to the division chief, more questions, babalikan na naman. The assistant regional director, the same process, review, babalikan na naman. And then the regional director. Sa regional pa lang yun. That was not contemplated in the law. I know we want to protect our children, pero all of this, adds to so much delay. All of them, again and again, pabalik-balik. After that, it goes to the central office, and guess what? I-review na naman yan ng social worker. And then, the legal office, and finally, the secretary. Now, let me just quickly bring you back to the regional director. The regional director and all those social workers I mentioned are involved in all the catastrophes and calamities of the country. So during this time of COVID, Mr. President, pinull out pa yung social worker na nagtatrabaho for children who need to be placed either for adoption or foster care, pinull out pa para mag-deliver ng SAP. So that is the situation that I want addressed, Mr. President. At the proper time, I will introduce my amendment, but I wanted to spread that into the record because the law of His Honor did not assume that all of these people have to have a say at pabalik-balik doing this kind of work. So yun lang, I spread that into the record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may, Mr. President, indeed, when the good gentlewoman first interpolated, this representation recognized that it was her amendment in the GAA for 2021 that has now enabled the DSWD to add 51 social workers into their ranks, and particularly also to facilitate this process of administrative adoption. And at the proper time, I will consider with a great openness of mind the gentlewoman's proposed amendments in order to facilitate, yes, a process of administrative adoption that has many steps, but is contemplated. Many steps because for the protection of the child, but is contemplated to happen within a shorter period of time than is experienced at the moment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, well, and then thank you also because she touched, the distinguished lady from Taguig touched a question that I was about to pose also. Because I'm familiar with Senate Bill 61, the bill of Senator Pia Cayetano. In that particular proposal, Section 18 of her bill provides that after all the required documents are submitted, all domestic adoption cases shall be decided within 30 days of the proposed National Authority for Child Care, or NACC. Now, in our bill right now that we're discussing, Senate Bill 1933, Section 17 provides that the regional director shall have 30 days to examine the petition with all its supporting documents. And then if the petition is sufficient in form and substance, the regional director will recommend and forward his or her findings with the secretary. And the secretary will have 30 days to decide upon the receipt of the recommendation. Is my understanding correct that this decision process is longer? We're going to make it longer in this bill, Your Honor.
Actually, Mr. President, it will not become longer because there are certain parts of the pre-adoption process that we already have been completed before that administrative adoption process. The administrative adoption process will take place beginning with if we mark the time from the time that the regional director reviews, verifies, validates information alleged in the petition, and then conducts personal determination and provides recommendation to the secretary, all that will be done within 30 days, Mr. President. Afterwards, it is transmitted to the DSWD secretary, having been deemed complete in form and substance. And that transmittal would happen within 7 days or 1 week. And then, as the good Senate President mentioned, the Secretary will act on the petition and issue an order of adoption if assessed favorable to the child within another 30 days. So within those 2 months and 1 week, the administrative adoption process proper may transpire, which in effect, Mr. President, would be much shorter than the average of time such a petition would spend if going through the judicial process, Mr. President.
Oh, yes, definitely. Shorter than the judicial process. But what I'm saying is there is a proposal that an ACC be created, the Authority on Child Care, and they decide within 30 days. Hindi ba mas pwede nating i-adapt yun? 30 days kagad, decided na. Instead na 60 days pa. Well, anyway, at the proper time, perhaps you may discuss it, and perhaps Senator Cayetano will introduce that particular amendment. It might be beneficial for your bill also. Hello?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate that advice, and I remain faithful to my stated intention to, at the proper time, favorably consider amendments that will facilitate an administrative adoption process for the adoptive children and parents within the DSWD or even a new unit within the department, Mr. President.
Okay.
With the indulgence of our colleagues, just to put on record, place on record some vital information. As we heard a while ago, the distinguished lady from Taguig, her efforts in adding 51 new social workers for DSWD. As of today, out of the 3,292 authorized positions in the DSWD, only 2,905 is filled. So roughly about 12% still is unfilled, dear colleagues, just to add to the discussion. Thank you.
All right. Moving forward, Mr. President, Your Honor, in Section 11 of your bill, it requires the adoption social worker to have at least 3 years experience in handling adoption cases to conduct a case study. Is their license not sufficient for them to conduct a case study? May we know the difference between a licensed social worker that is mentioned on page 11 of your page 11, line 19, and the adoption social worker requiring 3 years experience mentioned in line 21? Ano po ba ang pagkakaiba nito?
Ang pagkakaiba po, Mr. President, ay syempre po yung licensed social worker is eligible to apply to and be accepted by the DSWD for its various social work and development tasks in general. Pero particular po para dito sa pagdadagdag sa human resources ng department, particularly for handling adoption cases, kaya po nire-require na yung social worker na tatanggapin ng department would have at least 3 years experience, particularly po in handling adoption cases as certified or accredited by the DSWD to be able to make the assessment and the home study report. So this, Mr. President, is for the aim of providing a bigger pool of social workers in anticipation of the increase, the happy anticipation of the increase of the number of prospective adoptive parents, Mr. President.
Presently, how many social workers have at least 3 years experience in handling adoption cases?
Perhaps, Mr. President, I could base the answer to that. Yes, I can, Mr. President. I can base the answer to that question of the good Senate President by looking at the current complement of social workers in DSWD. By position po sa central office, they have 22 social workers, 8 of them permanent and 14 of them under contract of service. Doon naman po sa field offices, they have 102 social workers, 38 of them permanent and 64 of them under contract of service. And these social workers, Mr. President, those who are handling adoption cases, one particular competency of theirs is that to make a case study, they need 3 years of experience in order to, Mr. President, assess the family life, to assess the fitness of the parents, and therefore to make a good recommendation about the matching between each child with a CD-CLAA and the prospective adoptive parents, Mr. President.
So would you say it is safe to say that in all the regional offices, there are social workers who have 3 years experience in adoption cases?
To interject this piece of information, what I'm told by caregiving agencies is ginagawa lang tayong training ground, parang sa mga nurses, Mr. President, that after mga 2 years of experience, they all go abroad. Again, we cannot stop them, but we need to take note of that reality that they live. So after 2 years, assuming that they are a junior aide to a senior social worker, baka hindi na sila umabot dun sa 3 years bago sila tanggapin. So something to take note of, dear colleagues.
Yes, perhaps the distinguished sponsor may look into that issue. I do not have any suggestion at this point. It just came to my attention after you mentioned that. So perhaps we can look into that matter. Baka mabigat
Will
ka
do,
yan.
Mr.
Paano magkakaroon ng 3
President.
years experience after 2 years, maalis na. Yun ang problema. But then again, as I mentioned earlier, baka a licensed social worker will be able to do the job. But nevertheless, let me go to Section 37 of your bill. You are penalizing adoption discrimination acts such as labeling, shaming, bullying, negative stigma. Hindi po malinaw sa akin itong provision na to. Can you explain the elements of this act that you are criminalizing?
Yes, Mr. President. Regarding discriminatory acts, halimbawa po, Mr. President, at ito mula po sa karanasan ng mga adoptive parents na, yung mga successfully nakapag-adopt ng bata na may CD-CLAA. Ang kwento po nila, Mr. President and dear colleagues, is that their children cannot go to, for example, Catholic schools because they don't have baptismal certificate. Ang simbahan naman po needs a birth certificate to baptize. But yung adoption case ay nasa korte pa at that point in time, kaya wala pang birth certificate. And typically po, Mr. President, without a birth certificate, no baptism allowed, at ganun din po sa paaralan. Mula naman po sa DSWD, they have experienced the need to call the attention of concerned individuals or organizations tungkol halimbawa sa yung biro na gamit yung mga pananalitang ampon ka lang or hindi ka mahal ng magulang mo kaya binitawan ka, or within the adoptive family na biruin yung adopted child na hindi ka kasing mahal nung naturally born siblings mo. So ganun po yung ilang mga halimbawa na halaw po, Mr. President, mula sa mga adoptive parents at ganun din po sa DSWD na mga konkretong halimbawa po ng adoption discrimination, Mr. President.
Well, would you say the church or a school ayaw tanggapin dahil wala nung mga papeles na yun? Would you call that discrimination?
Perhaps, Mr. President, it's not intentional. Maybe it's an unintentional discrimination. Bunga po ng mga requirements sa paaralan. Pero syempre, kahit po yung mga paaralan natin would have to only follow legal requirements of our educational system under current law. Pero kung pwedeng i-provide ng isang administrative adoption law a faster and incidentally less expensive process, gaining also from the previous adoption-related laws that we have, mababawasan na po yung ganyang mga sitwasyon ng ang nagiging epekto ay diskriminasyon dun sa bata o sa estudyante. Additionally, Mr. President, examples of adoption discrimination would be labeling, shaming, bullying, or stigmatizing words with the intent to create a difference in treatment between adopted children and natural born children. Yung iba pa pong kwentong halaw po namin sa mga adoptive parents ay yung mga masasakit na narinig ng mga adoptive children nila tulad ng mga yung kinukutya na ampon, sinasabihan na pinulot sa basura, yung mga ganun pong mga halimbawa, Mr. President.
Yes, it's very common na pinulot sa dumi ng kalabaw. We used to do that to my brother, my brother next to me. Because he's the only one who looks like my mom. And all three of us, my other brothers, look like my dad. So we always kid him, mampu ka lang eh. Pulot ka lang eh. Ganun eh. So I'll be criminally liable.
Ay, hindi naman po, Mr. President. May particular settings po na tinutukoy dito, not within the family itself, Mr.
Alright,
President.
so okay, papalagyan natin. You mentioned that kasi mga bullying, stigma,
Opo.
negative stigma, shaming. Sino? Yeah, well, I will not pursue that. I will just go to the intent of the penal provision. Isn't that a penal provision? It must be related to non-compliance or the objective of the law. That's the way I understand it. Pero in this case, the bill is about making adoption process an administrative one. So I think the penal provision, the intention of the penal provision might be misplaced. There might be other laws that cover it already. Well, that's how I look at it, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I'm willing to study that, Mr. President, and at the proper time to consider if the good Senate President will propose proposed amendments. The intention of the penal provisions is to create a protective environment for the adoptive children and their parents, and to support the indeed main objective of the bill, which is to provide for an administrative adoption process. So as I mentioned, Mr. President, at the proper time, I would be willing to consider amendments which would not detract from the overall objective, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. I'm glad that you will study or review that particular portion of the bill. As promised yesterday to the Majority Leader and to the distinguished lady, I will not prolong my interpellation, and so I will terminate my interpellation at this point, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ready there.
to allow our colleagues to prepare their amendments as agreed upon. Yes, and I believe there's still a few of our colleagues who just want to interpolate still. So we move to suspend consideration of the measure, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion's carried.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Ma'am Risa. Thank you.
Thank you,
And,
Majority Leader.
So next on the agenda are three local bills, but of equal importance. Mr. President, may I recognize our distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Local Government to sponsor these measures. May I move, Mr. President, to resume consideration of House Bill number 6867 on the committee report number 167. Maybe with the permission of the body, Mr. President, these are three local bills on the redistricting of districts and dividing the province of Maguindanao. With the permission of the body, maybe we can call all of them so that the chairperson can answer questions on any of the three measures, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, so that I don't have to keep closing one and then opening the other, Mr. President. I so move. So we take up, we resume consideration of House Bill number 6867, isa-isa lang. Okay, Mr. President. So, okay, Mr. President, move that we take up and resumes House Bill number 6867.
Yes, is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
We'd like to put on record that Senator Binay has a co-sponsorship speech of House Bill number 6867 to be inserted into the records. This is reapportioning the province of Bulacan, Mr. President.
We take note of that, Majority Leader. Thank
Full
you.
support, I believe.
Thank you,
I know
Senator Binay.
Senator Go. Senator Go may want to put on record his gusto mo basahin for the record? Insert na lang. Yeah. Senator Bongo also, I know he wanted to have co-sponsor the measure. He just indicated to me that he will also insert to the record, submit to the secretary
The same
the
measure. Mr.
sponsorship speech for Bulacan, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. We take note of that.
Mr. President,
We are in consideration of
yes, the province of Bulacan. Maybe the presiding officer would like to ask clarificatory questions. I know that you're from Bulacan.
the acting presiding officer is in
Yes,
full
sir.
support,
Of course,
as always.
being the representative of Bulacan in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority.
May I just ask for a 1-minute suspension to confirm with the minority floor leader if I
1
can
minute
close the period of
suspension.
interpellation?
Yes, session suspended for a minute.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our members no longer wish to interpolate the measure. I move that we close the period of interpolation for House Bill number 6867. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. Closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to now open the period of amendments and ask the sponsor if there are amendments for the province of Bulacan in the redistricting.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, for House Bill 6867, taken into consideration with Senate Bill 1787, there are no amendments, Mr. President.
Great, very good, Mr. President. Move that we close the period of amendments for this measure.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
With that, Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6867 under Committee Report number 167.
Any objection? Hearing none. House Bill 6867 is approved on second reading.
Congratulations, Mr. President, to the congressman involved and to our chairperson, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Mr. President.
And of course, to our senator from Bulacan,
Yeah, just
Senator
a very
Jordan.
short manifestation, Mr. President, to express our heartfelt gratitude to our colleagues, especially our hardworking chair of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Francis Tolentino. This is indeed a needed legislation to help our beloved province, and we will definitely remember because Bulaqueños remember, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
I love you too. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Salamat. Yeah, kakatawag lang po ni Congressman Pancho and he was very, very happy and thankful to the Senate. For
What about Congresswoman Silverio?
all of them, Mr. President, lahat sila magkasama. So, tuntua po sila. So, they appreciate it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, let me just state for the record, Mr. President, I just got a call from Congressman Apple Pancho, Congressman Henry Villarica, Congresswoman Lorna Silverio, Mr. President, and again, even the Governor of Bulacan, Governor Daniel Fernando, and Vice Governor Willie Alvarado. Expressing their gratitude to the institution, to the senators. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority
Yes.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, move to suspend consideration to take it up next week for third.
Consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7700 under Committee Report number 169. So,
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the local measure. I move that we close the period of interpolations.
Any objection? Hearing none. Interpolation is closed.
And for the record, Mr. President, it's about time that Caloocan be divided into two districts. Caloocan is a very large city, a large population. So, tamang-tama lang po ito. Its time has come. So, Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize our sponsor for any amendments.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, just one committee amendment, Mr. President. On page 1, section 1, page 1, line 6, delete the number 86, Mr. President. So,
Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
With that, Mr. President, there are no other members who wish to propound any amendments. I move to close the period of amendments.
There are other proposed amendments in the committee report. Are you not pursuing this?
Mr. President, the amendment subject to style, I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President, because the previous House bill is still on top of this rostrum. I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. That was the period of individual amendment. That was only one amendment.
Yes, yes,
I understand. All right.
yes, Mr. President.
So,
Just the deletion of the number
Ah.
86, which represents barangay 86, which was inadvertently typed in this measure, Mr. President.
all right. Okay. So, the majority leader, you're ready to close the period of amendments.
Yes. 1 second. Mama, Gava, sandali lang daw. Sandali lang. Yes, with that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of...
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, with that, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7700. I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 7700 is approved on second reading.
I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
May I just ask for a 1 minute suspension, Mr. President? I'm conferring with the governor of Maguindanao. 1 minute.
All right. I thought you were talking to Senator Drilon.
No, sir. Sir, Governor of Maguindanao. So, yes.
All right. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we take up House Bill number 6413 with the permission of the body. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none. House Bill 6413. Consideration is in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no members who wish to interpolate on this measure. Again, this measure also is very timely. Its time has come, Mr. President. There was already a division of Maguindanao before. Unfortunately, it was done through the Autonomous Regions Assembly of the Autonomous Region Muslim Mindanao, which was shut down by the Supreme Court. As the Supreme Court said, it is only Congress who can create provinces and cities and municipalities. So they did it the right way. They filed it in the House, approved in the House. It's now with us here in the Senate, just for the record, Mr. President. I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. Mr. President, may I be recognized to propose, may we recognize the sponsor for any committee amendments, Mr. President?
Yes, for the committee amendments, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, for the committee amendments, on page 29, delete lines 21 to 25 with the corresponding renumbering, Mr. President. So delete just page 29, delete lines 21 to 25.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 68, lines 27, line 27, delete the words 60, parenthesis, numerical number 60, close parenthesis, and replace the same with 90, open parenthesis, numerical figures 90, close parenthesis, Mr. President. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 69, line 13, delete the words 1 year. 1 open parenthesis, numerical number 1, close parenthesis, and year. and replace the same with 6, open parenthesis, numerical number 6, close parenthesis, months. That's on page 69, line 13. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Finally, Mr. President, to renumber the sections previously mentioned affected by the 3 committee amendments I just proposed. I so move, Mr. President.
Any
No.
objection? Hearing none, motion to approve.
No further committee amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I propose a individual amendment, Mr. President?
Yes, the majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The name Northern Maguindanao and Southern Maguindanao sounds a bit Western. And most of our provinces, except for we have a few like Southern Leyte and Northern Samar. May I make a proposal, Mr. President, and I had already conferred as well with the governor of Maguindanao, if we can rename the 2 provinces to Maguindanao del Norte and Maguindanao del Sur, Mr. President. Would the sponsor be acceptable to that, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I think that's the proper way to give the nomenclature for these newly created provinces, considering that northern presupposes an area which is geographically contained, while north represents a grid, Mr. President. So to avoid confusion, I concur with the proposal of the good majority leader that it should be renamed properly as, if I heard it correctly, Maguindanao del Norte and Maguindanao del Sur, subject to style, and to encompass all the municipalities in the original bill, Mr. President.
So it's an omnibus motion, Mr. President. All reference to Maguindanao, Northern Maguindanao would be called now Maguindanao del Norte, and all reference to Southern Maguindanao would be called Maguindanao del Sur. And then the title would be now called, Mr. President, an act dividing the province of Maguindanao into 2 provinces, namely Maguindanao del Norte and Maguindanao del Sur, Mr. President. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendments adopted.
And just to be sure that, Mr. President, for the record, I'd like to, with the permission of the sponsor, be made co-sponsor of the measures. If can be, Mr. President, for the record, all 3 measures that we approved today, we can be made co-sponsors together with Senator Joel Villanueva and Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Mr. President.
What
An
about
honor-
the presiding
an honor-
officers?
Oh, Mr. President, of course. Your signature will be in the law. But yes, Mr. President,
Thank you.
also the presiding officer, Senate President Soto. So move.
Thank you. Being a former chairman of the Committee on Local Government, it's an honor to be co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mr.
All
President.
right.
With that, we move to approve on second, close the period of interpellation, Mr. President. Amendments, rather. Amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading, House Bill number 6413. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. House Bill 6413 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations to the
Salam.
hardworking chairperson. Alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar. Congratulations po. So, Mr. President, we move to suspend consideration of the measure so we can take it up on third reading.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration on, one second. Okay, Kakao?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1741. This is the Cacao Bill, Mr. President, of our distinguished colleague from Las Piñas, the Cacao Queen, Senator Villar, Mr. President.
So the motion is to consider
Yes, Mr. President.
Senate Bill 1741.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
As I mentioned, this is the Cacao measure, Mr. President. I move that we recognize the champion of cacao production in the Philippines, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Mr. I wish to submit the following amendments to Senate Bill 1741. Did you hear me?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
please. Go ahead po, ma'am.
Okay. On page 1, line 7, replace the word Senate with the word state. I so move, Mr. President.
Ano?
On page 1, line 7, replace the word Senate with the word state. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 1, line 8, replace the word initiatives with the word industries. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 1, line 9, before the word human, insert the word of. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 1, line 12, on the word recognized, replace the letter D with letter S. It should be recognizes. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Attorney,
On page 1, lines 21 and 22, delete the phrase the cacao and chocolate capital of the Philippines and replace it with the phrase as the chocolate capital of the Philippines and the entire Region 11 or Davao region, open parenthesis, Davao region, close parenthesis, as the cacao capital of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on page 1, after section 2, insert another section which shall read as follows. Section 3, repealing clause, thus, any law, presidential decree or issuance, executive order, letter of instruction, rule or regulation inconsistent or contrary to the provision of this act is hereby repealed or modified accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Objection. Hearing none, adopted.
On line 24, replace section 3 with section 4. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And the last would be replace the title of the bill as follows. An act declaring the city of Davao as the chocolate capital of the Philippines and the entire Region 11, open parenthesis, Davao region, close parenthesis, as the cacao capital of the Philippines. That is all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no more individual, no? Isinama na po sa committee amendments. Is that correct, Madam
Yes,
Chairperson?
that's all. Yeah.
That's right. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
President.
my proposals
concerns, Mr.
would have
President.
been carried because Senator Villar has incorporated my proposed amendments to the bill already. Except that actually I wanted to, just for the record, I wanted to convert it into a resolution, but Senator Villar assured me that she will fight for the Senate version.
In the
and that it will
bicameral.
not in the BICAM with the House of Representatives, because the House of Representatives version have many financial implications.
Yes.
But with the assurance of Senator Villar, then we had no longer propose any amendments to the bill. All right.
So with that, Mr. President, with that, I move to close the period of amendments.
All right. Any objection? Chair hears none. Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1741 and the committee report number 163. So moved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1741 is hereby approved on second reading.
Congratulations to our cacao queen, Senator Villar. We are still awaiting the chocolates, Mr. President,
Yeah.
that you promised us.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your understanding, and I will send you all cacao candies from Davao City. Thank you.
Yeah.
Of course. And that is, for the record, that is out of her goodness, of the goodness of her heart, not a
Yes.
suhol.
Ano? Tapos na po. Tapos na po yung bill.
Thank you.
Mix yun eh. Mix. Mahilig sa chocolate.
All right.
Oh, humingi po tayo ng chocolates
You're
para
welcome.
mga
You're
senador.
welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend consideration of the same. Take it up.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, we just have three items on the agenda very quickly. PS resolution, may we resume consideration of PS resolution number 663 and 668, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Considerations in order.
May we recognize the sponsor, our chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, to sponsor the blended new resolution, Mr. President, of 663, taking
We are now in the period of amendments for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, after conferring with the good Senate President and also distributing copies of the blended resolution this afternoon around 1:24 p.m., I'm ready to propose some amendments, Mr. President, on the pre-agreed version of the blended resolution. So this is, Mr. President, the proposal. Delete the first line. This is on Senate Resolution 663. Delete the first line of page 1 up to the last line of page 2 and replace the deleted portions with the amended version that was distributed to the senators around 1:24 this afternoon. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Then, Mr. President, amend the title to read as follows. A resolution expressing the sense of the Senate to recommend the resumption of face-to-face classes through the immediate launch of the pilot testing of localized limited face-to-face classes in low-risk areas as identified by the Department of Education under risk-based assessment following stringent mitigation measures, strict health protocols, and guidelines of the Department of Health and of the Interagency Task Force on the Management of Emerging and Infectious Diseases to enable the Department of Education to gather evidence on the ground and design a framework for the safe reopening of schools. I so move, Mr. President.
All right, before we adopt the proposed amendment, the Secretariat is asking for a copy so that we are taking it word for word. You are you are using 663 or 668 as your amended version?
663, Mr. President.
663.
Yes.
All right. So the procedure.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Drilon, you're recognized.
Yes. Are these amendments being introduced in order that we can come up with a blended version, so-called? Is that our understanding, Mr. President?
Yes, correct. Precisely.
Yes. Okay. Just for the record. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, the Minority Leader. We are just making sure that the Secretariat is following it properly. Therefore, when we started, the sponsor was amending Senate Resolution 663, and he has already proposed the deletion of the particular lines and has introduced already into the records.
Yes.
Now the Secretariat is looking at the copy that you read.
Just for the record, Mr. President, this is a blended version of Senate Resolution 663
and 668.
and 668.
Correct.
Taken to consideration the comments of Senator Ping Lacson and Senator Cayetano yesterday, Mr. President.
Yes, correct.
And Senator Villanueva, Mr. President.
So are we set on this?
We also took into consideration the proposals of Senator Angara, Mr. President.
When we started, what was the first amendment that you proposed, Your Honor?
Mr. President, when we started, my proposal was to delete first line of
Page
page
one.
1
Up to the last line of page 2.
after the last line of page 2, Mr.
And
President.
you replaced the deleted portions with the amended version that was distributed to the senators at around 1:24 this afternoon.
Correct, Mr. President.
All right. And what was this?
Can I butt in? Mr.
What
President?
was this? What is the amended version that replaces these deleted portions?
Mr. President? Maybe just to clarify, Mr. President.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Instead of saying blended and amending the two resolutions, we can do by substitution.
By substitution.
So we can actually file a new resolution agreed upon by everyone, Mr. President. That would make, I think, it much more easier,
Yes.
Mr. President.
In effect, Mr. President, good majority floor, this is an amendment by substitution.
So it is an amendment by substitution.
Correct, Mr. President, because we distributed the blended version this afternoon at 1:24, Mr. President.
Yeah, so to maintain the number, to retain the resto number. Okay, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President.
So,
if
for
there's
the
no-
record,
yes.
it is still 663, but it is already, taking into consideration 668, but already a substituted, it's amended
Resolution.
by substitution. By
Yes.
the version, but the copy that was distributed, the amended
Yes.
version was distributed.
So we don't really need to, I don't really feel the need that we have to talk about the amendments because there's no longer any amendments. We amended the whole measure, Mr. President. So we just have to agree to adopt it or not to adopt it, Mr. President. Of course, with the permission of our colleagues in the minority and the majority.
Well, still, we will need to read the title into the record.
Yes, Mr. President.
Uh,
So maybe I can move that we consider the measure, Mr. President, and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure as a motion, Mr. President.
hindi pa niya ina-amend eh.
No, I made the motion, Mr. President, to amend
Made the motion
title.
already and you read the title already?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
President.
All right, all right.
So may we request, Mr. President, the Secretary to read the new title of the
Hmm.
substituted resolution.
Ito. Ito na.
Tama ba? Yeah.
Ito.
Inamend lang yung title.
Di ba yan?
Linawin ko lang alin ang tunay na title.
Let's have a 1-minute suspension.
Mr. President, so that I believe it has to be formally filed with the Secretariat, so we'll give it a few minutes. I move to suspend consideration of the measure for the meantime.
All right, hearing no objection, consideration of Resolution 663 is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are two measures for sponsorship really quickly. I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House Bill number 8631 under Committee Report number 188.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order. Oh, no,
President.
sorry, transfer.
Transfer. Thank you, Mr. President. I move to consider House Bill number 8631 and ask the Secretary to read the title.
All
of
right,
the measure.
hearing no objection, consideration is in order. Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8631, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Bienvenido Morejon Marañon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairman of the Committee of Justice, no other than Senator Richard J. Gordon.
The gentleman from Zambales, Senator Richard Gordon, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Damas y caballeros, buenas noches.
De nada.
Mr. President, I have the honor to recommend the conferment of Philippine citizenship by way of naturalization to a young man who is very enthusiastic about being a Filipino. He's been here for more than 5 years playing for the team, for the football team, and not in Manila, Mr. President, in the Visayas, which is now the capital of Philippine football. I think in Negros, in Bacolod, and I'm sure Frank Dillon knows in Baratok Nuevo ba, Frank? Baratok Nuevo is where football is very, very popular. Iloilo. So, Mr. President, this young man lost his father, and he regrets that his father would not be here in case his citizenship is conferred upon him. But his mother certainly is enthusiastic about him. And Mr. President, in accordance with the Constitution number 4, our Section 1, Article 4, the fourth provision of the following are citizens of the Philippines is those who are naturalized in accordance with law. Now, Mr. President, are we getting this young man because he's going to win football games for us? Mr. President, that is a consideration. I will be lying if I said no. Yes, no. But in reality, he can win it for us, or he may not. But the point is, certainly it is a big step in his life to change his citizenship. And let me just point out, Mr. President, that as we celebrate our 500th year of Spain, I want to remind everybody that any one of us can become a citizen of Spain if we spend 2 years in Spain and start speaking Spanish, Chabacano, or whatever you have, and show that we have integrity. And this is the case here, Mr. President. The other day when we had him, I'm glad Mick Subiri was there and Senator Angaro was there. We made him recite the national anthem, and according to him, his favorite hero is Lapu-Lapu, and that because he showed courage. And I told him, you only like Lapu-Lapu because he killed a Portuguese, not a Spaniard, because Magellan was a Portuguese, Mr. President. But in reality, Mr. President, the young man has a very affable character. Certainly no derogatory record for all our investigating agencies. And certainly a young man that wants to learn and would like to take his place as a winner with the Philippine team, Mr. President. The proposal granting citizenship to Senor Marañon is persevered by the cultural and moral attachment, and it is demonstrated through civic actions which promoted sports and the well-being of those he generously aided. He came here on 17 May 2015 to play for Ceres Negros Football Club, one of the teams in the Philippines Football League. Since playing for the team, he received recognition such as the top scorer of the league in 2017 and 2019, and the best import player in 2017, 2018, and 2019. In 2019, he was a top scorer of the AFC League, or the Asian Football Confederation, an annual continental club football competition organized by the Asian Football Confederation and participated in by 35 teams or 36 teams. He acts towards the needs of our fellow man as he engages himself in community work, collaborating with local football clubs in Negros Occidental, Aklan, as well as in Manila. He wants to inspire and encourage the Filipino youth to play the sport that saved him from vices and other bad habits. In fact, Mr. President, I wanted him to become a member of Red Cross Philippines because Cruz Roja is a very, very close associate of the Philippine Red Cross. And he has said yes. Through these commitments to the community and his dreams of building a home and a future here, he has signified his intention to become a fully participatory member of our country. Sa prosesong ito at sa aking pagiging nilay-nilay, naangkop na ating balikan ang kamalayan at pagpapahalaga sa ating pagkakakilalanan ang diwa at puso ng pagiging Pilipino sa isip, sa salita at sa gawa. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, and I respectfully request that the Senate approve his request for citizenship, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I be able to sponsor, with the permission of the main sponsor, to co-sponsor the measure, maybe recommend.
Yes, go ahead, Majority Leader.
Thank you. This measure was my measure that I filed. Buenos tardes, señoras and señoritos, especially to our chairman. Hanggang doon na lang yung Kastila ko. Yung Kastila kong nalalaman ay pagkain na po. So, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I stand before you today to co-sponsor Committee Report number 188, which seeks to grant Philippine citizenship to Buenvenido Morejon Marañon. Mr. Marañon, by the way, Mr. President, this has no relation to your party mate, the Marañons of Negros Occidental, although he spent most of his professional career in Negros. Mr. Marañon was born in 15th of May 1986 in Cadiz City, Spain. Spain. He came to, I hope I pronounced it well. My chairman knows how it is pronounced with a Z, Mr. President. But he came to the Philippines on May 17, 2015 to play for Ceres Negros Football Club. And since then, he has been named the top scorer of the Philippine Football League in 2017, 2019, 2020, and the best import player in 2017, 2018, 2019. He was also the top scorer of the AFC Cup, an annual continental club football competition organized by the Asian Football Confederation, participated in by 36 teams in 2019 in 2020. He's also the pambansang crush ng the football community. Lahat ng staff ko na babae, Mr. President, at gustong maging babae ay nagpa-picture sa kanya.
Babae lang?
Lahat po. Pati yung mga macho sa opisina gusto magpa-picture sa kanya. In the 5 years that he has been playing football in the Philippines, Mr. President, Mr. Marañon has come to love the country and its people. He has embraced the Filipino culture and has taken the time to learn the language, given the effort to learn our history. We were all witnesses during the committee hearing when he proudly sang the Philippine national anthem. And we were all pleasantly surprised, including our chairperson, with his hand on his chest during the hearing of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights last 24th February. He sings it better than some people I know, Mr. President. He engages himself in community work in Negros Occidental, Aklan, as well as in Manila, and he dreams of someday establishing a football academy in the country to inspire and encourage our Filipino youth, provide them a chance of a better life through football. Mr. Marañon is very talented, smart, and skillful player who can take on all offensive positions, and I believe that this will make him a great addition to our national football team, the Ascals. And I also like to credit their coach, Coach Dan Palami, who went to visit me who asked me for my support to sponsor this great football player. I also believe that more than his great talent and skill, Mr. President, is his genuineness. Positivity and humility make him someone that our children can look up to. Totoo po yan. I did my homework, Mr. President. He really is a nice guy, very amiable, approachable, quite funny, and he'll be a great addition to our Philippine team. We thank our good sponsor, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Senator Richard J. Gordon, who is very good in Spanish, although he's from American descent, maybe Mexican-American descent, Mr. President. But we hope that with this measure, Mr. Marañon will be given the honor to continue his work as an upstanding member of the Filipino community. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you. With that,
Your chairperson studied in Letran, that's why he speaks Spanish.
that's why. Muy bien,
Oh.
El Presidente. Muy bien. Mr.
Senator,
President, with that, to allow our colleagues to study
wait,
the measure.
Senator
Yes.
Sani Angara is
Aye.
seeking the floor. You're recognized, Senator Angara.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd just like to seek the permission of our good chair and our good majority leader to be a co-author of the measure. And I think we're very privileged to have someone as skilled as Bienvenido wish to obtain Philippine citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record,
Majority Leader. Yeah.
to allow our colleagues to study the measure a bit further, we move to suspend consideration of the same.
Before we take action, Senator Gordon, you were raising a hand.
Yes.
No, Mr. President, I was going to say willingly to anyone who wants to be co-author. This young man is indeed a very, very good asset to the Philippines and will enrich the fabric of our country. Marami na mga mestizo katulad na niyan dito, Mr. President, si Senator Soto, mestizo. Castilla Loy. Tatagdagan pa natin. Si Senator Subiri, Castilla na hindi marunong mag-Castilla. Vasco de Gama.
No, habla español, poquito na más, sí. No, I have to correct you, Mr. President. I have to correct the distinguished gentleman from Zambales. I am not a Spanish. I'm Basque.
I said Basque.
Basque descent.
I said Basque.
Okay.
Vasco de Gama nga, pangalan ng tao.
Perhaps what we would need would be those who are interested to be co-sponsors.
Yes.
We cannot be co-authors because this is the
House version.
House bill.
May we recognize the minority floor leader, Mr. President? He's raising his
Yes,
hand.
the minority leader is recognized before we take action on the motion of the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not going to intervene until I heard the minority leader says he is a Basque. People coming from the Basque region in Spain are the rebellious type. They would stage rebellions, armed rebellions against the central government. I'm wondering if that kind of trait is carried in by Subiri in Bukidnon. Very dangerous. People from the Basque region are the Elizaldes, Iturriaga, Subiris now. So we must place on record our concern that our majority leader is from the Basque region and he may lead the secession of the Senate from the Philippine government. Thank you very much.
Fair warning. Fair warning.
Actually, Mr. President, for the record, that's true. The reason why my grandfather left Spain was he could not stomach Franco, General Francisco Franco, and that he was part of the nationalist movement, yung mga nationalista at the time, and not the party, Nacionalista Party, but the nationalist movement then, and part of the revolution in the 1930s. So because his life was in danger, together with four brothers and one sister, they migrated to the Philippines and migrated to Negros Occidental, Mr. President, because at that time, Negros Occidental had a lot of Spanish mestizos, so he felt right at home. And he promised never to go back to Spain until Franco was removed from power. Unfortunately, Mr. President, he passed away ahead of Generalissimo Franco. So, but that is the true story, and the good gentleman from Iloilo is absolutely correct, Mr. President. And but that's
Anyway,
that's in the past.
yeah, the
So moving
motion is,
forward-
we call on the previous question.
Yes, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last but not the least, there's two more. Of course, the resolution of Senator Sherwin. We'll just take this up, Mr. President, for sponsorship. I move that we consider or transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, House Bill number 8632.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
I move that we consider House Bill number 8632, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order. Secretary will read the title.
House Bill number 8632, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Kaku Ange Frank Williams Kwame.
May we recognize our distinguished colleague and the gentleman from Zambales, Senator Richard J. Gordon, to sponsor the measure.
Gentleman from Zambales, Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Please. Thank you. Mr. President, it is always a privilege to stand in the Senate, principally because we are a Senate of good people, Mr. President. And I am happy to sponsor today an act granting Philippine citizenship to Kaku Ange Frank Williams Kwame. He is homegrown, Mr. President. He studied here in the Ateneo in high school, grade 12, Mr. President. Talagang homegrown. Hindi katulad ng mga import natin, sila Blatch, pupunta lang dito, tapos magpapa-citizenship, tapos forget na tayo dun sa kanila. I never was so comfortable about that, in all fairness, and with apologies to Mr. Blatch or to others. But of course, I don't want the Senate to be accused that we are getting citizens because we want to win championships. We do want to win championships, but we want to do so, get Filipino citizens in principle that, like I said, will add to the fabric of the character of this country. Now, Mr. President, I am proud to sponsor Ange Kwame. I know him personally. He is such a gentleman, a gentle giant, if you will. And he had a Filipino family, a foster family, that took care of him and gave him the values. When you talk to him, sir, he will say, "Thank you po, salamat po," at marunong siyang kumilala. Sabi niya, "You don't have to hit me. We can just play basketball and we will play fair." That is a fact, Mr. President. At hindi niyo nakita nagagalit siya, na nangahabol, but he always gives his heart to the team. Above all, Mr. Kwame has shown that he really wants to be a citizen, Mr. President. He took time out to study our history, and gentleman Kwame is from Côte d'Ivoire, or Côte Ivory Coast, Mr. President. And, as I told him, Mr. Kwame, privilege is, citizenship is not a privilege. It's a privilege. It is not a right. You have to earn it. I would not want it said that the Senate granted you citizenship just because we want to use you for basketball. But in fact, Mr. President, everyone I've talked with has talked very highly about this young man. And certainly, he is not only homegrown, he'll be the first homegrown player. 6'11", ang height niya, already still growing, Mr. President. And he could easily have gone to Europe to play basketball there, or even the NBA, tried his luck there. He has decided to stay here, Mr. President. How I wish Kai Soto can play here as well, because with two giants like this, sigurado panalo tayo. And even with Kai Soto alone, alam ko mananalo tayo ng maigi sapagkat Kai Soto has grown out to be himself. But everyone pursues his dream, Mr. President. And I'm happy that we have Kwame, and one day he will also play with Kai Soto, hopefully in the Olympics if we qualify. So, Mr. President, I told him citizenship is a privilege and not a right. Kalapit ng pagiging Pilipino ay ang mga karapatan at responsibilidad na maging tapat at totoo sa sagisag ng ating bansa. Kaku Ernst Frank Williams Kwame has dominated the basketball scene and earned the favor of the Filipino crowd with his commitment and desire to continue living in the Philippines. The 6'11", I say, nakalagay dito 10 pero I know he's 6'11" already, averaged 12.5 points, 11.8 rebounds, 2.9 blocks, and 1.4 assists to lead the Ateneo de Manila University Blue Eagles into a 16-0 sweep and three-peat title conquest in the UAAP Season 82. He was the Rookie of the Year in September in Season 81. Like I said, he's a homegrown talent, having the physical strength and skill as an athlete. He has the mental fortitude that he takes into any game. And mind you, Mr. President, in Ateneo, if you don't make the grade, you will be kicked out. And his quality point index is above average, Mr. President. Kaya maraming natanggal sa Ateneo noong nakaraang taon because hindi nakapasa. Ang gusto lang mag-basketball. Si Kwame gustong mag-aral at gamitin yung kanyang pinag-aralan para magamit sa kanyang piniling bansa. He has the mental fortitude that he takes into any game. Not only that, he demonstrates as an incredible athlete and a respectable person that he has the values that make him eligible for the grant of citizenship, Mr. President. He's studying a Bachelor of Arts in Interdisciplinary Studies, Mr. President. Our fiduciary role today is one based on acting as a citizen on behalf of the citizenry in carrying out our public duties and is founded on the virtues enshrined in the fundamental law of the land. As we move towards embracing ASAN, we believe the interests of the people and the nation are relevant matters that he has put his heart into. I heard my good friend, Senator Subiri, say that ako Amerikano ako. No, Mr. President. Si Senator Subiri, aksidente. Pinanganak siyang Pilipino na. Dito siya pinanganak. Ang tatay ko, pinili niyang maging Pilipino. Amerikano po siya. At hindi siya pinilit na maging Pilipino, hindi siya nag-apply. Siya mismo nag-Pilipino at binigyan pa ng medalya sa pagiging guerrilla. Napaka-humble ng tatay ko na hindi sinabi sa amin. At ang lolo ko, ang tumalo sa lolo ni Senator Subiri sa Battle of Imus, Mr. President. Hindi ko alam kung kamag-anak kaya. Pero tinalo ng lolo ko na si Jose Tagle. Yan, si General Aguirre, Mr. President. Levity aside, and I'm glad we can still laugh in spite of the pandemic because that is the way we are. We're all good friends here. I'd like to see, for example, Sani Angara who wants him to play for UP. I'd like to see him play for UP as well. Kung gusto niya, kausapin niya, baka maghati. Pumunta naman sa UP. I wouldn't mind, Mr. President. But certainly, to Mr. Kwame, enjoy the rights of and benefits of citizenship, but also recognize that responsibilities that come with it. You and me and the rest of the citizenry, it is our moral duty to make this country better than we found it. And Mr. Kwame should be able, along with Mr. Bienvenido Marañon, who, by the way, is not related to the Marañons of Negros who were both governors, Mr. President. I hope that not just for ourselves or our families, but for our neighbors and future generations to come, Kwame and Marañon does us proud. For all this, Mr. President, and by the way, all the senators of the committee signed this, along with Mr. Marañon, along with Mr. Kwame, they all signed the proposal, Mr. President. I respectfully request our colleagues to approve the citizenship application of Angelo Kwame.
One day. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, maybe I move also to recognize Senator Angara, I believe, and Senator Joel after, and Senator Bongo to sponsor. So may we recognize Senator Angara first, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Distinguished colleagues, I'm honored to co-sponsor this Senate bill granting Philippine citizenship to Angelo Kwame. We thank the chairman of the Senate Justice Committee, Senator Richard Gordon, for swiftly reporting this important measure to the floor, along with the measure to naturalize Bienvenido Marañon Morejon, despite his many responsibilities as chair of the Philippine Red Cross that's helping the nation recover from the pandemic. Mr. Angelo Ange Kwame has dominated the sport of basketball since his arrival in the Philippines last 2016. The 6'10" Ivorian recruit of the Ateneo de Manila University served as the centerpiece of their men's basketball team. Upon his 2018 debut, Kwame's sterling performances, averaging double-doubles in points and in rebounds, made him the UAAP Rookie of the Year and steered the Blue Eagles to win the UAAP Championship, causing Senator Gordon to ditch his UP jacket and wear his Ateneo jacket. His dominance on the court was put on full display the following year, where he served as the defensive anchor of the team's undefeated 16-0 campaign and their second consecutive championship. Angelo Kwame's passion for basketball garnered him numerous praises from his coaches, local basketball analysts, and fans. His love for the game began when Ange first played street basketball as an escape from the grief of losing his father. In fact, a younger Ange Kwame would more likely be seen playing football since it was the more popular sport in his country. Fortunately, he took advantage of the fact that he was taller than many of his peers and took a shot at making it big in basketball. From having very little knowledge of the sport back in the Ivory Coast, he has definitely proven that he can thrive here and, as our chairman has said, elsewhere, Mr. President. In preparation for his citizenship, Ange has already trained with members of the Philippine national team, and hopefully we can pass this bill in time for elimination matches of Gilas in late March of this year, Mr. President. The national team's head coach, Jong Uichiko, describes Kwame as the missing piece for Gilas Pilipinas to move forward, since the Philippines, as you know, is height challenged. And as our chairman has also mentioned, a front line of Kwame with Kai Soto and perhaps Junmar Fajardo after recovering from injury would really be a leveling up for our country. Kwame's brilliant playing style is not confined to his scoring and rebounding ability, but extends to his defense, being able to masterfully protect the rim, block shots, as well as to keep up with smaller and agile guards. Pundits have even praised how Kwame's humility and willingness to listen makes him a great fit for the Gilas Pilipinas program. During the committee hearing, Mr. President, Ange vowed that he would always be present when needed by the Philippine national team. He declared that he would help Gilas Pilipinas beyond his playing days, and he would even start setting down roots since he has many close friends and considers the country his home. I'm proud to report before this August chamber that Angelo Kwame has accepted the invitation of the SBP, or Samahang Basketball ng Pilipinas, of which this representation is an officer, to be part of the Philippine national team as a naturalized player. The naturalization of athletes through legislation is not without precedent. In 1985, the Philippine basketball team, composed of naturalized players Dennis Steele, Jeff Moore, and Chip England, won the Jones Cup and the ABC Championships, now known as the FIBA Asia Championships. Other naturalized athletes have likewise brought honor to the country, not just in basketball, but also in swimming, Mr. President. And of course, in recent years, naturalized cagers Marcus Douthit and Andre Blach have also contributed to the success of Gilas Pilipinas and have increased local basketball's competitiveness. Mr. President, Kaku Ange Frank Williams Kwame is primed to make a significant contribution to Philippine basketball. He is ready and able and willing to play for the national team. So hopefully we can solicit our colleagues' support for these measures, which were fast-tracked by our very dynamic chairman, Senator Gordon. And as they say, Laban Pilipinas, puso. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is my distinct honor and privilege to co-sponsor the measure alongside with our hardworking chair of the committee, Senator Richard Gordon, and basketball aficionado colleague, Brad, seatmate, Senator Sani Angara. Mr. President, as a Filipino and as a former member of the national team and basketball enthusiast, it is my honor to support the granting of Philippine citizenship to Mr. Kaku Ange Frank Williams Kwame. As a student athlete of the Ateneo de Manila University, Mr. Kwame has dominated, Mr. President, obviously dominated the collegiate basketball scene. And believe me, Mr. President, we are in the receiving end in the last UAAP championships, including UP Maroons, Mr. President. When Senator Gordon was flashing all these pictures, nakikita ko, Mr. President, puro UST Tigers yung naka-background at puro mga taga-UST yung malungkot doon sa background. Masakit, Mr. President, but more than anything, I think he has also captivated, Mr. President, the admiration and support of many Filipinos, both young and old, Mr. President. He has embraced the Filipino culture and traditions and our people and has made the Philippines his home. More importantly, Mr. President, Mr. Kwame commits himself to helping the country's chances in the 2021 FIBA Asia Cup qualifiers by joining the players of Gilas Pilipinas, as mentioned a while ago by our distinguished colleagues, the country's flag bearer in basketball against the world. Mr. President, ang naturalization po at pagbibigay ng Philippine citizenship kay Kwame, Mr. Kwame, ay tiyak na magpapatingkad ng kulay sa ating bandila at magpapaimbulog ng lipad ng mga Pilipinong atleta. Laban Pilipinas, puso. Thank you very much and God bless us all.
Yes, Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, if I may, I just want to manifest my intent to be a co-sponsor of this measure, which will help Philippine basketball. Fellow colleagues here in the Senate, sports enthusiasts, and everyone in attendance, thank you for allowing me to make a short manifestation of support. Mr. President, in 2016, a young man named Angelo Kwame came to the Philippines with one thing in mind: to play basketball. Determined to succeed, he endured the language barrier and learned all about the basics of full 5-on-5 basketball here, all while learning our customs, traditions, and ideologies. In 2018, Kwame suited as a rookie for the reigning champions, the Ateneo Blue Eagles, in the UAAP season 81. His impact was immediate. He won the Rookie of the Year award, finished second in player statistical points, had the most number of blocks in a game that season, and most importantly, helped Ateneo to a 12-2 record and win the championship. He also joined the Ateneo Blue Eagles in representing the Philippines in the 2018 William Jones Cup held in New Taipei City, Taiwan, leading the team in rebounds. In multiple games, he helped Ateneo to a very good 5-3 record. He continued his improvement the following year in UAAP season 82. He again finished second in player statistical points, again had the most number of blocks in a game that season, and helped Ateneo win literally all of their games, including the regular season and the finals. Without a doubt, Kwame has proven himself with his dedication to his craft. He continues to his basketball skills to the Philippines. He loves the rabid Filipino basketball fan base. He loves this country. He even has our flag on his Instagram account. Mr. President, in granting Kwame Philippine citizenship, we will definitely bolster our country's chances in several upcoming basketball tournaments, including 2021 FIBA Asia Cup qualifiers. But beyond that, we would have a new brother that we can proudly call Filipino. Mr. President, I reiterate my intent to be a co-sponsor of this said measure, granting Philippine citizenship to Mr. Angelo Kwame. Thank you, Mr. President, with Senators Angara, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Manny Pacquiao, and yours truly. Meron na tayong first five with Kwame has at the center spot. Kulang na lang natin tournament. Wala tayong masalihan dahil bawal pang mag-basketball. And Senator Gordon and Sir Frank Drilon, baka pwede kayong maging team manager na naming 5. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, and also, Mr. President, I'd be honored if the Senator Drilon, Mr. President, maybe we recognize Senator Drilon.
Yes, Senator Drilon is recognized.
I was wondering if the good sponsor, Senator Gordon, is open to a period of interpellation and so that we can dispose of this bill tonight. Yeah. I have a few, just one question.
Maybe.
Go ahead, Senator Gordon is on record.
Willingly, Your Honor.
Yes, Senator Gordon, Senator Drilon may ask the question, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I heard with your permission, Mr. President, Senator Angara enumerated the athletes that we granted Philippine citizenship. Senator Gordon specifically mentioned Mr. Blatch, if I recall correctly, who having been granted Philippine citizenship, afterwards, nawala na. Now, this is the reason for my concern, Mr. President. Firstly, for the record, I have no objections to the grant of citizenship to Mr. Magnon and Mr. Kuwame. I will, in advance for the record, I will vote for this bill. But I am just concerned about the way the Philippine citizenship has been treated by those who we previously gave the honor. And what can we do so that the grant of citizenship by Congress can be given more value than what we have seen in the past?
Thank you, Mr. President. That's a very serious concern. I appreciate that. I share your concern. I asked Mr. Kwame that before he went in. I saw him before, and I said, your most serious threat to your citizenship is that you're just going to use your citizenship to play for a champion team if you can make them champions. My most serious concern is that after you're done with, you will go back to Côte d'Ivoire. And he said to me that he loves this country. He has foster parents here. He has many friends. And of course, I didn't stop there. I also asked many of my friends in the Ateneo basketball team what they thought of him. And he said he really loves this country. He knows the history. And certainly he wants to make his life here, Mr. President. Perhaps Mr. Blatch left because this is not his life. This guy, Kwame, studied in the Ateneo in high school. You know, there's nothing like studying with friends in high school because that creates a network that you have forever. And that he has studied in college and that he's made a lot of good friends everywhere in the Ateneo. And certainly, Mr. President, he's a very, very good sportsman. Like I said, pag nasasaktan na siya sa game, kinakausap niya pa yung mga player na nananakit sa kanya, and he said yes. In fact, Mr. President, I also asked him, what does your family think about this? And he said that I have the blessings of my mother. And that's precisely why I said, he said, I wish my father was also around so he could see me play here and they would have loved the country that I've chosen. The only reason my mother cannot come here is because she's working in the government, Mr. President. And I guess he expects that when he is able to fund for himself, and I said, I do not want you to be a ward of the state, beyond basketball, you must be able to take care of yourself. You cannot be a ward of the state na aasahan mo ang estado. Ang sabi niya, certainly that's why I'm studying in Ateneo and I would like to get a degree. So, Mr. President, I just want to correct one remark here made by Senator Angara, and I take not umbrage, but delight in the fact that he can distinguish in the colors of Ateneo and the colors of UP, which I wore proudly, which I wear proudly. When I go to the game, Mr. President, I wear the Red Cross jacket. I don't wear an Ateneo jacket, and I don't wear the UP jacket because I love my school. So I also love USC because I came from a Dominican school, like with like Senator Soto, and I also love Letran. I have a very bad habit of making sure that I respect my roots, and I think this young man has also gotten that. He will have respected his here. Certainly, his mature life, his adult life has been spent here, and I think I'm willing to bet Senator Subiri's godfather or grandfather that he will stay here, Mr. President.
Well, yes, we do appreciate those comments, and we have no doubt about the sincerity of Mr. Kwame and his desire to become a citizen of the Philippines. But I am more interested in a policy direction so that, events that you have mentioned about past grants would not be repeated. Yes, Mr. Kwame has all the qualifications, and more particularly, from the basis of your statement, he sincerely wants to acquire Philippine citizenship. This is clearly a personal commitment of his, but we must guard against the blanches of tomorrow. That they just get Philippine citizenship for convenience. Again, I'm not saying that Mr. Kwame is of the same attitude, has the same attitude or the same kind, but as a policy issue, how do we prevent the repetition of the Blanche incident of this world?
I'm afraid we can't, Mr. President, because citizenship is a matter of choice. It's a matter of principle commitment. And I suggest that I'd love to introduce all the senators to Mr. Kwame and Mr. Marañon, because I think you like them both. I think you can see and read through their minds. But a matter of policy, Mr. President, I really do not want to be one of those countries in the Caribbean where you buy citizenship for $50,000 or $70,000 or $25,000. I do not agree, for example, that we give citizenship just because you are able to provide $30,000 or $35,000 and become a pogo man here in our country. Our citizenship has to be well protected. Our integrity, our dignity has got to be well protected. On the other hand, Mr. President, I'm even willing to scout for good material, and I have a couple in mind which I hope I would have the privilege of presenting here. I had a good occasion to find young men, very, very young men who grew up here in Manila, took up their grade school and high school and then college, for example, in Switzerland, and has helped me tremendously in the Red Cross, making all the computer instruments or systems or the QR code, and work very, very fast, because I think these are the kind of citizens we must have. And they're also desirous of Philippine citizenship. I've also had the occasion to work with people from the American Red Cross. There's a Taliban guy there, and I call him Taliban, but he's really Afghan. His family values are good. His children work with us in the summer, and they're all very good in math and physics. And he would like to be a Philippine citizenship. I would not be, please don't be surprised if one of these days I present them, because to my mind, a good citizen must enrich our country, must become models of our country in terms of hard work, in terms of study, in terms of the pursuit of excellence. In the past, as if Senator Dillon and I know, there have been citizens that had a price tag on them and that who got to be citizens because malaki ang cash sunduan ng mga nakaraan. And in this particular case, this is not the case. I have heard no person push Mr. Kwame to me. My classmate is Manny Pangilinan. I've been also been the one who has to tell him, Manny, classmate, oh, si Kwame ready na. Bahala ka na, but he will be a very good asset to us. And he's never pushed it, and I appreciated that. But in the case of all the others that I'm sure Senator Dillon is referring to, we do have to make a policy that whenever we get somebody as a citizen of this country, it must be a sincerely informed choice and a sincere commitment to become an asset to the country. Certainly, in the case of Spain, they allow us citizenship. Certainly, it may be said that in America, we have tens of thousands of citizens in other countries. And certainly in Germany, we have nurses that have become German citizens, or for that matter, English nurses that have become Filipino nurses that have become English ladies. In fact, if you saw the first picture of the vaccine, it was done by a Filipino who spoke a rather mean dash of Cockney, Mr. President. All right, was it Cockney, Sunny Angara, Senator Angara? Sounded to me like Cockney. But she was Filipino. But is it the language or the intonation, or is it the desire to make his way or to make their way and make a success of their own, but at the same time carry still the values of Filipino, of respect for parents, respect for the country, that I see in other countries brought about by Filipinos. It's hard to make a policy, but it's not insurmountable, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the good gentleman from Iloilo is satisfied by the comprehensive answer of the good gentleman from Zambales. I recognize the minority leader.
Go ahead, the minority leader.
The majority leader is very kind. He says comprehensive. He actually meant long answer.
Mr. President, I have come as I go into my mature years to be tolerant of the majority floor leader. I know that you taught him, but he has not learned as much as you have in terms of wisdom, Mr. President.
Yeah, I have a lot to learn, Mr. President, coming from the good gentleman from Iloilo and Zambales. Yes, Mr. President. We thank them for that, and I hope it satisfies the query of the good minority floor leader. Yeah,
Yes.
Mr. President. And just to add, if I may be given the opportunity, Mr. President, to also be a co-sponsor of this measure with the permission of Senator Gordon. I had the opportunity to sponsor.
Always.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Gordon. I had the opportunity to sponsor Marcos Douthit a long time ago, almost a decade ago, Mr. President. And fortunately, I believe his heart still is Filipino because he married, if I'm not mistaken, his wife is a Filipina. So, yun. And so, Mr. President, to allow our colleagues, and of course, by tradition, we don't really approve measures immediately after sponsorship. We can suspend and take this up again tomorrow for second reading. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, for the record, we'd like to put on record Senator Gatchalian, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Bongo would like to be made co-sponsors of the two citizenship measures, Mr. President. Thank you. Just for the
All
record.
right, do you place that on record?
So, Mr. President, let's move forward
President.
to the last, I think. Yes, Mr. President. May we recognize
Let
Senator
me just
Gordon.
thank our colleagues and for their support here. I think I'm glad that we discussed this in a debate. Certainly, Senator Dillon posed some very, very pointed questions that I think we ought to consider every time there is an application. And I am very, very appreciative of the comments made by Senator Angara, by Senator Subiri, and by Senator Villanueva, who, in spite of the fact that he is a UST Goldie star, still managed to come out and sponsor it. And certainly, I am glad that a Lasalite by the name of Bongo also sponsored an Atenean by the name of Hans Kwame. I'd like to thank all our colleagues. Thank you all very much. Even those who are watching there, I think they know that we're headed on the right track here. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just to correct the records, Mr. President, I have no idea about the UST Goldies. Hindi ko naabutan. UST Tigers na po ako, Mr. President. Mr. President.
1950s ba yung Goldies? 50s ba yun? Oh, tama. But you know, Mr. President, I also like to correct I'd like to also point out an observation that we made together with Senator Angara and Senator Nancy Binay every time we watch the UP Ateneo Championship. Na natatalo kami dahil kay Kwame. Kaya nga, nag-champion yung UP
Mr.
Ateneo.
President, UP did not make it in the
No, we didn't
UAP finals.
We didn't make it, but it was the best of three.
Okay, just to make sure that the records are clear,
UP
Mr. President.
Ateneo Championship Games. Oh naman, nakikialam kasi Mr. President ang taga Bulacan na kaibigan ko. Mr. President, I just want to point out an observation that we had seen with Senator Angara and Senator Nancy Binay. We had a colleague there wearing a Ateneo jacket but a maroon shirt inside. Sino kaya po yun? Tawa na tawa po si Senator Angara online. Yeah.
Hindi ako yun.
Kayo po yan, Senator Gordon? Kayo po yan, nakita
Hindi ako yun. Hindi ako yun.
Senator Gordon. Just kidding, Mr. President. Levity aside,
Anyway,
we move on to the last topic of conversation. Finally, Mr. President, Mr. President, the proposed amendment in the nature of a substitute to PS Resolution number 666 has been submitted to the Secretariat by the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Was the number right?
So this is, your motion is to...
Yes. So, Mr. President,
consider again, 663.
yes, I move that we
All right.
consider the measure once again.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration. It's in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we approve the same, Mr. President.
No, the...
The amendments. I move
Let
that
us,
we approve
let us
the
first go
amendments
to
by
the proposed
substitution.
amendment
I so
in
move.
the nature of a substitute.
That's
no?
correct, Mr. President.
To PS Resolution 63, as recommended by Senator Gatchalian. So, maybe ask the secretary to read the title now.
The new title, Mr. President, of the substitute measure.
Resolution expressing the sense of the Senate to recommend the resumption of face-to-face classes through the immediate launch of the pilot testing of localized limited face-to-face classes in low-risk areas as identified by the Department of Education under risk-based assessment following stringent mitigation measures, strict health protocols and guidelines of the Department of Health and of the Interagency Task Force on the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases to enable the Department of Education to gather evidence on the ground and design a framework for the safe reopening of schools.
All right, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, if there are no amendments, as this is a substitute measure, I move to adopt Senate Resolution number 663, taking into consideration Senate Resolution number 668, and be approved, Mr. President. by the
Any
body.
objection? Hearing none. PS Resolution 663 as amended, taking into consideration 668, is hereby approved.
Thank you very much, and we'd like to thank our chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and of course the sponsor, principal sponsor, Senator Vicente Soto III, our Senate President.
The gentleman from Zambales is seeking the floor. You are recognized, Senator Gordon. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I just want to iterate my request if I can be made co-author of this resolution, Mr. President.
All right.
I as well, Mr. President, for the record.
Yes, we place it on record. I think there were some manifestations
That's
that
correct, Mr.
all the
President. All
other
members of the
members-
Senate will be made.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, thank you. I
So
apologize.
recorded.
So recorded. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, March 3, 2021. Have a
Any
good evening.
objection? Hearing none. Session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, the birthday of the Senate Secretary, March 3, 2021.